after I've hit that button, Chris Murphy. I believe we're live on the internet this fine Friday night. How are you doing, my friend?
Not too bad, yourself?
Pretty good, pretty good. Welcome, one and all, to Battle Streams in Middle-earth. If one of those kind folk out there on the interwebs could let us know that you can see and hear us, that would be wonderful. And we can get going with Battle Streams in Middle-earth, episode 138. Oh, nothing yet, Chris. Nothing yet.
Too exciting.
I mean, I think they can hear. I think this is. I think we're pretty across. We're pretty across the tech these days. I'm just not.
You say that, but that's always Damien very quiet.
They're very quiet. That makes no sense to me, I'm afraid.
Somebody else says sound is on and very.
I like that Sam Page has corrected himself to say sound and video good. Like, that's the opposite of Damien very quiet. But yes, they're in. They can hear. Welcome, one and all, to Battle Streams in Middle-earth. This is, of course, our regular stream where we take a look down memory lane via this dear lady, the DXD Partwork Battle Games in Middle-earth. But one of the things we did, Chris, I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but when we were naming the stream, we took the name of the magazine and we actually just changed the word games to streams.
That's. Never knew that.
I know. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't. So indeed, if you are new here, Chris, why don't you do it? If they're new here, what is Battle Streams in Middle-earth? What are we about? What are we doing?
We are. Hold on one moment. I'll switch this to you about. We're all about clearing the backlog.
Oh, lovely use of mug.
Thanks. Oh, you meant the other mug. Yeah, and yeah, we focus on a theme. The theme this week is seen on the front of that magazine. I presume that's Druedain.
I think so.
Don't think I've ever seen him painted like that. So if you have a Druedain, are we allowing Wozies as well?
We are allowing Wozies. We're allowing normal
or
Wozies.
A Wozie warrior. If you're painting one of them, and you can send us photographic evidence either on the WIP thread, which is found on the GBHL Facebook page, or if you don't have Facebook for some unknown reason, you can email.
Maybe you're hip and young.
Yeah, something like that. Or your hip's gone as well. Maybe there's the other way. Yeah, you can send an email in to Damien. They send photographic evidence of you painting a Woz
or assembling.
Or assembling,
just
yes.
Making
or basing,
progress.
Putting some highlights on. We also like to see pictures of snacks and drinks that people are having. And if you do send in a picture, you get a chance to win an exclusive dice.
What?
I know.
That sounds very cool. Is it this one?
I don't know if it's exactly that one, but it's one that looks very similar to that one.
It's a black Battle Streams Middle-earth dice. Oof. And should we give it a roll?
Let's get that one.
Because of where I am tonight, obviously I have to do the old tilty cam, but I believe what tends to happen is that works.
That's working.
You ready? Whoa! Look at that! Spot on. That game has ended just like you wanted it to. Boom. That is a black Battle Streams Middle-earth dice that can be yours tonight. To anyone working on a WOS or a Garn. Anything more, Chris? Were you wrapped up? Did you have more magnificent mouthwords to say?
I don't think so.
Do you think, would we say that they should be working on WOSes because they need them for an army?
Maybe. It's a struggle though. If you can't have Wozies by themselves, you would need probably some like Riders or Rohan or something to go with them.
It's not maybe though, is it? It's no. It's not because you need them for an army.
Nah, it's all about clearing the backlog.
Yeah, it's for the fun of the hobby, isn't it? It's episode 138, always the same.
Nah, it's all about armies.
That's the competitive player, Chris Murphy, coming out. So the idea being, if you are new here, that you might be sitting there going, well, I don't need Garn. Well, good, go and get him. Even more reason to go and get him. Paint him hang out with us and make some progress on him and paint him for the joy of the hobby purely because it is joyous. So yeah, well done, Chris. Solid intro in there. I think that covered all the beats. Should we give them some examples? What are you working on, and what sustenance do you have to get you through this stream?
Well, I am working on a Druedain.
Very nice. Is he a magazine Druedain, or is he are you a woad
He's a
aficionado?
box set Druedain. I was going to work on 18 Moses as well, but I was running out of spray paint, so I just prioritised Gan himself.
I'm a little surprised that a man of your pedigree in the hobby doesn't have Gan already, to be honest.
Yeah, it's an army I've never actually taken or used. Played against them a few times, but yeah, with axes, without axes.
I'm sure we'll get to the axes. We'll get to the axes later, I'm sure.
But yeah, I've never actually used Gan. But
well, that must be quite a rare thing, isn't it, for you? I would have thought.
There's a few armies I've not used, but I've been working down that list because that's also on my paint table. Is a pile of Harad and Corsairs of Umbar for doing an Umbar army.
Oh, very cool. Tonight, Garn is getting his moment in the Chris Murphy spotlight, is he?
Yes.
Very cool, very cool. Lovely to hear it. And to help you through and sustain you?
I have a cup of tea as seen in a BSIME mug.
Love to see
it. A glass of water to keep hydrated, and also topping up paint water, and a can of beer.
Can of beer. Is that a Moroccan beer you've got there?
Fuck off.
What, sorry? It's alright.
No, it's a Spanish beer.
It's a Spanish beer, okay. I thought it might have been Brazilian. Yeah, I don't
know. That'll be next week.
Wonderful stuff.
And no snacks at the moment because I've just finished my dinner.
Yeah, can you tell the people about your dinner? Because we might have some international viewers who would need to have it translated, I think.
It was a spicy haggis supper from the chip shop.
A spicy haggis supper from the chip shop.
Normal haggis has a bit of spice, but it's a bit spicier.
I like the idea that there's an American out there who doesn't understand any of those words.
We'll be able to get it soon. Haggis has now been legalised in Boston.
Oh, right.
Thanks to the Scottish fans.
Sorry, I thought you meant because there was going to be soon a bunch of Scottish people out there that wouldn't have anything to do other than sell food.
Well, they did such a good job drinking. They had to eat something, and they found out there's no haggis, but now haggis is allowed.
That's amazing. That's your gift this year. Incredible.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. The chip shop being the I don't know how can you explain the chip shop without using the word chip shop or chippies? It's where you buy fish
sells
and chips,
French fries and other fried food.
Absolutely, British institution.
Well, a Scottish chip shop has a few more extras than you would find in an English chip shop.
A few more deep fried extras.
Yes. It's all good cuisine should be deep fried.
Very nice, very nice, very nice. So you said yet. So do you foresee some snacks in your future?
I will raid the cupboards at some later point to see what there is. Although shopping day's tomorrow, so it may be a bit sparse.
And you had did I get that right? Was it just tea and beer?
Tea, beer, and water.
Tea, beer, and water. Because you're a triple threat.
Good to stay hydrated.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important. Because I too, I've joined you. I'm joining you. So I too have my tea. You know.
In a classy mug.
BSIME regulars will recognise the leaf curtains, the well-loved leaf curtains. I'm in Tringham at Mum's tonight, and of course we have everyone's favourite saucy bell mug. She's in Boston, all the right places, and she's excited about the fact that someday her beast will come. Lovely mug for children. I've also got a beer ready because it's Saturday night. Why not? And I've gone with a pop. I've gone with a can of pop because I can here because my mum keeps coking, so it's like a bit of a treat when I get here.
Pop, such an English word.
Well, quite. And I've got a very exciting stream snack that I've never seen before, and I found myself in a petrol station yesterday where they have a fine selection of chocolate, and I was like, oh my god, what's that? I'll get it. You know what it is? A salted caramel pretzel Yorkie.
That's a lot of words.
Sounds good though, right?
What colour of wrapping does it come in?
It's like turquoise.
Ooh.
Yeah. Do you know where it is?
Twickenham.
I'm so angry.
Don't worry, Emma will send you a video of her eating it.
She's here. She's here. There's
All
no,
right.
there's no chance. It's safe. It's safe. It's in the fridge in Twickenham, and I'm gutted because I was really excited about trying out some new chocolate on the
It's
street.
not like you leaving chocolate in the fridge and forgetting about it.
No, yeah, quite. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so devastatingly, I then had to. Thankfully, Mother does keep a kind of well-stocked cupboard, so I've stolen a Kit Kat Chunky, which I haven't had in ages.
Classic.
And I've got some chocolate hobnobs,
Ooh.
which she was keeping in the fridge, and I thought that was insane because they were biscuits. And I know it's the chocolate to keep the chocolate cold, and I've tried them, and they're damn good.
Chilled biscuits. What?
Chilled chocolate, but it probably wouldn't work just with digestives, but chilled chocolate biscuits from the fridge.
I suppose you have to make those sort of adjustments to your life when you live that close to the equator.
You have no idea what it's like down here, man. No idea.
I do. I go down and wear fancy dress sometimes.
So there we go. And I've got Garn. I've been working on Garn. I've been getting back on the hobby train. I've now painted 3 models this year. Check me out. And he is in the whip thread actually, but I'll just show you. Look, here's my Garn. He's coming along. He was a magazine Garn, ripped fresh from the magazine, ripped fresh from his little paper. Very excited.
Was it red or white paper?
It was
that
white.
Seemed to have been...
It was white. I thought they were all white, but rumor is people have had some red ones, right? You think maybe there might be
maybe the rarer.
Yeah,
limited edition.
Maybe the white one's rare and I shouldn't have opened it. But in all honesty, I'm down here for just one evening and I've got no time to paint tomorrow, and I just could not be asked to bring all my paints down, given that I've probably got about an hour's hobby time on this stream. You know, I couldn't be asked. So the rule is, if I'm ever not on theme, despite the fact that kind of animal theme I'm working on, I have to work on something for my BSIME Gondor army, right? So I brought some models to clean up and assemble. So check out these bad boys. I've got the 2 Minas Tirith command sets that were on the made to order.
Ooh.
One of which I would suggest is significantly rarer than the other, right? I think those are that's the rare captain, isn't it? That's the slightly rare captain.
And the common banner.
Yeah, and that's the slightly rare banner.
Yes.
I don't mean like rare, obviously they've been available, but it's the non-finecast ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's cool. And I've also got pour one out for Amborn and Mablung. Dear Sweet Legacies. And I've also got a Gondor Avenger Bolt Thrower.
Ooh.
Which I think that's not Legacy, is it? That's Armies Middle Earth. I think that's survived somehow.
Ooh. I think it has.
I think it survived.
I think it's survived because does it appear in the... No, it doesn't appear in the film.
No, absolutely not. but yes, I've got those, and I've got my knife, and I've got some files, so I'm just doing a bit of cleaning up. And I'm going to give the teasiest of teases, because I'm trying to look on the bright side of life. And I'm going to be optimistic. And this might form the start of a Throne of Skulls project. If Throne of Skulls happens. Which it doesn't particularly look like it will. But I decided when I had to bring some models down, it was that combo going, oh, I normally work on some Minas Tirith stuff if I'm not on theme, and I might need some of these models in the future. So there we go. That's us. So, yeah, thanks for joining us on this fine Saturday. Get stuck in, get comfy, get your snacks, get your models. What have we got planned for tonight, Chris? What should we talk about? What are we going to do?
We could read through the comments, I suppose. We could maybe talk about the magazine.
What do you think of the magazine?
Well, I had to make a confession. I thought I had the magazine as a Butterfield set and discovered 5 minutes before stream looking for the magazine that I don't actually own the magazine. Well, I might do. It might be in the pile of junk behind me.
Now, a cynic in me would say, if, hypothetically speaking, you discovered this at, I don't know, about 5 to 8, perhaps you hadn't done the necessary reading in advance.
Maybe.
I've got no issue with you finding out you don't have the magazine, you know, a few days ago. But finding it out you don't have it at 5 to 8 seems suspicious to me.
It's been a busy week.
So you're going to have a kind of watch along and a read along with the punters, right?
Yeah, it's better that way.
Wonderful, yeah, absolutely. I'll co-host with you, but I'm not missing out on watching the magazine. Is that it? Cool. So yes, we will. Well, certainly I will have a look through issue 89. And issue 89, Chris, can you believe it? This is
close to that
probably
100.
Yeah. There is there's 2 left after this one, so it's fair to say this is probably your last stream hosting a magazine. We are going to keep them going through the supplements and that, but it'll be your last one. Look, you know, potentially you've lost a chance as well because you haven't looked through the magazine. But this is your last stream. Is there anything, any final reflections from you in a broad sense of like as we get to the end of this journey? This because you know by the next time you're on here, we'll be looking at some supplement or something. I imagine. Any final thoughts?
As not a subscriber to the magazine when it first came out, and almost slightly opposed because I worked at the Games Workshop at the time, and everybody came in with the new models attached to the magazine rather than buy them in the shop. There's a lot more quality in these magazines than I actually thought when they first came out.
That's an interesting insight. Do you think overall as a series they're better than you thought they were?
Yes.
I agree. I agree with that entirely, actually.
Although I do love some of the step-by-step instructions of how to go about things.
Oh, don't we all? They've brought us a great amount of joy over the last 6 years. I think it's fair to say. Fun fact: I was at a conference yesterday. Nothing to do with wargaming, right? It was a video games conference, and I managed to work some of my research in by looking at some stuff from Shadow of War and some stuff from the Return of the King game. So I was able to basically, this is what you kind of do in academia. You have your own research, and then you find conferences, and you kind of go, oh, I can twist my stuff and get that in there and go and present. So I was doing it, and I brought it around. I made it about gaming, so I had it about tabletop gaming, and I had one part. I brought up the mags, all the battle games in Middle Earth, and at the end when it's like kind of time for questions, a guy put his hand up and went, I just wanted to say, before we get anywhere near your talk, thank you for showing those magazines. And he went, they were absolutely formative for me. And he was like, I collected those when I was a kid. I haven't thought about them in 20 years, and they're somewhere in my mum's attic, and now I want to go and get them all out. And it was like a super secret hidden wargamer in this conference. That like, and they're out there, man. These magazines, they've kind of helped an awful lot of people. Did you tell him that
you've got a YouTube channel for him?
You know what? Well, he said, for all I know, he's watching. He asked. He did ask, and I said you're joining late. We're at episode 80. We're at issue 89, but we're on tomorrow night if you want to watch it. But yeah, I thought that was so funny that like it wasn't a wargaming conference. It wasn't a Middle Earth conference. It was just a dude sitting there who had collected these magazines when he was a kid. Kind of made me smile. Was there everywhere? So they're better. That's your summary, is it? They're better than you thought.
Yes.
Very, very cool. Any I'm basically just trying to make my job easier in a few weeks. Any standout favourites? Have you had a highlight of an issue or anything?
Not like I'm trying to think.
I mean, the answer can be no.
Yeah, nothing stands out to me.
Fair enough.
At the moment.
Maybe it's this one.
It could be.
It's a pretty good issue. Spoilers. So yeah, we are going to have a look through that, and we're going to have a chat through this that focuses on the Woses, and also it's deep dive time, baby. We've got a deep dive into the Woses and Gambari Gan with some good stuff, I think. So we'll be having a nice story time with Damien, where we kind of look at some of the stuff that's in the book that you know, and then digging up into some of the deeper cuts as we chat all things Woses. And that's our plan. Chat Woses, look at a magazine, eat some snacks, do some hobby, and hang out on this fine Saturday night. Sound good to you?
Sounds good to me.
Would you care to jump in the chat and see if anyone's out there and if they agree with our agenda?
I hope somebody's out there, otherwise.
I believe 27 people are out there.
Right, let's have a look. So it starts off with everybody's favourite Canadian singer, Michael Bublé, with an evening all. And then a Chris Cooper SBG, evening fellas. A Joe Holzman, good evening everyone. A Ryan Pickering, good evening everyone. A Chris Murphy, evening all, who's co-hosting tonight. That's Damien, he's co-hosting. James Wilson, evening everyone. A Mark Tree, hello peeps. Joe Holzman replied to me, one of my top 5 Scots.
Oh, do you have a list of top 5 Scots?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who else is in that list.
Oh, sorry, Joe said you were your top.
Yeah.
Right, I thought it was
my top 5 Scots.
Yeah, do you have a top 5 Scots?
Me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. Just top
it?
1. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Not Grant Hanley after last night. He's out top 5. Ricky Drinks Paint. Good evening, everyone from the sunny Isle of Wight.
Oh, Isle of Wight. We love it.
Never been.
It's good. You should go.
Has it got barrows?
Barrows? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I get it. Probably. I haven't been. I reckon I might wheel barrows probably. I reckon.
Okay. I'll accept that.
Good there.
I would take a picture of a wheelbarrow if I saw one on the Isle of Wight.
I try and take a picture of a wheelbarrow whenever I see one. I love a wheelbarrow.
Good evening, one and all, from Michael Haskell.
Whee.
Hello, all from a sunny Yorkshire, from Andy Clark. Good evening, all, from Sam Page. Ben Watson, 1609. Evening, all. First time catching one of these live after watching on catch up for about 6 months now. Looking forward to it.
Ben Watson, I didn't recognise that as a name. I'd love to have you, man.
Welcome.
That sounds like we have a 6-month probation. He's like, I'll give these guys 6 months, on catch up, and then this is all right.
And he decides to catch us live after 6 months of.
Lovely to have you, man. Do we know you, Ben? Right, let us know. And this is, as always, my favourite section where he goes, yeah, I know you deeply, and we meet and we're good friends. But,
we've had dinner together.
Yeah,
absolutely. James Wilson, sunny here in Essex. 2 seems to be sunny everywhere. I can confirm it's sunny here in Scotland.
Sunny here.
Cerulean Dave, lads.
That's the spirit.
Joe Holzman, can't tell you if it's sunny in Devon or not, as I've not looked outside. It's bloody warm though.
Not looked outside?
Like, look outside, Joe.
I
feel like it's good for you.
At 8:30 PM, you feel like you should have been out a window at some point.
James Wilson, Scorchio. Sam Page. So this must be when gone live. Damien Very Quiet. Blah blah. James Wilson, we can see you and hear you, and it's Saturday, Damien, not Friday.
Did I say it was Friday?
I don't think. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to look at watch on catch up.
Wilson rarely lies, so I'm going to believe him. I can only apologise. I kind of wish it was Friday, if I'm honest. But it is Saturday.
Chris Cooper saying, evening fellas, hope you're both well. I am. Teen Spirit, that's Sam Huddy.
Yeah.
Whoa, it's only 2010. Why have we started already?
I think that's...
Because we're wizards and we started exactly when we mean to.
Right.
Joe Holzman, if you're under 16. I'm not sure what that refers to, but we'll...
Thankfully
it then goes on to rimming a woes. Yeah, we'll leave that there. Sam Huddy, also feeling very smug with my sweepstake team, Netherlands, after that game. Chris Cooper, good news for everyone today. I've been informed that James Griffin will not be entering the dice draw tonight.
Oh, did he win the last one, I think? Is that right? Oh, I also think... Is this right? I remember the chat about this. I might get the numbers wrong. I have a feeling James might have entered twice and won both of them.
Oof.
I think it's something like that. So he might have the best record of anyone. Percentage record.
Yeah.
Might well correct. Someone will correct me. I think. Not sure if Jack Brown will be in, but he's the man with the stats as well, so he'll be able to help us.
Joe's Holzman clarifying these two previous comments are comments on Drew responding to different things. So you say, Joe, so you say. Julian Hammond, first time joining for a while. Ganburigan in progress. Surprised he hasn't got a Ganburigan, considering he's a lover of all.
To go with his Rohan friends.
Yeah. Chris Cooper, I don't need a Gan. I don't own any Wozies. I do not plan on taking them ever in a force. Well, beyond my pipe dream of playing every faction in the game at least once, but that's never going to happen. And?
So I
hope you're still painting there.
Yeah, I was going to say, hopefully that ends with, but I'm painting him anyway. That's exactly how I feel. I don't own any. You said you got the box, right?
And extras. I think I've got 18 Wozies.
That you can't use. We were, who knows when we'll get to it, but there was a very awkward political thing, wasn't there? When it wasn't this edition. I think it was like the last edition where they released, where Garn you could only ever have 15, right? Garn was Valor, and he could lead 15, and they sold them in a box of 12.
Yep, and you had to take 15.
And you had to take 15, did you?
You had to take 15, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And so then the only way to possibly use it was, I don't know, coordinate 4 friends together. And
there's another Gan.
But yeah, I remember that caused I don't know, I think it's a legitimate complaint, but that was one of those slightly disproportionate, you know, like the amount of people raging about that was significantly higher than the number of people that would ever use Wozes.
Yes.
Yeah, it was one of those, wasn't it? Like the internet was very angry about that for a while. But has that been fixed? Is he? I can't actually remember the rules.
You can take loads of Wozes now, I think. Rohan heroes can lead Wozes, so you could have hundreds of Wozes.
I planned ahead, like you read about that. I didn't bring the book, but I did snap the Legendary Legion. So I have it here. So in here, the rules are: you have to contain Theoden, you have to contain Ganburigan and a warband of at least 12. But that's it. So that means, because the normal rules, that Rohan heroes can lead them, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. I hadn't really twigged that, because it's like most people on Earth, I hadn't remotely looked at this list. And yeah, there's nothing in the special rules about them or anything. So unlimited Wozes now, right?
Near enough, yeah.
And
that's a lot of spare Ganburigans.
But they're on sale, right? They're still there, aren't they? It's a box of 12, isn't it? I think.
Oh, let's have a look.
I think
something else.
We'd like to send some people out into the world to buy some Wozes tonight, right? I like to think sometimes these streams kind of turn people around on things they hadn't looked at before, and maybe think, oh, I might give that a go. I feel I've got a kind of good vibe about the deep dive tonight. It reminds me of the Bombadil one. I think there's going to be...
I was present for the Bombadil one, so...
Yeah, I think there might be some people kind of going, I don't really care about Wozes. That maybe changing minds on battle streams by the end of tonight, going, it was pretty cool.
So they've made some changes to the Woz box that is available online only. It's now a 16 model box.
15 plus Garn?
Yes.
Right, okay.
For £69.50 of your finest British pound.
£69.50.
Yeah.
That's so cheap.
Buy 2.
It's probably not that bad, is it, for metal model? You just think, you're getting 16 models, right? But they're diddly guys, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, Wozes are available. Let's sell them out. Let's sell them out today. Let's buy Wozes. Let's confuse the stock checkers at Games Workshop knowing.
Right.
Like the subplot of the new Jurassic World film. There's been an unexpected uptick in the Woz buying community.
I don't know if you've seen Channel 4 posted on Facebook saying, we want to play a prank on the guys that do the ratings, so I know we don't have the World Cup games, but if during the breaks you want to switch on to Channel 4 to cause some unusual spikes, we still exist over here and the simulator worked.
Oh, I like it.
Right, so where was I? Chris Cooper, hopefully he is painting again and come down to that. James Wilson, I'm gone without tonight.
That's good. First gone pun.
Trying to finish the remaining Rohirrim on my first Fords of Eisen warband.
That's kind of down
Fords of Eisen, you want past the Druedain?
Well, did he say Fords of Eisen?
Yes.
Well, I don't want to drop some truth bombs already, but Fords of Eisen might not be as bereft of woes as you think.
Were they hiding in the water?
Yeah, just say James Wilson, and you might have cause to buy some woes.
Chris Cooper, but I did go on eBay last week and buy a GAN.
Oh, that's something.
Bet your donkey I did.
Oh, is that going to be the end to his last comment, do you think? I think that's the second part.
He put it in the second part.
Glorious, that's what we wanted. That's what we need.
Well done, Chris.
Yeah.
Joe Holzman, pre-Watershed as well, shaming you, Mr. Murfitt.
Yeah, you were pretty naughty pretty early.
That happens with me. Watch it back after Watershed then, make you feel better. I was about to swear again, but I decided not to. Chris Cooper, I asked Baldrick from Blackadder if he'd be in theme tonight, and he replied, I have a cunning GAN.
Hey! Did you see the interview with Mute, the tennis player at Queen's?
As not being English and your
but
lookalike
it concerns
not being
swearing.
involved anymore.
It concerns
Did it involve swearing?
So given you're Scottish, I thought it'd be right up your street. I assumed it would have.
Oh, I'll need to watch it again.
This is glorious and terrible, children. But I can't actually. I'm not willing to say it on here as much as he did. But he swears right accidentally. So he's won a tennis match. It was this week at Queen's. He swears accidentally. He goes, and I was just like, oh. And they go, oh no. He goes, Quentin, you can't. We're live on the BBC in the daytime. You can't swear. And he says, what word should we? Let's say the word was duck. And he goes, oh, okay. And they went, so are you happy to be free to the next round? And he goes, duck, 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 like that, like. And she goes, no, she can't. No, you can't swear, please. You can't do that. It's live. We've got children in the audience. There are children watching at home. Please don't swear. And he goes, okay, I'm sorry. So yeah, through to the quarterfinals for the first time. What's your approach? And he goes, duck, 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 down the microphone again. And she goes, no. And she goes, right, that's it. No, okay, sorry, that's it. Quentin, thank you. We'll see you. We'll try and be better for the next round. And he's been fined 40 grand. And it was like I've never seen anything like it. Like proper willful. I'm just gonna swear live to wind you up. And it's like cost him 40 grand. Like,
What's the price pot for Queens?
He won. I think so. I think it was $40,000, and I believe he's for getting where it is. He's going to have about 100 quid. It's something like he's been fined 32 grand UK, and he won like 32,200 or something. It's basically his entire winnings for the.
At least to get some coverage.
Yeah, it's just insane, man. But yeah, I thought you'd enjoy
that. Right, where are we? Cyber Squig, good evening.
Cyber Squig?
Yeah.
Not sure I recognise that one.
Sam Huddy, it seems the best Scottish diplomacy happens in football tournaments. The Germans loved them after Euro 24. That is correct. Cerulean Dave, classic Scots arrive in the US. Where's the haggis? Where's the iron brew? Get a cone in that statue's head. All good statues should have a cone on their head. There is a Glasgow Middle Earth group, and their logo is a Gandalf instead of a wizard's hat. It's a traffic cone.
Such a beautiful culture.
It is. Steiner Carlson, good morning and good evening, everyone.
That is, for your benefit, 6 years in, I'm happy to confirm that is Steiner, I believe.
Steiner Carlson, my apologies.
Well, I've been saying it wrong for years and years, but I believe so.
Sam Huddy, speaking of cones, it popped up on Facebook with a picture of a cone on top of a Bostonian streetlight caption. How is that even possible? Everything's possible if you give Scots enough alcohol. James Wilson, love haggis. Unfairly reviled because it is, but it tastes lovely. What's wrong with sheep lungs and intestines and all the rest? That's the best bits. Chris Cooper, there will be a generation of ginger kids in Boston in years to come named Archie and Scott. I did see a post of somebody like who all wants to visit Scotland now on an American forum, and the reply was a lot of ladies in America in about 9 months' time. Sam Huddy, try your hobnob with some peanut butter on it. Please don't miss out the hob as it changes the context completely.
Yeah, I could see that. I'm not a huge peanut butter fan. It's big in the family. All the kids like it, and Emma likes it. I'm not huge on it, but I could give that a go. I think I could give that a try.
I'd try that. I do enjoy peanut butter. Andy Clark, 520. Love haggis. Was the spicy chippy one deep fried? Of course.
I don't think you mentioned it was deep fried haggis, isn't
it? It is now jumped.
That's what it does.
Chris Cooper, I heard a really sweet story that the Tartan Army visited a children's hospital waving the phone lights for the kiddies, and someone bought some bagpipes to play for them. They haven't suffered enough. They needed some bagpipes to...
that's surprisingly endearing, isn't
it? They've done quite a lot. There's been... Yeah, the Tartan Army, whenever they travel, donate to local charities and things like that.
Oh, that's lovely.
I think.
Happy Saturday. Tea's gone. It's beer o'clock.
Oh, in that case, let's open up. Chris Cooper, haven't those poor kiddies suffered enough?
I'm currently trying to. I'm at the early stages of assembling an Avenger bolt thrower, and the first stage in assembling an Avenger bolt thrower is cutting it off.
You have to say Avengers Assemble.
Is cutting it off a fine cast sprue, right?
That's like the worst thing in the world.
And I mean, you tell me, one of these 3 strips is part of the machine. You see those 3 sticks? And you see how they all look the same? One of those you have to keep.
Is it not cut halfway? Does it not like where it curves? Does it not stop there?
No, exactly. So you would have chopped that off. You would have had. Do you know what? I might be able to. Can I? Might be able to go in.
I've only got metal Avenger bolt throwers, and I'm sort of glad of it.
Yeah, simpler times, right? Oh, there we go.
Oh.
So this piece here. Can you see?
Oh, I can see the wood.
Can you see the wood grain on that front one?
Yeah.
You see how that looks an awful lot like the 2 pieces of flash below it, and really quite a lot like this bar as well. And trying to work out on this what is key parts of machinery and what is flash is no fun.
It's like I don't mind like the bubbles and all that with fine cast. It was terrible when it first came out, but it's a lot better now. What I hate is how the sprues are cast with all the random splashes and undercuts.
Well, the quality's alright because this is pretty well made and pretty straight, and this bit wasn't too bad. Again, similar thing of trying to work out when you have to chop it off here, like really trying to work out where the bow ends. But I'm not gonna lie, I've put this bit down a couple of times, trying to work out, like, is that part of it? Do you think? Do you think this groove here is part of it? I feel like it's.
I don't think the grooves are.
I think it's meant to end
flat.
there.
Yeah, because that's the bit that's close to the base to hold it. Is it?
I don't know, and I think that's meant to end here. And of course, the real joy of this is. Do you want to see the instructions for the Avenger bolt thrower?
That's all you need.
Yeah, exactly. So it's, join me on this journey of misery. It kind of feels like going back in time a bit, to pieces like this, right after the plastic kits in a billion pieces with incredibly detailed descriptions, and to now go back to a time of very small number of pieces with no instructions.
Oh, I've been slowly building the Gundabad troll catapult.
Oh yeah, how's that?
Well, it was going well until I realised that I glued one piece in the wrong way round, so the one half didn't fit, so I had to pull apart the catapult base.
A piece of the catapult?
Yeah, like the frame bit. I was like, because you can't really tell. The pictures go, it's this piece. So you're like, what piece is that? Which random bit of wood-looking sprue is to be glued in there? I think it's this one. And then, yeah, I got it the wrong way around. I didn't think it made the difference, but it does make a difference about 20 steps later.
Yeah, that's how they get you. Yeah. Oh, I've got away with it. You haven't got away with it.
Yeah, so I'll need to go back to that at some point.
Are you building that for anything in particular? Is that a catapult in your life?
It's a birthday present to myself. Yeah. It's a cool kit. You need to clear the backlog.
You got to clear that. Still only counts as one, though.
That's true. And yeah, I was just bored one day and I thought, you know what, I'll start building that. No plans to use it anytime soon. Not until the random wheel gets me there. Don't know if I told you that, but for all tournaments I'm attending this year, I have been putting all of the available army lists into a random wheel generator and picking out 3 and picking an army I've never used before.
You've not told me that.
Yeah.
What, putting the army list, as in the parts of the Druedain, the army list titles?
Yep.
Right. Every
single one, spin the wheel 3 times and then choose one of them. Preferably one that I've not used at a tournament before.
And you get to make the final choice of the 3?
Yes.
All right.
So I'm not left with, because some tournaments there's fixed scenarios and you don't want something like the Black Riders. If it's objective-based scenarios.
You're doing it all in the name of fun as long as it doesn't impact your ability to win.
No, I'm currently doing Umbar. I've done, Reclamation of Moria. I've done, Numenor. In a tournament that every one had banners.
I wouldn't have thought there's that many that you hadn't used, though, to be honest.
Well, in the new edition there's quite a few.
I suppose. Yeah.
List, but yeah. I used most of them in some shape or form in the previous edition, but yeah. There's a few armies I've not had painted up, but I'm getting there to painting new things up, so that's why I'm currently painting Umbar, or will be. Right, where were we in the chat? Joe Holzman, my stream snack digestives have been in my bedroom for a fortnight and as a result are slightly melty. I hope they're chocolate ones rather than actual normal digestives.
They shouldn't melt.
James Wilson, I'm sure I read somewhere that bad quotes were invented for psychological warfare.
Bad quotes?
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
I'm not sure either.
That's good. Thank you for that fact.
Joe Holzman, my GAN is a mag GAN. It was opened and primed last year though, so I don't recall what colour backing it had.
Fair enough.
James Wilson, bagpipes, not bad quotes.
Oh, I see.
Right, okay.
So reread this quote.
I'm sure I read somewhere that bagpipes were invented for psychological warfare.
Right, that makes more sense. That's a hell of a typo.
Chris Cooper, bolt throwers is indeed in armies. That must be armies of Middle Earth. Sam Huddy was confused by the context, James. I assumed it was a joke I wasn't getting. Chris Cooper, Larry uses his quotes as psychological warfare. It actually says bad quotes, but I'll just say his quotes. Joe Holzman, he's went to Chris Cooper, it's in 4 armies in fact. And then he's correct to say in armies of Middle Earth. Michael Haskell, I spent several years being in hotels during the working week in Sunderland. A cooked breakfast every day was not a good idea. Every so often I did, and when in Scotland I would have haggis, which I liked. You should always have haggis for your breakfast.
And your lunch?
I have, on occasion, had haggis for breakfast, lunch and dinner.
You should make a documentary.
More than one occasion.
You make a documentary called Super Scott Me. Where you die at the end. Because I haggis 3 times a day and got really ill.
It wasn't all deep fried, some of them were just pan fried.
And at the end of it everyone goes, yeah, of course you did. Thank you for that. Anyway, I'm going to go and get a Big Mac.
No, you're better getting like a Caledonian burger where it's a burger with haggis on top.
Burger with haggis on top.
Yeah.
Do you think does that genuinely help? Do you think like just adding haggis to anything?
Yeah.
Do you think it makes it better?
Yeah. Genuinely, yes. Where were we? Sam Huddy, that's a point for the bingo square about reading a mag for a stream. What do we do once we run out of mags? You have to read the full supplement.
Well, that'll be next year's bingo stream, right? So it'll be a question for next year. But yeah, well, but I want to keep some. I will keep some of the magazine stuff in there. Surely, I think like the terrain guide making stuff. I think we'd still want to keep in touch with the mags, even when they sail off into the sunset.
Because if you need to, otherwise the name of the channel doesn't make sense.
Yeah, battle supplements in Middle Earth just won't make any sense.
That sounds like something that'd be sponsoring videos.
It's also I just realised before some arsehole in the chat points out to me, I've changed the one word that would be the only word we should keep. You know, it's like to keep the streams bit. Let's get rid of the battle in Middle Earth bit, right? That's the bit. Oh, I've renamed it after the supplements. Battle supplements Middle Earth. No, idiot. It should be supplement streams or something in Middle Earth. Middle Earth supplement stream. Yeah, not change the title. We can't change the title now. We're BSIME for life, mate.
Do we chest pump for that? Right. Sam Huddy, did you tell the secret wargamer that sometimes we have the Chris Murphy guest hosting?
Oh, I didn't tell him that, no. I thought that would be a nice surprise for him.
Joe Holzman, the secret wargamer, sounds like a Steve Crow persona. May he rest in peace.
Not dead.
Joe Holzman says, may he rest in peace as well. Top 5 Scots from Joe Holzman.
Oh,
John McGinn.
Who? John
Cameron
McGinn?
Gillan. Yep.
Yeah.
That's because he's an Aston Villa fan.
Yeah.
Cameron Gillan also makes the list. Sunlight's overrated. I'm ginger. I make my own vitamin D.
Was he just done 2?
It looks like it.
So
I'm in there, so that's 3.
he could only find 2. Karen Gillan's a great shot. Andy Murray, he's got to be in there. Great Scott.
That's true. Billy Connolly.
Doc Brown. Huh?
Yeah, I think that's it. Right. It was about not having a Facebook account. It was satire.
Sorry?
Yeah, he's put it's not. It was about not having a Facebook account.
16.
Yeah, it was satire.
That's
Okay.
alright. That's good.
Is that not like a creature with hoofs?
I had a brief meander. I had an unexpected movie night with Charlotte last night because Liv fell asleep. So I was like, oh, well, we don't have to pander to the little one now. We can choose what to want. And she went, without a hesitation, she went, can we watch Back to the Future 2? I was like, yes. Brilliant. And she saw Back to the Future about 2 weeks ago for the first time. Loved it. And I swear to God, without prompting, she went, we have to find out what needs to be done about their kids. Which is, of course, that's the last line from the Back to the Future 1. And I was like, oh. So we sat down last night and watched Back to the Future 2 at her choice. And I was like, this is amazing, because I think this is a hugely cultural significant film that you should see, and you've chosen to watch this, and that you want to watch it, having seen the first one, because it stands up so well. And then she loved it. And I Back to the Future, I think, is.
Did she ask, is there any more?
Well, there's a trailer. There's a trailer, of course. At the end of the second one, you get the trailer for the third one, because they were the first films ever to be shot back to back. And so in the cinemas, I remember seeing it. I didn't see the first Back to the Future in cinema, but I saw the second one. I remember seeing the trailer and go, "Oh my God, this is so exciting!" And I don't think it's ever happened again. I don't think, have we had a trailer for the next instalment at the end of a film in the cinemas? I don't think so. And I think Back to the Future is as close to a perfect film as anyone could ever make. Maybe Jaws, but Back to the Future is up there, and the second one is brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and the third one's fantastic. I genuinely think, and I know on this stream this might be controversial. This is some clickbait hot take stuff. I think Back to the Future is the greatest movie trilogy ever made. I do. I think it's the most perfect movie trilogy. Are you gonna pander to the audience?
I'll pander to the audience. It's Kung Fu Panda, of course.
Oh, that is some good pandering to the audience. Oh, lovely. No, I mean Lord of the Rings is up there, but yeah, I think Back to the Future. I just think it's magnificent, and the whole thing doesn't the whole thing take a week? I think the whole thing, because it feels like it's huge, but I think the whole thing actually lasts about a week or something.
That's the advantage of time travel.
Absolutely. But yeah, there we go. I had a lovely evening. Back to the Future 2. Great stuff.
Right. Ben Watson, thank you for the welcome. I'm new to the community, got back into the hobby last year after picking up old models from my parents.
Oh.
And BSIME keeping me motivated to paint.
Oh, very happy to hear it, man. Hopefully see you at an event sometime.
Yes. Highly recommend events. Joe Holzman, they come in a box of 15 now.
Oh.
I bought the box with 12 in Gan when they went on Last Chance to Buy. They later brought it back with 15. I remember the days when we used to sell out products on the Warhammer web store.
Yeah, that was like early BSIME, like issue 10 to 30. It happened a bunch of times and we sold out the web store. It was cool.
Ryan Pickering, same Joe. Teen Spirit, 2 Gans and 14 Moses. I think that must be the box of 15.
He's saying what the 16 Can you imagine?
Ryan Pickering, didn't they just come back into stock on the website recently? They must be looking ahead to see what we're doing on BSIME.
Gotta get stocked up for that big B-side rush.
James Wilson, do you get an extra entry in the dice draw tonight if you buy a box of Moses tonight?
I don't think we can pay to win the dice draw.
No.
Remember, you do have the option, Chris, as guest host. You have the power to assign a
bonus.
There is a pretty obvious one tonight, actually.
Photographs of people dressed up as a woz.
That's not what I was going for, but sure.
There's Tom Smith.
Yeah, well, as threatened in the supply teacher thread, Tom Macklin has his outfit there, right? He won it in a raffle.
I'd give him 3 entries for that.
Oh dear.
Because you probably see 3 entries in a knife.
There is. You might not necessarily. I mean, it's up to you. We're slightly jumping ahead here, but you might not necessarily associate them with the Woses. But the scenery article in here is traps. Making traps, and the Woses lay traps. They're kind of like we'll talk about them later. They're kind of like Hobbit traps on crack, basically. But it's entirely up to you. But there are. It feels like the sort of thing we could be making tonight on the stream. What do you reckon?
I'm up for that.
Yeah. So the choice
might be a trap, but I'm happy to go into it.
As I said, I won't read through it, but there is spikes, just spikes on the ground. You know what? I'll switch cam again, and we can have a little mag preview. And you can determine, Chris, if you think these are all eligible or if some of these are too easy. All right, but you can have spikes on the ground. Where are we? Is that there we go? So spikes.
Yep.
Coming out the ground. You can also have a spiked pit.
Ooh.
Yeah. You can also have a tripwire. And apparently, look, heather. Use coloured flock to represent patches of heather. I don't need no heather, and if I did, I would just pick some. It's free. It's growing on the ground. We can have a man trap. So what?
You always need heather.
Little man trap here. I think this is like a bent over tree that then pings you up into the air. You can have a snare trap. Like a weighted thing hanging off. There's like a loopy snare on the floor that then somehow this thing drops.
You don't notice the giant log hanging from a tree.
The explosive trap. The Woses put bombs. There's a sprung snare, this is a huge spoiler. Alternative approaches. You put an Uruk in a tree. It's pretty cool. This is one of these after it's gone off. The thing's dropped and he's hanging upside in a tree. It's pretty cool. Then a steel man trap. One of those things. And a poisoned water hole. And a covered spiked pit. So loads of fun stuff in there. What do you reckon?
I'm happy for any of them.
Yeah. So we're allowing anyone who makes a trap marker.
What size markers are they, actually?
I believe it recommends 40 mil. The spikes, is it there? Approximately 1 3/4 inches. The large round bases used for cavalry models make ideal templates for this.
Yep. So if it's on a cav base.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if you make a trap marker and you're working on a woes, you get 2 entries into the dice drawer tonight. And if you don't have a woes and you make a trap marker, you get an entry. Pretty cool.
I'm fine with that.
I reckon we'll get a few of those. I reckon we'll get some trap markers. I reckon there are hobbyists out there right now going, I've got some flock and some sticks and a couple of hours.
I'm looking to have a spare cavalry base.
You what?
I'm looking to have a spare cavalry base kicking about.
Well, I've got this spare cavalry base because I thought I was going to make something out of this, but it turns out what I've got is a series of arbitrary pieces of sprue and a spare 40 mil cav base, so I could make one.
I've only had some sprues to make some spikes out of.
I'm going to chop up this Avenger bolt thrower and make a spiked pit. That's the sort of thing that Steve would have done, God rest his soul. He's not dead.
So, no, James, you don't get an extra draw if you buy Wosies, but you can have an extra entry if you stick some things on a cavalry base, and of course it's just jumped.
Stick some things on a cavalry base. Sounds incredibly dismissive to the art of making traps, Chris.
But that's model building, to stick some things to a base.
Also, this for Finecast, this bow with string completely fine. No breakages in that.
That's a Finecast.
Hey.
Joe Holzman, I'm disappointed you haven't yet stolen Frederick's excellent pun from the Hobby Bingo stream where he pointed out this is a Gans and Moses stream.
Oh yeah, we talked about stealing that on that bingo stream, and then I said I wouldn't do that, and it was I couldn't do that to him, but it needs to be credited. Is that not the best pun ever? That this is a Garns and Woes' stream. No.
No.
I thought Guns and Woes was very funny indeed. No. Oh, sorry.
Okay, now you said it again.
Oh, did you not get it?
No.
Yeah. See, now you're laughing, aren't you?
Guns and Moses.
Guns and Woes.
Yes.
It's good, right? So yeah,
Yes.
Frederick Schultz gets the credit for that one. Incredible stuff.
I'll give him a little round of applause. What time's Watershed?
9 p.m.
We're alive, please don't say fucker bugger, says Sam Huddy.
That's a shame.
I just saw that just as we finished. Joe Holzman, £40,000, he really ducked himself. Ricky drinks paint, haha, worth every penny, beep the BBC. Michael Haskell just bought a box of Wosies I was going to at some point, so might as well do it now.
Hey, he just bought them tonight? Oh, it's happening.
Sounds like it.
It's happening.
He thinks he's getting a free entry into the dice raffle.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Chris Cooper trusts our good friend Andy Murray to come up with a cracker of an anecdote about tennis players swearing. Is he referring to actual Andy Murray?
I don't know. You might be referring to Fat Andy Murray.
I was going to refer to his Fat Andy Murray, but I thought I'll be polite. Scott Newman, evening lads, how are you all? Good, thanks. Chris Cooper, also, as much as I hate to admit it, Damien was correct about James's 2 entries to equal 2 dice ratio.
Why do you hate to admit it? I thought we were friends. Why has he gone all Larry on me?
Ryan
That is
Pickering.
incredible, though, isn't it? Entering twice and winning twice.
Yeah. At one point, I was 1 for 1.
Were you really?
But that was before dice.
Was that a token? That was a token.
Yeah.
Right? Did you win the first?
Well, the first time I caught a stream, I entered it was an invisible Frodo and I'd done the base on it.
Oh yeah.
And then you were debating like, does that count?
Yeah.
It's like technically yes.
That's good. Tim McKnight.
Yeah,
right?
I think
Tim
I won
McKnight,
2 tokens,
Balrog,
and then it took me a long
token.
time to get a black dice. Ryan Pickering, oh god, it's going to be Sheila all over again.
That's the assembly bit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm finding this significantly easier than that plastic sheet.
I haven't built my plastic Sheila yet. That's still sitting there.
It seems that I'm the only. I'm not gonna like try and argue this one. It seems that I'm the only person on Earth who has struggled with it, but I found that incredibly fiddly. But I was also trying to stream and not, I had external pressure on me. Who knows? Everyone else seems to think it's fine, so I imagine it's fine. I'm just an idiot.
I believe you. It was one of the most difficult kits to build.
It's harder than a metal Balrog, mate.
You're trying to make me swear again. Chris Cooper, can't clear the backlog if we don't create one in the first place. That's very true. Eventually I'll clear my backlog.
Yeah, have you got any idea? Have you got it?
No.
Probably for the best.
I've got a spreadsheet that roughly tells me what boxes things are in the garage, but
you don't know how many. You don't know how many.
I don't want to know. And so far this year, I don't think it's gone down.
Not winning hobby bingo for you.
No. Games Workshop just keep on making nice kits.
They do that.
Chris Cooper, Umber, my current army I'm working on, I got it from my GBHL Centre this year.
Oh, that's cool.
And I'll be taking it to a tournament before year's end.
Oh, I love that.
James Wilson, it wasn't a bad typo, it was ducking autocorrect. Joe Holzman, I've had that before. Chris Cooper, if Larry had haggis with his breakfast, would he put it in with his Tesco malted wheats or have it on the side with his glass of milk?
Wouldn't we say autocorrect? That's still a typo. I don't think we can just eschew responsibility, right?
It's the whole AI question of it. Automated driving, who's at fault?
Yeah, I think if you write a message and your phone autocorrects it to the wrong word and you don't proofread it and then you send it, that's on you.
Yep.
That's not on the phone's just trying to help, Joe.
That's not Joe, that was James.
Oh, is it? The phone's just trying to help, James.
Damn autocorrect.
Yeah, that's not me, that's Zoom. Zoom did that.
Now, would Larry have his haggis on his malted wheats or separate? I think he's a separate person.
God only knows how Larry would eat haggis.
With
I get
glass.
the impression he would eat it, but he'd eat it like raw or something.
Joe Holzman, not sure it helped the burger, but it wasn't bad. I'd have it again. He has had the Caledonian burger.
Here's a
Joe
question for you,
Holzman,
Chris. You said you got one of these Avenger bolt throwers, right?
yes.
Does the bow have a top or a bottom?
What way?
Questions you shouldn't have to ask, right? So
I think it does.
So this is the top of the bow. But this is the top of the bow. Is there like anything distinguishing on that as opposed to that?
Yes. Turn it over again.
I mean, I
Is
don't
it
think
slightly
it matters.
raised up on one side for where the
That looks pretty
like
central.
frame bit? Yeah. I think that's slightly higher.
You think the higher bit should be at the top?
Yes,
Oh,
because I think
there's a slopey bit. Look, there's a slope. Can you see this?
Yes.
This doesn't have a slopey bit. That has a slopey bit. Is the slopey bit the bottom or the top?
Let's have a look at the picture.
I like how I'm turning this. As if it will turn it. I think maybe slopey bit at the bottom. I think we might. I wonder if we get answers in the chat. I think that's all I've got to go on. It's slopey bit. It's slopey bit at the top or slopey bit at the bottom.
Oh, it is on the website.
I've got no helpful answers in the chat as of yet, I'm afraid.
And the picture on the website doesn't really help.
Brilliant. I now think maybe slopey bit.
But the frame bit fits snug with the top.
It's, I mean, the size bit is pretty similar, to be honest. There's nothing in it. I think slopey bit at the top now, I reckon.
Build one that way, and then when you build your second one, build it the other way.
I don't want this one, let alone the second one.
Right, where were we? Chris Cooper, Middle Earth supplement streams or mess?
He gets
it. Julian Hammond, haggis is lovely. Every year for Burns Night, I cook haggis shepherd's pie. That sounds good. Joe Holzman, I got distracted. Is that about him? Or not having finishing his list? Chris Cooper, to be fair, I would get distracted at Karen Gillan. Sam Huddy, I'm not convinced that Damien consciously says not dead when Steve is mentioned now. I think it's just a reflex. Also, Frankie Boyle, top Scot. Joe Holzman, parenting done right there, Damien. I'm going to see the musical later in the year.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's on tour now, isn't it? So good. Was that Joe?
Yeah.
Musical is so good. So much better than I thought it was going to be.
Joe Holzman, didn't we get it for Lord of the Rings?
The trailer? No. The closest I can get to Lord of the Rings was that in April.
And then it goes Matrix 2/3.
Maybe did they? I don't know. They were filmed back to back, so possibly. The Lord of the Rings Fellowship was in cinemas until April, and I remember I don't know, maybe he saw this or maybe he's heard me tell this story before. You used to look in the paper for your film times, and we'd kind of done. I'd seen it 8 times in the cinema, and I was done. And
how old school were you back when?
You what?
Had you not moved to internet at that point?
2001.
Yeah.
No, I remember. I remember going to uni and still ringing up the cinema to find out the times. In 2001, and they were definitely still in the local paper.
I knew they were still in the paper, but yeah.
But you're right, mate. But maybe they were online then. But I don't know. Maybe they were. I don't know. But the paper said now with a trailer for The Two Towers, and it was at the end. So it was because it had been so long in cinemas. They put a trailer for it right at the end of the run. So we went and saw it again, and it's a trailer that then it wasn't the trailer that. It's now online, that trailer, but it wasn't ever theatrically released as a trailer. It was like a completely separate trailer. It was amazing, and I remember it faded. They walk off to Mordor, it faded black, and it said "This Christmas," and then that was there. But that was only months after, and it obviously wasn't just at my cinema. It would have been certainly at all Odeons, I guess, but it was definitely there for a part of the theatrical release.
Ryan Pickering, the first Captain America had a trailer for Avengers instead of a post-credit scene.
Did it? That's cool.
Sam Huddy, problem with Jaws isn't the film, is that they tend to do it as a part of Shark Week and do the documentary first so that the outdated 70s shark knowledge really shows, whereas they should show the film first and then the documentary after to reassure everyone.
Whenever I watch Jaws, I'm always amazed by how well it holds up. It's such a good thriller.
I think it's music.
It's all of it. It's music, it's performance, it's the cinematography, it's just brilliant.
Joe Holzman, according to Google, which we all know is never wrong. Twilight Breaking Dawn Part 1 had a trailer for Part 2 at the end.
Oh, cool.
He says, according to Google.
It might well done. They were probably filmed back to back.
I think Joe actually knows from first-hand experience.
He loves a bit of Twilight.
I think he's Team Edward. Michael Haskell, best trilogy for me would be Star Wars 4, 5, and 6. Not just because they're good in and of themselves, but because of their personal impact on me, on a young me a long, long time ago. You weren't born when they were out, Michael. Michael was around, just born just in time for the prequels.
The prequels. I'm sure he'll.
Joe Holzman, other films with trailers for the sequel following them at the cinema includes, we've got some top cinema here. Fast and Furious 6, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man Tell No Tales, and 22 Jump Street.
What's Dead Man Tell No Tales?
That's the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Is that 4 or 5?
I stopped watching after like 2.
How could that have had a trailer? I get that Dead Man's Chest, the second one, might have had a trailer for the third one, because I think they were shot back to back. But 4 and 5 were shot years apart, weren't
they? No idea.
I'm dubious of that Pirates one.
Joe Holzman, The Explosive Trap is Isengard only. James Wilson, Somebody's Poisoned the Waterhole. It does say 40 mils. I've got lots of spare cavalry bases if it helps, Chris. Yes, it does. Post one up. Or just turn up, that's fine. Joe Holzman, she wasn't that difficult, Chris, don't worry.
Sheila.
Sam Huddy, we've already had some leaks today for the Riders and Hillmen Command.
There it is. You said we'd talk about it, Chris.
Oh, I suppose so.
Rider news. Riders, are they coming? Riders. What do you think? Is it exciting?
It is. Although, we did probably think they were probably coming out after the wave of 40k releases.
It's a shop in Korea, right?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. So they're on sale. You can buy them in Korea.
Whether they're supposed to be on sale in Korea is completely different.
Third bonus entry to anyone who flies to Korea and buys some Riders of Rohan tonight on the stream.
And some kimchi. Or a Hillman Command. I have to fly to Korea for the kimchi. I'm not accepting any kimchi bought in.
Absolutely. It's like Twinkies. Only authentic American Twinkies.
And if you're Korean, you have to fly to another bit of Korea to buy some kimchi.
Do you think we're getting Riders of Rohan announced tomorrow?
Probably.
I'm going to say yeah. I'm going to say it's happening, man.
Yeah, because they've done all the 40k releases. That's all out.
And if they're in
they
shops,
need something else. Yeah, because they normally get things in the shops or some of the independents like a couple of weeks before, and they're not allowed to shift it. So
Riders of Rohan, Hill Tribes Command, Rohan Command. Is that right? Oh, in the book.
Yeah.
And dice? No, we have dice. We've got the dice. We've got the Hill Tribes dice, haven't we?
Yeah.
Because I own them and they're awesome. And if it's just those 4 kits?
I think so.
Are you going to be getting any of those?
Yes.
The ship's already.
I'll maybe not rush out for the Riders because I've got lots of the old Riders. I will get the new ones because they're nice.
Yeah, I know.
I do have a Hill Tribes army, so getting the command.
You do?
I do.
There's I've got to be careful with this. I've got some exciting news. I actually genuinely have to be pretty careful here. Harrison.
Is an exciting photo?
Mm-hmm. Harrison doesn't.
Is it in between your nude photos, and that's why you haven't to be careful?
If anything gets me through making this magazine. I believe
nude photos of Tom. I'll get it done. Just stop sending them.
I can show you this. I think I can show you this. I believe Chris Murphy, your Hill Tribesmen, are here.
There they are. It's that one there on the right.
Fanar. Where again?
Do you know I've never used the Hill Tribesman myself in the tournament?
I've used your Hill Tribesman.
Other people have
Mark
used them in
Stone's
tournaments.
used your Hill Tribesman.
Everybody, lots of people have used my Hillsman.
Thank you.
Do you know, like, Charlotte did those ones, but
Right.
I wanted them, like, joint together, so she crossed that one out.
Brilliant.
Mummy did those ones, Nana did those ones, and I did that one, that one, that one,
guessed.
that one, and that one, and that one.
That's a lot of your name.
But I didn't do the and second it, and that one's where I crossed that out.
Brilliant.
And I just did the A first.
Oh, great work. There's a lot of Olivia's name. She's been writing her name a lot.
That's a good way
Do
to
you want me
learn
show
how
you
to write it.
There you go. I'll let you decide which ones are written by Olivia, which ones are written by her mum, and which ones are written by my mum. It's pretty good stuff.
I was thinking she's got really good handwriting, but I think that might be
Well, maybe she does. She does have very good handwriting, actually. It's better than
better
mine.
than mine, to be fair.
Much better. There you go. Go to bed. Love you.
It was a very exciting release, and then a very exciting guest.
This. But I have to be careful because I can't show you the cover.
Oh, because it might spoil.
Well, we haven't done the cover reveal.
You have, didn't you? Put it up at
Oh well,
Seven
yeah. For a
Stones?
select few, we did do
Okay.
it. We did do a Seven Stones teaser, but of course we like to put the cover up with an anagram. You're very good at winning the anagram competition. But this arrived today, and it's our first test copy. So it's been a very, very exciting day. Our first test copy of issue 19 arrived today, so we get to go through it. Do you want to see the painting guide?
Yes. Did you copy that out of Battle Games in Middle Earth?
I promise this is real. We're going to print in 2 weeks. All right, this is being sent to the printers in 2 weeks, and this is the current painting guide. So when you're at Ardicon, and you're hopefully picking it up, let me know how the painting guide is, because I am extremely concerned as of right now. I would be willing to say. Oh, we're frozen. I think it's done the thing where the video's frozen. I think it's Big Harrison is shutting me down. I imagine the video is going to start moving again in a second. This happens all the time, and they can still see us. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, so that's the painting guide. This is 2 weeks to go, man. 2 weeks to go. And
Plenty of time.
yeah, for sure. Kev, if you're out there, send us some stuff. But it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, and I will do the cheekiest of teasers, and I have to be very careful here. How can I? Because there is a bit of a special treat on this one. Yeah, so this needs to go higher.
Is that a Christmas special?
Well.
Ooh.
Oh, little treat. So there we go. SBG issue 19 going to print in 2 weeks' time. Pretty exciting stuff. With your
Possibly with
starring
the
Chris
paint
Murfitt's Hill Tribes and Thomas Macklin's Hill Tribes and lots of other people's Hill Tribes. Jack Spencer, Phil Beale, Ian Spiller, and Tom Macklin's Hill Tribes all feature. A lot of Hill Tribes,
Quite a
man.
few people's Hill Tribes.
235. Don't think we've seen 235 Hill Tribesmen together.
I've not. Well, I did within that picture.
There we go.
Right, so where were we talking about riders and hillmen commands?
Yeah, but whether we're going to get them, I'll get the command, the Hill Tribes command, I think. But I painted 3 models this year. I think I've got 20. So I'm already in chronic bad numbers, and I've got 30 Riders Rohan painted. I'm not about to paint anymore, so it's just there's just no need to get them. But I do think they're very cool, and I can't wait to see what people do with them.
Right. Joe Holzman, watching Damien have a mental breakdown over it was highly entertaining, though.
I think he means Sheila, but it could be any number of things.
Joe Holzman, slander. Don't know what we're slandering him about.
Could be any number of things.
Sam Huddy. It's when the phone sneakily autocorrects and you don't notice, such as it changed want to wank for me in a message to a colleague. Luckily, she found it hilarious and I wasn't dragged to HR. All I'm going to say is I work as a resource planner, and quite a lot of times people want to swap shifts. And the F is missing quite often in those emails. I still giggle every time. Larry would eat his haggis raw and wriggling, says Chris Cooper. Joe Holzman, cocktail stick tips have been glued to a calf base.
Hey.
Well, send us a picture. It needs to have some basing material on there as well.
Well, does it have to be finished?
Oh, it doesn't. It needs some base material on it. It doesn't need to be painted, but I'm not accepting.
So you want someone to have made it and then flocked it without painting it? That's the real horror show.
Oh, like sand is fine.
Right. Okay.
You build up your basin.
Sure. All right. So we need some form of basing texture as well, do we?
Yeah.
All right.
Otherwise, you're just sticking some random bits to a base, and that's a.
I mean, that is exactly what you told them to do. That's literally what you said.
Yeah, but they haven't covered the full base with bits. That's the main bit.
So many bits.
Sam Huddy, the first side of the bolt thrower pointed right and the other side pointed left, Damien.
That's unhelpful.
Ben Watson,
do you know
I
what?
put the slopey bit at the bottom, but seemed to fit either way.
So what, mate? Built an Avenger bolt thrower.
Oh, I think it should go the other way.
Pretty cool, pretty cool. I have no use for that whatsoever. Very BSIME.
So that's not going to be in your Throne of Skulls list then?
Not a present, and I don't think it can be.
If you're thinking the Garrison of Ithilien, then no, it can't.
You don't know me.
What, you're going to dress up as a waterfall?
I've told you once, I've told you 100 times. Stop looking through my windows.
I was just like, what's the most ridiculous thing that Damien could dress up as? Obviously, it's a waterfall.
It's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. With running water, right?
Yeah. The problem is that you have to go to the toilet every 5 minutes.
It's me dribbling. It's constantly dribbling.
Dribbling glitter out of your mouth. The mark's blown into your mouth.
Oh, God, I hope the tournament happens. How miserable is it? How miserable is it after the last 8 years to be sitting here going, I hope Throne of Skulls happens? I find that so depressing.
It might help. I say help ticket sales for Stirling, but we don't ever need help with ticket sales for Stirling.
What's Sterling, Griff?
The Scouring Stirlingshire, the
What's that?
GBHL's longest running tournament.
Is it?
Yes.
I would have thought if that tournament had been the longest running tournament on the calendar that you would have received some form of special recognition for such a thing.
Oh, I did.
What?
Not that the GBHL put anything up about it other than the live broadcast. I think Ginger Committee might have got some issues there.
Oh, yeah. We mentioned it though, didn't we? On your last stream, I think. Yeah. Hero of the GBHL, whatever it is. Well done.
And you.
Old news, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, great tournament. Went once, lost my first game, got really angry, never went again.
That's true. But at least you went, unlike that bigot Tom. You also bought a lot of Mirkwood Cavalry that same trip.
Oh, what a night, man. What a night. Simpler times. 2014, right? Christmas 2014, that must have been.
Yeah, it would have been the second one. Yeah.
Crazy, crazy.
Back when you were a competitive player.
Absolutely. Used to be a contender.
Well, competitive in a more conventional sense rather than try to look as ridiculous as possible to win a trophy.
all the wins add up the same.
Back when you were in competitive wargaming rather than competitive fancy dress. So Ben Watson said put the slopey bit at the bottom, but does seem to fit either way. Michael
I put the
Doubly,
slopey bit at the top. Oh no.
Chris, I told you it was wrong way. Chris helping Damien must be giving them flashbacks to helping build all those Balrogs.
Oh look, an
We
idiot
stopped
boy
talking about it. Joe Holtzman, I feel like I remember seeing a trailer for 2 Towers After Fellowship, but maybe it was just one of those teaser coming next December things instead of an actual trailer.
Well, you might.
Or perhaps it was just on the
VHS
VHS release.
I mean, they all the home releases, the theatrical versions had the trailers on, but they weren't at the end. They were like special. Or I suppose maybe on the VHS it might have been at the end. If they put it, they could have put a trailer on the VHS of something. I suppose if you bought the theatrical DVD or you pick it up now in a charity shop, it will have the trailers for the 2 Towers, but they're click things. You know, watch them on their own. They're not at the end of the movie. But VHS maybe, don't know.
Joe Holtzman's obviously Team Jacob because he says I don't even know what Team Edward means. Ryan Pickering, if Bruce had worked as intended, would have had a different movie.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Ricky Drinks Paint, my favourite thing about the Jaws film is accidentally getting a shooting star on film, which led to Spielberg adding them into most of his films afterwards.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Did that?
I didn't know either of those bits of that fact.
Yeah, I'm going to have to rewatch.
It's pretty cool.
I wonder where it is in Saving Private Ryan.
I wonder where it is in Jurassic Park.
Joe Holtzman, that must have been a Google typo for Dead Man's Chest, Damien, as Dead Man Tells No Tales as the final one, and therefore cannot have a trailer for the sequel after it.
This guy knows. It's literally exactly what I said. Dead Man's Chest would be the second one, so yeah, that could have had a trailer for the third one.
Michael Haskell admits to time travel. Chris, I went to see Star Wars on the big screen as an impressionable 12-year-old in February 1978, as it had only been released in the UK for 1977.
Incredible stuff, man.
And it's skipped again. Joe Holtzman, it's the first Warhammer store in Korea. We should say South Korea because there is alternative Koreas.
I think if there was a Warhammer store in North Korea, we wouldn't know about it.
Yang would tell you about their Warhammer store.
It's the best Warhammer store.
Yeah.
There are no other Warhammer stores anywhere in the world. This is the only one.
And it was today.
They've all been fired.
I'm assuming it's a surprise there. I remember when I was a staff member making and not checking the invoice when the Sam arrived, and I was like, oh cool, it's all the Black Templar stuff. Didn't know that was coming out soon. Realised it was the area manager's personal samples who got them sent to the store after I'd cracked them open and built them.
That's incredible.
He wasn't best pleased, but I survived. Michael Haskell went to see Disclosure Day on Thursday. Spielberg written and directed, and John Williams still in the musical held.
Yeah, I've got that on my list. Any good?
Yeah, well, hopefully.
I went to see Master of the Universe.
Any good?
Yeah, I thought it was great. It knows exactly what it's doing, and it made me smile throughout the whole way. And some of it is very, very funny indeed. I thought
it's on my list of things to go to the cinema.
I really liked it. I really enjoyed it, and hopefully doing Toy Story 5 tomorrow.
Joe Holtzman and the Druedain Command and 2 Hill Triton Command for imminent events.
Oh, I remember Joe say he was like on a deadline to get stuff.
Joe Holtzman and Michael Haskell saw it on Monday, was good but not his best. Is that Star Wars or Disclosure Day?
It'll be Disclosure Day, won't it?
Michael Haskell, I would concur, Joe.
Well, nothing's Jurassic Park, is it? Oh, come on.
Joe Holtzman just released, I still haven't finished my top 5 Scots list. I'm still aware of that. Ricky Drinks Paint, that paint guides is still less confusing than the one in for painting Gollum and the treachery of Gollum.
Yeah. Did you do that supplement with us?
No.
Did you watch that? Do you remember that? There's like
14
different skin tones or something. All mixes of mixes of mixes. It's just silly.
It's one of those ones that's a mix of mixers. Like, you just used the wrong paint. You used another company's paint, and you don't have that shade. That was a very common thing back in the day for Games Workshop. Once they actually put the wrong name of a paint, and it wasn't a Games Workshop paint colour, and they put it in a printed paint guide. Cerulean Dave, Christmas special in August that gets earlier every year.
Christmas special? Oh, I see. Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
Ah, it's not a Christmas special. It's a snow special.
Joe Holzman, so this is his top 5 Scots, is John McGinn, Karen Gilling. I suppose I'd better put my brother's partner in it. And Chris Murfitt, and of course Brian Adams. Sam Huddy, Chris Murfitt is your brother's partner.
It's a great list.
If he was, that would mean I only include 4 people in my top 5. The breakdown with Shelob the slander was saying I said something I didn't.
Oh yeah, because that was about James blaming the autocorrect thing, and I said it was Joe.
Joe Holzman, you said assembling counts. Don't change the rules halfway through.
They will turn on you, man. They will turn on you. They'll kick you out like a leper.
I'll fight them all. Don't change the rules halfway through. I'm not above not doing it out on principle. I painted on Rings of Power week. Michael Dubley, don't go chasing waterfalls. Michael Dubley's now covering TLC.
Well, I was planning on having the seminal TLC hit playing whilst I was a waterfall. Wasn't that one of the... I think someone's done a video on that and go, what the hell did that song mean? You know, everyone of a certain age knows that song. What?
Well, James Wilson's then went, please stick to the rivers and lakes that you're used to.
So what? What? Don't go chasing what? How do you chase a what? What does it mean?
Unless you're a salmon, maybe. That original orc, evening all, how are we doing?
That original orc. Do we know that original orc?
Not that original orc.
It's a kind of fun username.
Cyber Squig, I know that you're going to have it your way or nothing else.
God, we're getting a full there.
Joe Holzman, I was still technically correct, Chris. That's the best type of correct, I suppose. Joe Holzman, I enjoyed Masters of the Universe 2.
Yeah, good.
Sam Huddy, you open my personal stores, Chris. I'll have you building teenagers Balrogs for years for this. He used a few more expletives than that.
I was trying to work out. I didn't realise he was playing your area manager. I was trying to work out what his angle on that was, being him. I love when Sam Huddy gets into character like that. You know, he just disappears inside the role, doesn't he?
He is. He's like the ultimate character actor. Joe Holzman, that deadline is not going to happen, Damien. The Hill Tribes anyway. My deadline for list submission is next week, and I've not yet finished it any. Just convert them, mate.
Converting a Hill Tribes banner and a horn now is monstrous, isn't it?
Well, it means you have a unique one that nobody else has.
That's true.
Joe Holzman, the initial...
Can you? Can't use it yet.
Not the banner or the horn.
No.
The chieftain, though, you can.
So, what do you think they're going to do with that? Because if we're right and it comes out tomorrow, do you think you'll have to wait for the FAQ? What's that, August?
Yeah, or it'll be in the book.
No.
It's an alternative list.
No, there won't be I don't think there'll be a Hill Tribe. No, I don't think they're doing... You think they're doing that? I'd get that if there was like a, I don't know, Skullface Dudes or something, you know, like a new profile that was coming out as well. I don't think they'd do it just for more gear options. Or maybe they're not coming out on Sunday. Maybe they're coming out in August. Don't know.
Or mid July.
Hmm.
And then it's only a couple of weeks to start of August.
But also, I know I run an 80-point tournament, but whatever tournament I was running, if those models were out, I'd say the banner's 25 points and the horn's 30, or whatever. Obviously, you can use them. Do you know what I mean? But I know some people will disagree with that sort of thing.
Makes quite a bit of difference for competitive play, because the Surpers and Army of the White Hand are
No, I
fairly
agree.
decent at the moment, yeah.
But I would just feel very confident about those being the points values and the rules.
True.
Do you know what I mean? I reckon. It's a horn's 30, right? In these days, isn't it? I think.
No idea. I don't think I've taken a Warhorn.
Yeah, whatever a horde is, you know, it'll be that cost. Whatever a banner is, it'll be that cost, and it'll probably have the same rules. So I reckon we could sort this as a community really easily.
A Warhorn's 25 for Harad. Same as a banner.
There you go. I'll get 25. I think we'll be alright.
Joe Holzman, initial deadline anyway, still hoping for Ardacon. And then it goes Adar, question mark.
What's that for? What would we meant? Why did we mention? Is that the original orc? I wonder if he's saying that.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that's it. Ada, is that you? You alright? Sorry about the end of the season, man. Sauron was a dick.
I watched the end.
Oh, after the day, yeah.
Yeah.
It was good. That
I thought
fun.
it was. I was like, why did I watch Rings of Power recently? I forgot I watched it with you. A very enjoyable day at work. Joe Holzman, it's not the converting Chris, it's painting for 8 tribesmen. Well, there's some good painting guides out there. There might be one in a magazine soon.
No, it's in 18. That one's finished.
Okay.
Get issue 18. Great painting guide. It's the Warriors of Rohan we're worried about.
Have you not pull one out a battle games in Middle Earth and just put that in?
Just nick it.
See if anyone knows.
sex the model
See if
up a bit.
anyone notices.
Yeah. Is this the new models?
Joe Holzman, I've not finished painting any yet, but that sounds like you started painting, so just get them finished. Easy.
It's the
So
job
Monday-
has never started, it takes longest to finish.
Yep. And then once you painted one, tribesman you've ever painted in your life. Team Spirit says Sam Huddy, usually early August for FAQ. Yep, usually in time for Ardacon, and cause confusion as people have already decided the lists and they've changed. Joe Holzman, Sam Page suggested it would be earlier this year, as he says it's always out for Ardacon, and that's the first week of August this year. Joe Holzman, original orc. Yep, we worked that out. And the last comment, so we're up to date, is so the paint guide isn't painting the SBG full.
Well, it really depends what happens in the next 2 weeks. It might be. We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
And
There we go.
that's up to date.
Good work. In that time, my friend.
Blew through the comments.
You did. I've made my Avenger Bolt fire and I've cleaned up the crew. So thank you for that. So stop your chattering. Oh, he actually says it was a reference to his favourite orc, the first one you see from the prologue of Fellowship of the Ring of All the Nose Rings. Oh yeah, I think he goes ah or something, doesn't he? I believe. So stop all your nonsensical pratterings. We need to talk about Woses. I think deep dive before Mag. Do you agree?
Yes.
You can get yourself hobbying. So settle back, team. We're gonna have a little chat. We're gonna dig into the Woses and see what you think. Joe Holzman says, flown through the chat 1 hour 47 minutes. Joke's on you, Joe Holzman. We always start 7 minutes past. It's only taking him 1 hour and 40. So I'm going to start.
Slander, Joe, slander.
It's more, yeah, the irony. I'm going to start with a quick overview from the encyclopedia to get some key terms for us. So I'm going to start with the Druedain. So according to this, and remember we must take this with a punch of salt, the Druedain of Druath was the grey elf name for the primitive wild men of the forests, the Woses. By the Haladin they were called Drugs, by the Rohirrim Rogin, and by the Orcs Orgor High. Okay. Then we also have an entry for Woses. So get this. In the War of the Ring, a strange primitive folk named the Woses came to the aid of Rohirrim and Druedain in breaking the siege of Gondor. These wild woodland people lived in the ancient forest of Druedain, which was in Anorium below the White Mountains. They knew woodcraft better than any man, for they had lived as naked animals invisibly among the trees for many ages, and cared not for the company of other people. They were weather-worn, short-legged, thick-armed, and stumpy-bodied. The men of Gondor called the Woses the wild men of Druedain, and believed they were descended from the even more ancient Pukul men. In the first age of the sun, these were the people who lived in harmony with the Haladin in Beleriand, who called them Drugs. To the elves they were known as the Druedain, to the orcs they were the Orgor High, and to the Rohirrim the Rogin. By the end of the Third Age, orcs, wolves, and other malevolent creatures often came into Druedain. Though the Woses drove them away, often with poison arrows and darts, the evil beings always returned. So it was that, though the Woses desired no part in the affairs of men beyond their forest, their chieftain, who was named Ganburi Gan, offered to help the Rohirrim reach the Battle of Pelennor Fields. For, in a victory for the Rohirrim and the Dunedain in Gondor, the Woses saw some release from this continual woodland warfare. When victory did indeed come and the Orc legions were destroyed, the new king of Gondor and Arnor granted that the Druedain forest would be forever the inalienable country of the Woses to govern and to rule as they see fit. And finally, Garn himself gets a little entry. Woe's chieftain of Druedain during the War of the Ring, Ganburi Gan was the leader of the white-skinned, pygmy-like race called the Woses. They inhabited the Druedain forest and helped the Rohirrim and Dunedain in breaking the siege of Gondor. Gan led the Rohirrim through the secret trails of the forest, so they might have the advantage of surprise in the Battle of Pelennor Fields. Also, in the ensuing battle, Gan's people slaughtered many orcs who attempted to flee into the woodlands. After the war, Gan and his people were granted legal title to their forest land. I'm always slightly cautious about how harsh to be on some of this stuff, but you do get the kind of slightly AI. I mean, this wasn't AI. This is David I don't know, but the slight hints there. Where, as we'll learn, the idea that they led them, what did it say? Led the Rohirrim through secret trails of the forest. That isn't true, as we'll get to. They don't lead them through secret trails of a forest, and that's what you can spot in David Day. It feels like he's been told something and then written what he remembered rather than actually researching it, does it make sense? There is a wonderful little illustrative picture here we can have a look at of the Woses, which is kind of cool. Let's see if we can find an author for that. An illustrator, I should say. Oh god, this is tricky to decipher. 186, was it 186, 187?
One question. In Orc language, what does high mean? H-E-I?
Well, it's Uruk High and Olog High, isn't it? So it's probably strong or powerful, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I wondered, for the fact that they were referred to the Woses as with a high.
There'll be someone who will type it and pretend that they knew it instead of Googling it, I'm sure. Alan Curlis drew that picture. So let's see if I too can Google. High means man. Man. So does it mean like? So why would? How's man fit in? Because Olog High are the trolls. They're the powerful trolls, right?
Yeah.
And Uruk High. So Uruk means orc. Orc man, like half breed. So troll. Olog High means. Does that mean troll man? That's interesting. It makes sense for the Uruk.
Yeah.
Troll people. So there's an idea we've got high potentially meaning man or people. You can see a kind of dual meaning there. So
yeah.
Olog High being troll people or troll folk. It's interesting. Cool. So there's a brief overview. Now, what I want to start with the Lord of the Rings, the published text. I'm gonna. There's not much in here, but there's a bit in here, but it's not a huge section. So I thought I'd just read this basically. We all have come across this at some point for sure, but I do think it's one of those bits that we don't. It's never in films. It's never in adaptations. We don't tend to dwell on it, so maybe we're not as familiar with the sections about the Wildman. So I've dug into this. So sit back, and this is just what we got in the published text. Are you ready, my friend?
Yes.
Happy Saturday. So in the muster of Rohan, they arrive at Dun Harrow. At each turn of the road there were great standing stones that had been carved in the likeness of men, huge and clumsy-limbed, squatting cross-legged with their stumpy arms folded on fat bellies. Some, in the wearing of the years, had lost all features save the dark holes of their eyes that still stared sadly at the passers-by. The riders hardly glanced at them. The Pukul men they called them, and heeded them little. No power or terror was left in them. Such was the dark Dun Harrow, the work of long-forgotten men. Their name was lost, and no song or legend remembered it. For what purpose they had made this place, as a town or secret temple of kings, or secret temple or a tomb of kings, none in Rohan could say. Here they laboured in the dark years, before ever a ship came to the western shores, or Gondor of the Druedain was built, and now they had vanished, and only the old Pukul men were left, still sitting at the turnings of the road. So we get these kind of strange statues, which they are in the film, aren't they?
Yeah.
You see the statues, which is a kind of cool reference to it, and they're also in the Hobbit, right? There's one of them behind Gandalf and Radagast when they come out of the tombs. I'm sure there's this really odd kind of, well, what did they have that lying around after the Lord of the Rings or something? But I'm sure when they come down for the High Fells, there's a Pukul man behind them. And then the main section is the ride of the Rohirrim. So let's see how the Woses get involved in the Lord of the Rings. It was dark, and Merry could see nothing as he lay on the ground, rolled in a blanket. Yet though the night was airless and windless, all about him hidden trees were sighing softly. He lifted his head, then he heard it again, a sound like faint drums in the wooded hills and mountain steps. The throb would cease suddenly, and then be taken up again at some other point, now nearer, now further off. He wondered if the watchman had heard it. The host was bivouacked in the pine woods that clustered around Eilenack Beacon, a tall hill standing up from the long ridges of the Druedain forest that lay beside the great road in East Anorian. I just want to highlight the fact that the beacon is called Eilenack Beacon, or Eilenack Beacon, because that will come up later, right? Merry wished he was a tall rider like Éomer and could blow a horn or something and go galloping to his rescue. He sat up, listening to the drums that were beating again, and now nearer at hand. "Is the enemy coming then?" asked Merry anxiously. "Are those their drums? I begin to think I was imagining them, as no one else seemed to take any notice of them." Nay, nay," said Elfhelm. "The enemy is on the road, not in the hills. You hear the Woses, the wild men of the woods. Thus they talk together from afar. They still haunt Druedain forest, it is said. Remnants of an older time they be, living few and secretly, wild and wary as the beasts. They go not to war with Gondor or the Mark, but now they are troubled by the darkness and the coming of the orcs. They fear lest the dark years be returning, as seems likely enough. Let us be thankful they are not hunting us, for they use poisoned arrows, it is said, and they are woodcrafty beyond compare. But they have offered their services to Theoden. Even now, one of their headmen is being taken to the king. Yonder go the lights." Presently, he came to an open space where a small tent had been set up for the king under a great tree. A large lantern covered above was hanging from a bough and cast a pale circle of light below. There sat Theoden and Éomer, and before them on the ground sat a strange squat shape of a man, gnarled as an old stone, and the hairs of his scanty beard straggled on his lumpy chin like dry moss. He was short-legged and fat-armed, thick and stumpy, and clad only with grass about his waist. Merry felt he had seen him somewhere. He had seen him before somewhere, and suddenly he remembered the Pukul men of Dun Harrow. Here was one of those old images brought to life. Or maybe a creature descended in true line through countless years from the models used by the forgotten craftsmen long ago. There was a silence as Merry crept nearer. Then the wild man began to speak, in answer to some question, it seemed. His voice was deep and guttural, yet to Merry's surprise he spoke the common speech, though in a halting fashion, and uncouth words were mingled with it. No, father of horsemen, he said, we fight not, hunt only, kill Gorgon in woods, hate orc folk. You hate Gorgon too, we help as we can. Wild men have long ears and long eyes, know all paths. Wild men live here, before stone houses, before tall men came up out of water. That's the Numenorians. Editorial intrusion. He's saying they were there before the Numenorians. But our need is for aid in battle, said Aemma. How will you and your folk help us? Bring news, said the wild man. We look out from hills, we climb big mountain and look down. Stone City Stone City is shut. Stone City is shut. That is tricky. Stone City is shut. Fire burns there outside, now inside too. You wish to come there, then you must be quick. But Gorgon and men out of far away, he waved a short gnarled arm eastward, sit on horse road, very many, more than horsemen. How do you know that? Said Aemma. The old man's flat face and dark eyes showed nothing, but his voice was sullen with displeasure. Wild men are wild, free, but not children, he answered. I am great headman, Gamburigan. I count many things, stars in sky, leaves on trees, men in the dark. You have a score of scores, counted 10 times of 5. They have more. Big fight, and who will win? And many more walk round walls of stone houses. Alas, he speaks only too shrewdly, said Theoden, and our scouts say they have cast trenches and stakes across the road. We cannot sweep them away in sudden onset. And yet we need great haste, said Aemma. Mundburg is on fire. Let Gamburigan finish, said the wild man. More than one road he knows. He will lead you by road where no pits are, no Gorgon walk, only wild men and beasts. Many paths were made when Stonehouse folk were stronger. They carved hills as hunters carved beast flesh. Wild men think they ate stone for food. They went through Druedain to Rimmon with great wains. They go no longer. Road is forgotten, but not by wild men. Over hill and behind hill. It lies still under grass and tree. There, behind Rimmon and down to Din, and back to the end of Horsemen's Road. Wild men will show you that road. Then you will kill Gorgon and drive away Bad Dark with bright iron, and wild men can go back to sleep in the wild woods. Aemma and the king spoke together in their own tongue. At length Theoden turned to the wild man. We will receive your offer, he said, for though we leave a host of foes behind, what matter? If the stone city falls, we shall have no returning. If it is saved, then the orc host itself will be cut off. If you are faithful, Gamburigan, then we will give you rich reward, and you shall have the friendship of the Mark forever. Dead men are not friends to living men, and give them no gifts, said the wild man. But if you live after the darkness, then leave wild men alone in the woods. Do not hunt them like beasts any more. Gamburigan will not lead you into trap. He will go himself with father of horsemen, and if he leaves you wrong, you will kill him. So be it, said Theoden. How long will it take to pass by the enemy and come back to the road? Asked Aemma. We must go at foot pace if you guide us, and I doubt not the way is narrow. Wild men go quick on feet, said Garm. The way is wide for 4 horses in Stonewain Valley yonder. He waved his hand southwards, but narrow at beginning and at end. Wild men could walk from here to Din between sunrise and noon. Then we must allow at least 7 hours for the leaders, said Aemma, but we must reckon rather on some 10 hours for all. Things unforeseen may hinder us, and if our host is all strung out, it will be long ere it can be set in order when we issue from the hills. What is the hour now? Who knows, said Theoden. All is night now. It is all dark. It is all dark, sorry. It is all dark, but it is not all night, said Garn. When sun comes, we feel her, even when she is hidden. Already she climbs over east mountains. It is the opening of day in the sky fields. Then we must set out as soon as may be, said Aemma. Even so, we cannot hope to come to Gondor's aid today. Merry waited to hear no more, but slipped away to get ready for the summons to the march. This was the last stage before the battle. It did not seem likely to him that many of them would survive it, but he thought of Pippin and the flames of Minas Tirith and thrust down his own dread. All went well that day, and no sight or sound had they of the enemy waiting to waylay them. The wild men had put out a screen of wary hunters, so that no orc or roving spy should learn of the movements in the hills. The light was more dim than ever as they drew nearer to the beleaguered city, and the riders passed in long files like dark shadows of men, and horses. Each company was guided by a wild woodman, but old Garn walked beside the king. The start had been slower than was hoped, for it had taken time for the riders, walking and leading their horses, to find paths over the thickly wooded ridges behind their camp and down into the hidden Stonewain Valley. It was late in the afternoon when the leaders came to wide grey thickets stretching beyond the eastward side of Amondin and masking a great gap in the line of the hills. From Nardor to Din ran east and west. Through the gap the forgotten Wain road long ago had run down, back into the main horseway from the city through Anorian. But now, for many lives of men, trees had had their way with it, and it had vanished, broken and buried under the leaves of uncounted years. But the thickets offered to the riders their last hope of cover before they went into open battle, for beyond them lay the road and the plains of Anduin, while east and southwards the slopes were bare and rocky. As the writhen hills gathered themselves together and climbed up, bastion upon bastion, into the great mass and shoulders of Mindolluin, the leading company was halted, and as those behind filed up out of the trough of the Stonewain Valley, they spread out and passed to camping places under the grey trees. The king summoned the captains to council. Aemma sent out scouts to spy upon the road, but old Garn shook his head. "No good to send horsemen," he said. "Wild men have already seen all that can be seen in the bad air. They will come soon, and speak to me here." The captains came, and then out of the trees crept warily other Pukul shapes, so like old Garn that Merry could hardly tell them apart. They spoke to Garn in a strange, throaty language. Presently, Garn turned to the king. "Wild men say many things," he said. "First, be wary. Still many men in camp beyond Din. An hour's walk yonder." He waved his arm west towards the black beacon. "But none to see between here and Stonefolk's new walls. Many busy there. Walls stand up no longer. Gorgon knocked them down with earth thunder and with clubs of black iron. They are unwary and do not look about them. They think their friends watch all roads." At that, Garn made a curious gurgling noise, and it seemed that he was laughing.
You're right there, Damien.
Maybe like that.
I didn't pick up any sound.
You didn't pick up any sound?
No.
Oh no, Zoom's cancelling. Oh, Zoom's doing the noise cancelling. Oh, that was my best gurgling laughter. I did some gurgling and tried to make it into a throaty, a curious gurgling noise, like laughing. I can only apologise. "Good tidings," cried Aemma. "Even in this gloom, hope gleams again." That's another one. "Even in this gloom, hope gleams again." Try saying that 10 times fast. "Our enemy's devices oft serve us in his despite. The accursed darkness itself has been a cloak to us, and now, lusting to destroy Gondor and throw it down stone from stone, his orcs have taken away my greatest fear. The outwall could have been held long against us. Now we can sweep through it once we win so far." "Once again I thank you, Garnbury Garn of the Woods," said Theoden. "Good fortune go with you for tidings and for guidance." "Kill Gorgon, kill Orcfolk. No other words please wild men," answered Garn. "Drive away bad air and darkness with bright iron." "To do these things we have ridden far," said the king, "and we shall attempt them, but what we shall achieve only tomorrow will show." Garnbury Garn squatted down and touched the earth with his horny brow in token of farewell. Then he got up as if to depart, but suddenly he stood, looking up like some startled woodland animal, snuffling a strange air. A light came in his eyes. "Wind is changing," he cried, and with that, in a twinkling as it seemed, he and his fellows had vanished into the glooms, never to be seen by any rider of Rohan again. Not long after, far away eastward, the faint drums throbbed again, yet to no heart in all the host came any fear that the wild men were unfaithful, strange and unlovely though they might appear. So, that's the end of the Wozers section. Then they go off. Aragorn claims that he, bent a ghost army to his will with no witnesses, and tells Frodo about it, and Frodo writes it down in the book. And then right at the end, after he's been in the Many Partings chapter, as everyone's kind of having a lovely, thrilling denouement, without haste and at peace they passed into Anorian, and they came to the grey wood under Amondin, and there they heard a sound as of drums beating in the hills, though no living thing could be seen. Then Aragorn let the trumpets be blown, and heralds cried, Behold, the King Elisar is come. The forest of Druedain he gives to Garnbury Garn and to his folk, to be their own forever. And hereafter let no man enter it without their leave. Then the drums rolled loudly and were silent. So that's what we get in the book. And I don't know. Like, are you familiar with that? Overly familiar with that chapter? Was there anything in there that you feel like you hadn't heard before, or whatever?
It's been a wee while since I read it, but no, it's sort of. I sort of don't remember there being the roadway created by like the Numerorians.
Well, quite. This is actually. It's almost like we planned this. This is specifically why I picked up on that thing that David Day said about, what. Most people would say that they take them through the forest, right? And I think that's partly Games Workshop as well, the path of the Druedain and all that. But check this out. Not that. That's me turning the camera off. If you closely read the text and then look at the map, we have, this is, where are we? So we've got like the Firian Woods. So up here, so we've got Edoras up here. And then they're all riding down here, right along here, and Minas Tirith is here. And this is the Druedain Forest. And the Beacon of Amundine, right? And can you see here, the Stonewain Valley? Right, it's a valley between the forest and the mountains. And they're here, and this is the road, this is the Orc Road where the orcs are camped.
Yeah.
And they lead them through this valley. Like, that's kind of wooded over here and wooded over here. They don't lead them through the forest. They lead them through an old valley that Numenorians used to use back in the day. And then that's what brings them out here and goes, hello, supplies! So, I think that's quite fun. And yeah, I'm sure there's people out there go, yeah, I knew that. I've read the book. But I didn't know that. It was like, I was still in the kind of, is this a bit silly that he's led, like, whatever it is, 30,000 horsemen through a forest incredibly quickly? But it's not. It's a massive valley that they lead them through, that no one knows about, which I think is kind of cool. So yeah, that's what we get in the book. So I like to do a spot of deeply diving into where they came from, and that's normally kind of where we'd end. But we've got an extra section tonight. So, having a look at some of them, I'm going to get to the simplest changes. This is in, is it in that one? No, the simplest changes are in Sauron Defeated, which is the fourth. It's volume 9 of the History of Middle Earth, and it's the fourth one dealing with the Lord of the Rings. And this is an early version of effectively the Steward and the King chapter. So Aragorn's coronation.
Yeah.
And we have a surprise visitor. And the slaves of Mordor he set free and gave them all the lands about Lake Nurlen for their own. And last of all there came to him Garnbury Garn of the Wild Woods, and 2 of the headmen, and they were clad in garments of green leaves to do honour to the king, and they laid their foreheads on his feet, but he bade them rise up and bless them, and gave them the forest of Druedain for their own, so that no man should ever enter it without their leave. So earliest version of this, earliest draft, has them actually attending the coronation. And then
I like how they wear the best leaves to cover their pieces. We're going to a coronation, but not have it all hang out.
Yeah, they were clad in garments of green leaves to do honour to the king. Oh, hello. I mean, this is next level. So I have a Charlotte and a Mother O'Byrne with there's a mug of tea, Buffy tea, obviously. Thank you. And we got some
cheese straws.
Yeah.
Pork pie, tomatoes, and orange chocolate.
Terrace chocolate orange. Mint terrace chocolate orange. Tomatoes in honour of Denethor, presumably.
Yes.
That's quite a level of service. Thank you.
That's a feast.
Probably not. But I imagine there's more of everything downstairs.
Okay.
That's incredible.
Don't save me the tomatoes, though.
I won't save you any of it, don't worry.
Okay.
I won't want to disappoint you and save you the wrong thing. Thanks. Okay. Amazing service. All right.
Hello.
Hi, Mama O'Byrne.
Hello.
That's Chris. You met Chris, haven't you?
I did.
You met Chris, I think.
Let's see, Chris. Have I met Chris?
I feel like you must.
I'm sure I have.
It's a big beardy
I think
Scot.
we have.
All right. Mm-hmm. Is it going to bed?
Daddy, what have you been talking about on your stream?
Bit of Lord of the Rings.
Woosies.
Which one?
Roses.
Which one? Which one?
Which Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
I remember Return of the King.
Mm.
Yeah. You're in Two Towers, aren't you?
Mm. Although I don't really listen to it because I just fall asleep.
Your dad has the same problem.
Well, it's my dulcet bedtime reading voice. We're at Helm's Deep, aren't we? Right, you're like are you gone or are you here?
Okay.
Hmm.
No.
Love you.
Daddy, what did I say about spiking me with your spiky beard?
I don't. Sorry, very little.
No,
Love ya. See you soon. This is quite the plate. Then he says the encounter with Garnbury Garn was further developed, reusing the original passage in the previous chapter where Garnbury Garn came to Minas Tirith. And they came to the grey wood under Amon-Din, and there beside the road in the shadow of the trees stood Garn of the Wild Woods, and 2 of his headmen beside him, and they were clad in all garments of green leaves to do honour to the king. For Garnbury Garn said, "He was great king, he drove away dark with bright iron, and now men of stone houses have king, he will not let dark come back." And he and his headmen laid their foreheads upon Aragon's feet, and he bade them rise up, and he blessed them, and gave them the forest of Druedain to be their own, so that no man should ever enter it without their leave. And then they bowed and vanished into the trees. So what you see is Tolkien basically making Garn give less and less of a shit, like with every version. Like in the first one, he travels to the coronation, and then in the second one, as they're passing his forest, he comes out, and then in the published one, he just stays inside and bangs some drums. He goes, "Yeah, whatever, mate, whatever." So that's kind of curious.
To be fair, I feel the last one is probably, from what you hear about the Woosies, is like, I don't really care what you're up to. Just stop the orcs.
yeah, he did the orcs. I don't care if you're a king or anything. But you're absolutely right. That's what we said as they came in. That it tickles me that they were clad in garments of green leaves to do honour to the king. What were they wearing when they met Theoden? Like green leaves. It's the same.
No, they were grass.
Were they
It
grass?
was.
So
Yeah.
maybe they're different.
You went
green
from a
leaves.
Usulas cut to a fig leaf for the.
Maybe that's why they didn't get invited to the coronation in the end. Mm-hmm.
White seats.
We're going to jump in and see what anyone's been saying.
One thing I always wonder about the Druedain forest is that's a very large source of wood right next to a large city that's not touched.
Well, I mean, Minas Tirith is what? It's all stone, isn't it? If they were next to Edoras, I think they'd be worried, right? I think, like, who knows? I think we have to slightly suspend our disbelief with some of Middle-earth's buildings.
Yeah. I suppose they've got, if you go there, you get shot by poisoned arrows.
Yeah.
You go to Fangorn and you get trampled by an ant.
Joe always assumed it meant, this is high, meant higher or superior, but Google says it means folk. Seedlag says high all. Yeah, Chris is confirming it means troll. We know that bit. Joe Holzman has football spoilers, which I'm not going to read in case anyone doesn't want spoilers. He said like football spoilers, and on the same line he reveals the spoiler, and then he says, "I intended to leave a bigger gap, but hit enter too soon." Sam says, "I've also seen that Mr. Bowles has posted about Golden Hall Gaming's first event. Venue looks lovely." Yeah, we talked about this on the last stream, and they had their first little invitational event. I don't want to say too much because I haven't seen the post, but I presume if he's posted about it, he's shown it off. But there's a new gaming venue opening in Stockport, run in, I don't know the technicalities, but in some combination, I believe, between Ben Bowles, James Clark, and Sam Page. called Golden Hall Gaming, and I think they're going to be running events for lots of different systems, but with a kind of slightly soft spot for Middle Earth, which is quite cool. So that'll be good. Ryan Pickering says, "Don't worry, Damien, we are past the watershed." That's as I had to say that terrible thing. Joe Holzman.
What about a shut city?
Yeah. Here we go. Joe Holzman and Michael Haskell heard the gargling. Oh, but that makes sense. Because they're not we talked about this before. They're not hearing me through Zoom. You're hearing me through Zoom. So it's cancelling it for you, and it's not cancelling it for them. It's tricky. Chris Cooper says, hello, Sharwin and Mumro Burn. Destro Dexterson, Estonian greetings all. Sam says, tomatoes in honour of Denethor. Happy Father's Day tomorrow. Yes, indeed. A big Happy Father's Day. I think it's only UK. I think they change international, but a big Happy Father's Day to all the Battle Streams fathers out there, and to all the Battle Streamers with fathers out there. We all hope you and your fathers all have lovely days tomorrow, and get some treats and get to relax, maybe get some hobby time, and so on and so forth. Any plans for you, Chris?
Going to see my parents tomorrow and make them lunch. My dad, unfortunately, hasn't been well last week. He's had a chest infection. I had to actually drive down to Carlisle to pick him up because he was taken to A&E while he was on holiday down south.
Jesus.
And they were relying on the train to come back, and I was like, I'll take the day off work and
I'm sorry, man.
come and fetch you. But he's on the mend now, so.
What does a Chris Murphy cook lunch look like? Haggis, you hear me?
I don't know. I'll need to actually go food shopping and get something to cook. Possibly a Greek salad, some koftas, and a spanakopita.
Sounds good, man. With a haggis on top.
I'll have haggis for breakfast.
Of course. Wonderful. I hope you enjoy, my friend. James Wilson says, then unless you're Faramir. Sam says, PG or non-PG answer to stream content. I don't know what that means.
Always non-PG.
What?
Always non-PG. Is that his name, Sam PG? Have you been saying it wrong?
This was when Charlotte was in, so it must be something to do with that, but I don't know. Chris Cooper, I haven't met Mum Roburn, but that felt surprisingly personal until I remembered that Chris is also called Chris. She just gave a personal shout out to all the Chris's out there. Joe Holzman said,
has he been thinking every time you've been asking me a question, so Chris, that it's being directed at him?
I can't answer you, Damien. Joe Holzman says Theoden was also a king.
Yeah, he didn't get the royal treatment of leaves.
Oh, yeah.
Green leaves.
That's a great
fresh
point,
leaves.
Yeah. Take that, Theoden. They seem very obsessed with people who live in stone houses. They probably had no respect for people who live in wood houses. James suggests grass skirts for casual wear, leaves for formal occasions. Ryan Pickering, do you think the Druedain might show up at some point in Rings of Power? I think they could, for sure. And as we'll get to, they were there, man. So that would be really cool, actually. Michael Haskell says, Golden Hall in Stockport opening event today was a lot of fun and it's a lovely venue. I lost all 3 of my games, sadly. Dreadful. Shut the place down. Joe says, I was expecting more Pukelman talk in the deep dive. The deep dive's not over. Sam says, Sean was asking what you've been talking about on stream. Oh, I see. And then is asking for PG or non-PG. And Chris Cooper says, I keep trying to answer Damien, but this Scottish bloke keeps interrupting me. And Joe says, I was actually making the opposite point. Oh, he was suggesting that the green leaves was because he was dressed up for a king. And so for that AM at Invade the Forest, I'll show you who gets leaves. So, wonderful stuff. Keep your woes content coming. Do we like the Woses? Have people used the Woses? Have we enjoyed them in the games? Do we wish that they were in the films? Anything Woes related is be fun to natter about. Right. What I'm now going to do is go back in time. And this is Volume 8, The War of the Ring. And this contains the first drafting of the Ride of the Rohirrim chapter. So, before this, there is no mention of the wild men of the forest. And they emerge during this chapter. So, a lot of this is kind of, in the classic sense, is little notes, there's little drafts of like story outlines. But this is how the Woses come into the story. So first up, we get mysterious drums are heard in the woods and hills. Then, the dark men of Eilenak come out. Do you remember when I said Eilenak would be important later?
No.
Brilliant. The name of that beacon, originally, we have the dark men of Eilenak. So we don't have the wild men of the forest or the wild men of Druedain. We have the dark men of Eilenak. And then, they push on by night. This is the Rohirrim. Suddenly, they see fires ahead and hear cries. A great hum hum is heard. Ents! Treebeard! Cries Merry. The enemy camp is in confusion. Dark men of Eilenak have attacked us. So this is the orcs. This is the orcs blocking the road, right? The dark men of Eilenak have attacked it. And suddenly, coming out of the north after a victory over orcs in the wold, Treebeard and a company of Ents. So they're camped in the forest of Eilenak, out of which rises Eilenak Beacon. And here, the dark men of Eilenak enter the story, forerunners of the Woses or the wild men in the woods. Though nothing is said of them other than that they attacked the enemy camp. The drumming in the hills is heard, however, from the camp under Halathirion on the previous night. Thus, the forest of Eilenak is the forerunner of the Druedain forest. The Ents reappear. Clearly, they play a part in the attack on the camp. I take it that the meaning of the text at this point is dark men of Eilenak have attacked it, and so also have Treebeard and a company of Ents suddenly coming out of the north. The narrative envisaged clearly, and so that's how things stand here. And then Chris Tolkien writes, the narrative envisaged clearly ran into difficulties and was then decisively abandoned without any repercussions in the development of the chapter. No more than broken fragments can be discerned in the remainder of this page, but these suggest uncertainty of direction. And this is Tolkien kind of just writing ideas. In that case, the wild men slay orcs, but also turn against the king. But the riders brush them aside and reach Amundin. Now, I think that king is Theoden. I don't think that's saying Aragorn. I think that's saying they attack the they attack the orcs, but then turn on Theoden, because it then says, "But the riders brush them aside." So, in this early version, they attack the orcs, but then attack the Rohirrim, and then the Rohirrim kill the dark men of Eilenak. And then the next page begins, "But the wild men were nowhere to be seen. At the first sight of the Ents, they had cried out shrieks of fear and fled back to vanish into the hills. What dark and distant legends out of elder days held their minds enthralled, none could say. But Treebeard soon found for himself what he needed." And then Chris Tolkien writes, "There is nothing more is found anywhere touching on the appearance of the Ents in Anorion, and the reason for their disappearance can only be guessed at. But an assault on the Orc camp would necessarily constitute a major episode, and my father wanted such an episode at this juncture no more than did the Rohirrim." That's a great line. The wild men, who as the dark men of Eilenak had entered in outline A as attackers of the Orc camp, found their role in leading the Rohirrim by forgotten roads through the hills, known only to themselves, so that the Orc camp was entirely circumvented. The Ents therefore had no clear function left to them. This is of course pure speculation, but there are notes found pertaining to the question. So we have effectively Ents coming in at the start of Return of the King to kind of attack this Orc camp, to kind of, you know, clear the road, as it were, and these kind of forerunners of the Woses doing the same thing and helping. And as I said, there's no proof for it, but Chris Tolkien speculates that he just pulled it out because he didn't want to have to describe another battle. He was like, no, I don't have the time for this. This is going to take too much out of the story. We're going to go around instead, which is kind of cool. It shows you kind of what the original version of the Wild Men was, and also potentially an extra thing for the Ents to do. Kind of cool.
Which you then wonder they've got that far. And this terrace just round the corner. Why didn't they help?
What, the Ents?
Yeah.
I think they did. It's been a while since I read that bit, but I think originally the Ents went to the Siege of Minas Tirith.
Okay.
And then probably got pulled back at the same time, actually. Still hasn't beaten Invincible Ghost Army.
No.
That's a great Invincible Ghost Army you got there. We could really need that right now. Let's get rid of it. Yeah. He also makes a note a few pages later that as he then keeps revising, he changes the Dark Men of Islanak into the Wild Men of Druedain. Garnbury Garn. From here the story moves confidently into the conversation of the king and Aomer with his headman Garnbury Garn, so named unhesitatingly from his first appearance. So when the Ents have gone and they bring the Wozers in, Garnbury Garn appears and is always Garnbury Garn. And he also makes a note saying the name Druedain is not found in the published Lord of the Rings. It was replaced by Wozers, but it does reappear in Unfinished Tales, as we will get to. And that's it from that. So that's the drafting stuff of the. That's all there is about how the Wozers. You know, the Wozers is a relatively small section, but there is. I think there's some good juice there. There's some interesting stuff to begin with about them being a different and potentially being slightly more evil, because I think they turn on the Rohirrim, and then the Ents coming into it and all this kind of stuff, which is all good fun.
Are they evil or are they just true neutral?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe the Rohirrim are evil. Who knows?
Well, they did kill them, so.
Was it? But to the Sith, the Jedi are evil. So who knows? But that's what we've got from kind of what was the original intent. We have more, and we have more, and I'm gonna test your Battle Streams of Middle Earth knowledge and your Damien knowledge. We have more, Chris Murfitt, in Damien's favourite Middle Earth book that is not The Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. Would you like to... Do you know the answer? For £1 million fake pounds. What is Damien's favourite Middle Earth book that is not The Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit?
Is it the rules manual for Middle Earth strategy battle game?
Such a good guess. Such a good guess. Alas, incorrect.
Is it the War of the Rohirrim supplement for the Middle Earth strategy battle game?
Are you going to list every Games Workshop supplement for the Middle Earth strategy battle game?
I could do.
I mean, we've got 5 hours, right?
Shadow and Flame?
Let's go through all that. It's not made by Games Workshop.
Was it made by D. Agostini?
I'm going to stop you there. It's Unfinished Tales.
Oh.
Okay. Love this book so much. Now, I've got a very recent memory of doing a stream where we looked at Unfinished Tales and we did a bit of a deep dive. And I was like, it wasn't long ago, but it's long ago enough that maybe our entire audience has changed, or some of the audience would have changed, so we could go back into it. But I went back and found that stream that we did, and we did it when Unfinished Tales came out on audiobook, and we made it a kind of Unfinished Tales special, just to see what we said about it. It wasn't that long ago. Do you want to have a guess at how long ago it was?
60 episodes ago.
That's such a weird use of such a weird unit of time. No, it was more than
well,
60
they're every
episodes.
2 weeks.
It was more than 60 episodes ago. Why don't you guess using a more traditional manner of time rather than episodes?
It was 60 episodes ago. So how many P's have I done since then? Is it? Four years.
It's more than 4 years.
5 years.
It's 5 years ago. I think it was stream. It's either 35 or 36, and it was in. It's 1 month out. I think it's like July. It's July, 2021.
Oof.
Yeah. And I was genuinely like, wow. No, that's 5 years ago. And I thought this was going to be like 2 to 3 years ago.
Time flies by when you're having fun.
Well, quite. And I was like, that's a bloody long time ago. and I did go back and watch it to see kind of what we said about it. And I didn't read much of it because it had just come out, and my whole thing on it was.
You want to wait till it's finished.
I was kind of saying I think you should go and listen to it. I don't want to spoil it. It was going to be it's like a spoiler-free review. Here's what's in it without reading it, and I love it so much, and it came out in audiobook and people have it. But I'm now quite confident in saying 5 years ago, an awful lot of our audience was different. Like it was fascinating to go back and listening to the comments and going, whoa, I haven't heard that name in 5 years. I haven't heard that name in 5 years. I haven't heard that, and loads of people that are in the chat tonight aren't there, and loads of people who were there aren't here. And it's kind of fun.
We've got a few first-time people today.
Yeah, well, quite.
As well.
And so, I think we're all right to go back into this 5 years ago. But it turns out I didn't go into it in anywhere near as much depth as I thought I did. So, in here, apologies, I've cheese strawed. There is a whole essay about the Druedain. I'm not going to go too much into Unfinished Tales, because I've done that before 5 years ago. But the book's absolutely brilliant. But there's an essay in here, and in the introduction it says, towards the end of his life, my father revealed a good deal more about the wild men of the Druedain forest in Anorian, and the statues of the Pukul men on the road up to Dunharrow. The account given here, telling of the Druedain in Beleriand in the First Age, and containing the story of the Faithful Stone, is drawn from a long, discursive and unfinished essay concerned primarily with the interrelations of the languages of Middle-earth. As will be seen, the Druedain were to be drawn back into the history of the earlier ages, but of this there is necessarily no trace in the published Silmarillion. Now, Unfinished Tales was published in 1980, so one of the things it's so important what this book was that we'd had basically The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, and then Chris Tolkien published the Silmarillion, and at that point that's all we had. And so when this gets published in 1980, obviously there's no internet, but you've literally just got those 3 books, so this added so much more to the world. But very, very crucially, it's written before the History of Middle-earth, a 12-volume series, which was then published from sort of 1980 to about 2000, I think. Volume 12 comes out in. And so something that struck me about this has this essay now been published? It's drawn from a long discursive and unfinished essay. I was like, well, we've actually had another 40 years of Tolkien books. And to the best of my knowledge, it hasn't been. I really thought it might be in. Have you got the book that came out a couple of years ago called The Nature of Middle-earth? It was a post Chris Tolkien's death one, but it was about languages and about relationships, and it was about flora and fauna in Middle-earth. And it was crying out for it to be in that. And I thought, oh God, I think, in here in 1980s going, oh, no one will be interested in that. Meanwhile, 40 years later, they've published everything. But it's not. I looked through it and it's not in there at all. And so to the best...
I think I might have it in the other room.
Good book.
It was a collection set.
So I would love someone to prove me wrong tonight, but to the best of my knowledge, this source essay has still never been published 45 years later. So this passage in Unfinished Tales is all we've got. But there's a lot in here, and it's a... 96. It's an 8-page kind of essay about the Druedain. And I'm not going to read it all, but I'm going to read most of it, because, as I said, I didn't do it on the last stream, and there's some good stuff in here. And so this is our deepest dive into the Druedain and this is Tolkien writing after the publication of the Lord of the Rings. So the other deep dive stuff we did was his early drafts on the Druedain, whereas this is him. He went back to a lot of these areas and kind of wrote more in his later life. And this is what he said about the Druedain. So yeah, settle in for some new Druedain stuff. Turns out also, by the way, doing a low and guttural voice for Garnbury Garn, not the most sensible option if you're going to read stuff. The strangest of all.
You're going to do a high pitch guttural.
Yeah, if Garn turns up again, he's going to be, well, hi. Hi, everybody. I'm the Arkenstone. I love shiny things. The strangest of all the customs of the folk of Haleth was the presence among them of people of a wholly different kind, the like of which neither the elder in Beleriand nor the other Atani had ever seen before. They were not many, a few hundreds maybe, living apart in families or small tribes, but in friendship as members of the same community. And a note on this compares them to the way in the Third Age men and hobbits live together, though so it's that kind of thing. They're kind of friends, but they're not in any way related. And he also makes it clear the Drug folk are not in any way related to hobbits. The folk of Haleth called them by the name Drug, that being a word of their own language. To the eyes of elves and other men, they were unlovely in looks. They were stumpy, some 4 foot high, but very broad, with heavy buttocks and short, thick legs. Their white faces. What?
It's John McGinn.
He might be. He could be a woes. He might well be. Their wide faces had deep-set eyes with heavy brows and flat noses, and grew no hair below their eyebrows, except in a few men who were proud of the distinction. A small tail of black hair in the midst of their chin. And I note that the Garnbury Garn sculpt has a small tail of black hair in the midst of his chin. Their features...
It's very good, because that was the point I was just getting to painting, so I'm picking up my bad and black for that.
There you go. Their feature... Would you like to know how... given that you've been an appalling research assistant, do you want to know how it recommends you paint it?
No.
Garnbury Garn's hair is black, greying towards the ends. First, paint all of Garnbury Garn's hair with an even coat of Chaos Black. Remember to paint the few tufts of hair on his chin too. Then, lightly dry brush the tips of Garnbury Garn's hair with Codex Grey. Next, apply a light dry brush of Rotting Flesh over the Codex Grey before a final dry brush of Skull White on the very tips. There you go. Their features were usually impassive, the most mobile being their wide mouths, and the movement of their wary eyes could not be observed save from close at hand, for they were so black the pupils could not be distinguished. But in anger they glowed red. Their voices were deep and guttural, but their laughter was a surprise. It was rich and rolling, and set all who heard it, elves or men, laughing too, for its pure merriment untainted by scorn or malice. Which leads us to another note that says, to the unfriendly, who not knowing them well, declared that Morgoth must have bred the orcs from such a stock, as in the Woses, the elder answered, doubtless Morgoth, since he can make no living thing, bred orcs from various kinds of men, but the Druedain must have escaped his shadow, for their laughter and the laughter of orcs are as different as is the light of a man from the darkness of Angband. But some thought, nonetheless, that there had been a remote kinship which accounted for their special enmity. Orcs and Drugs each regarded the other as renegade. In the Silmarillion, orcs are said to have been bred by Melkor from captured elves in the beginning of their days. This is only one of several diverse speculations on the origin of orcs. It may be noted that in The Return of the King, the laughter of Garnbury Garn is described. At that, old Garn made a curious gurgling noise, and it seemed that he was laughing. He's described as having a scanty beard that straggled on his lumpy chin like dry mosh, and dark-eyed that showed nothing.
I feel sorry for Gan. He's like, you're just getting picked apart left, right and centre.
Very few of these descriptions are particularly complimentary. I like the heavy buttocks though. That's good. Is it good to have heavy buttocks? I don't know.
Well, J-Lo made a career out of it, so...
Maybe J-Lo was a woes. In peace, they often laughed at work or play when other men might sing, but they could be relentless enemies, and when once aroused... It's not what you think. Their red wrath was slow to cool, though it showed no signs save the light in their eyes.
The what was slow to cool?
Stop it. For they fought in silence and did not exult in victory, not even over orcs, the only creatures for whom their hatred was implacable. The Eldar called them Druedain, admitting them to the rank of Atani. it is stated in isolated notes that their own name for themselves was Drugu, in which the G represents a spirantal sound. So Drug. This name adopted into Sindarin in Beleriand became Dru. So the plurals were Druin and Druath. But when the Eldar discovered that the Dru folk were steadfast enemies of Morgoth, and especially of the Orcs, the title Adan was added, and they were Druedain, similar to Druedain, to mark both their humanity and their friendship with the Eldar. So I always like to caveat this with, don't forget, it's all nonsense. It's all fiction. But there is a really quite complicated and fascinating way, if you're interested in languages, in how they get called the Druedain, being the name that they gave themselves and then a kind of suffix that the elves gave them to represent their close links to the Atani, which I think is kind of cool. And to mark their racial difference from the people of the three houses of the Edain. Dru was then only used in compounds such as Drunos, which meant a family of the Dru folk, Druwaith, the wilderness of the Dru folk. In Quenya, Drugu began Ru, and Ruatan, plural Ruatani, for their other names in later times like Wildmen, Wozers and Pukelmen we'll get onto. So that's kind of fun. Joe Holzman, if it's anything like Aboriginal language, the G would produce a K sound, so druk. Possibly, I don't know. For they were much loved while they lasted. Alas, they were not long lived, and they were ever few in number, and their losses were heavy in their feud with the Orcs, who returned their hatred and delighted to capture them and torture them. When the victories of Morgoth destroyed all the realms and strongholds of elves and men in Beleriand, it is said they had dwindled to a few families, mostly of women and children, some of whom came to the last refuges at the mouth of Sirion. In the annals of Numenor, it said that this remnant was permitted to sail over the sea with the Atani, and in the peace of the new land throve and increased again. So the Druedain Wozes went to Numenor, but took no more part in war, for they dreaded the sea. What happened to them later is only recorded in one of the few legends that survived the downfall, the story of the first sailings of the Numenorians back to Middle-earth, known as the Mariner's Wife. In a copy of this written and preserved in Gondor, there is a note by the scribe on a passage in which the Druedain in the household of King Eldarion, the Mariner, are mentioned. It relates that the Druedain, who were ever noted for their strange foresight, were disturbed to hear of his voyages, foreboding that evil would come of them, and begged him to go no more. But they did not succeed, since neither his father nor his wife could prevail on him to change his courses, and the Druedain departed in distress. From that time onward, the Druedain of Numenor became restless, and despite their fear of the sea, one by one, or in twos and threes, they would beg for passages in the great ships that sailed to the northwestern shores of Middle-earth. If any asked, "Why would you go, and whither?" they answered, "The great isle no longer feels sure under our feet, and we wish to return to the lands whence we came." Thus their numbers dwindled again, slowly through the long years, and none were left when Elendil escaped the downfall. The last had fled the land when Sauron bought it. There is no trace, either in the materials relating to the story of Aldarion and Erendis or elsewhere, of the president of Druedain in Numenor, apart from the foregoing, save for a detached note which says the Edain, who at the end of the War of the Jewels sailed over the sea to Numenor, contained few remnants of the folk of Halath, and the very few Druedain that accompanied them died out long before the downfall. So you get, what you've got is that the Druedain went to Numenor, and they had some sort of foresight about what was going to happen. They could feel that it wasn't right, and that the land wasn't safe, and left. And I also love, possibly my favourite thing about Middle-earth is this, the way the frame narration, that, bear in mind, this is something that Tolkien's written. It never got published, but he's written this. He has no clue that anyone's ever going to read this. And he writes, they went to Numenor, but then what happened to them later is only recorded in one of the legends that survived the downfall, known as the Mariner's Wife. In a copy of this, written and preserved in Gondor, there's a note by the scribe on a passage. So he's saying, get your head around that. He's saying that someone has written a story about the fall of Numenor, and then after they've written that story, they've done an editorial note that includes this. I mean, the level of the level of depth in that to go. I hope someone reads this one day. There's such deep love for this thing, and it's wonderful, I think. In their earlier days, they'd been a great service to those among whom they dwelt, and they were much sought after. There were few would ever leave the land of the folk of Haleth. A few lived in the household of Hurin of the house of Hador, for he had dwelt among the folk of Haleth in his young and had kinship with their lord. And then Chris Tolkien writes an author's note. He says, on the relationship of Hurin to the folk of Haleth, it was my father's intention ultimately to transform Sador, the old serving man in Hurin's house, in Dorlomin, into a Druk. So you might be familiar with that, but there's a character called Sador who works in Hurin's house. He's like he's quite a kind of gruff, like a handyman almost, who kind of works for the family. And Tolkien wanted to turn him into a Woz, which is kind of fun. And I love that this is like showing you how he wanted to sprinkle them more broadly through the Legendarium. They had a marvellous skill as trackers of all living creatures, and they taught to their friends what they could of their craft, but their pupils did not equal them, for the Druedain used their scent like hounds, save that they were also keen-eyed. They boasted that they could smell an orc to windward further away than any men could see them, and could follow its scent for weeks, except through running water. Their knowledge of all growing things was almost equal to that of the elves, although untaught by them, and it is said that if they removed to a new country, they knew within a short time all things that grew there, great or minute, and gave names to those that were new to them, discerning those that were poisonous or useful as food. So I think that kind of that ties back to this idea of what happened in Numenor, that they have this kind of pre-natural ability to understand the world or the land they're living in. The Druedain, as also the other Atani, had no form of writing until they met the Eldar, but the runes and scripts of the Eldar were never learned by them. They came no nearer to writing by their own invention than the use of a number of signs, for the most part simple, for the marking of trails or the giving of information and warning. In the far distant past, they appeared already to have had small tools of flint for scraping and cutting, and these they still used, although the Atani had a knowledge of metals and some smithcraft before they came to Beleriand. For metals were hard to come by, and forged weapons and tools very costly. But when in Beleriand, and by association with the Eldar, and in traffic with the dwarfs of Ered Linden, these things became more common. The Druedain showed great talent for carving in wood or stone. They already had a knowledge of pigments, derived chiefly from plants, and they drew pictures and patterns on wood or flat surfaces of stone, and sometimes they would scrape knobs of wood into faces that could be painted. But with sharper and stronger tools, they delighted in carving figures of men and beasts, whether toys and ornaments or large images, to which the most skilled among them would give vivid semblance of life. Sometimes these images were strange and fantastic, or even fearful. Among the grim jest to which they put their skill was the making of orc figures, which they set at the borders of the land, shaped as if fleeing from it, screaming in terror. I like the sass on that they're scraping screaming orcs to scare off screaming orcs. They also made images of themselves, and placed them at the entrances to tracks or at turnings of woodland paths. These they called watchstones, of which the most notable was set near the crossings of Tegelin, each representing a Druedain larger than the life, squatting heavily upon a dead orc. These figures served not merely as insults to their enemies, for the orcs feared them and believed them to be filled with the malice of the Orgar High, for so they named the Druedain, and able to hold communication with them. Therefore they seldom dared to touch them or try to destroy them, unless in great numbers would turn back at a watchstone and go no further. I was just focus on that. That said, the orcs believed that these statues, the Pukul men this is talking about, were filled with the malice of the Orgar High, and they were able to hold communication with them, so the statues could talk. Right? There's a couple of kind of fun stories coming up, which ties into that. But among the powers of this strange people, perhaps most to be remarked was their capacity of utter silence and stillness, to which at times they could endure for many days on end, sitting with their legs crossed, their hands upon their knees or in their laps, and in their eyes closed or looking at the ground. Concerning this, a tale was related among the folk of Haleth. So there are two stories about the Wozes, and this is one of the little... You've got like a fairy tale about the Wozes, right? On a time, one of the most skilled in stone carving among the Drugs made an image of his father who had died, and he set it up by a pathway near to their dwelling. Then he sat down beside it and passed into a deep silence of recollection. It chanced that not long after, a forester came on by a journey to a distant village, and seeing two Drugs, he bowed and wished them good day, but he received no answer, and he stood for some time in surprise, looking closely at them. Then he went on his way, saying to himself, "Great skill have they in stonework, but I have never seen any more lifelike." 3 days later he returned, and being very weary, he sat down and propped his back against one of the figures. His cloak he cast about its shoulders to dry, for it had been raining, but the sun was shining. The sun was now shining hot. There he fell asleep, but after a while he was wakened by a voice from the figure behind him. "I hope you are rested," it said, "but if you wish for more sleep, I beg you to move to the other one. He will never need to stretch his legs again, and I find your cloak too hot in the sun." That's cute. It is said that the Druedain would often sit thus in times of grief or loss, but sometimes for pleasure in thought or in the making of plans. They would also use this stillness when on guard, and then they would sit or stand, hidden in shadow, and though their eyes might seem closed or staring with a blank gaze, nothing passed or came near that not marked or remembered. So intense was their unseen vigilance that it could be seen as a hostile menace by intruders, who retreated in fear before any warning was given. But if any evil thing passed on, they would utter as a signal a shrill whistle, painful to endure close at hand, and heard far off. The service of the Druedain as guards was much esteemed by the folk of Haleth in times of peril, and if such guards were not to be had, they would have figures carved in their likeness to be set near their houses, believing that being made by the Druedain themselves for the purpose, they would hold some of the menace of the living men. Indeed, though they held the Druedain in love and trust, many of the folk of Haleth believed that they possessed uncanny and magical powers, and among their tales of marvels there are several that told such things. And one of the tales which they give here I'm going to close on. And then we just got there's kind of 3 pages of final notes where Chris says, "My father was at pains to emphasise the radical difference between Druedain and hobbits. They are quite difficult physical shape and appearance. Druedain were taller and of heavier and stronger build. Their facial features were unlovely, and while the head hair of the hobbits was abundant, the Druedain had only sparse and lank hair on their heads, and none at all on their legs and feet. They were at times merry and gay like hobbits, but they had a grimmer side to their nature and could be sardonic and ruthless, and they had, or were credited with, strange or magical powers. They were moreover a frugal people, eating sparingly even in times of plenty, and drinking nothing but water. In some ways they resembled rather the dwarves in build and stature and endurance, in their skill in carving stone, in the grim side of their character, and in their strange powers. But the magic skills with which the dwarves were credited were quite different, and the dwarves were far grimmer and also longer lived, whereas the Druedain were short-lived compared with other kinds of men. Only once in isolated note is anything said explicitly concerning the relationship between the Druedain of Beleriand in the First Age, who guarded the house of the folk of Haleth, and the remote ancestors of Garnbury Garn, who guided the Rohirrim down the Stoneway Valley on their way to Minas Tirith. An emigrant branch of the Druedain accompanied the folk of Haleth at the end of the First Age and dwelt in the forest of Brethil with them, but most of them had remained in the White Mountains, in spite of their persecution by later arrived men, who had relapsed into the service of the Dark. It is also said here that the identity of the statues of Dun Harrow with the remnants of the Druath perceived by Meriadoc Brandybuck when he sets eyes on Garnbury Garn was originally recognised in Gondor, though at the time of the establishment of the Númenórean kingdom by Isildur, they survived only in the Druidan forest and in the Druath Ayr, which I think I'm saying that wrong. I don't know how to say this, but it's the kind of last thing that's going to tie in nicely to whoever the hell. Is it James Wilson doing his Fords of Isen?
Yes.
It's Druath, and it's I-A-U-R. I'm sure again someone could Google how to say that. I-R. Maybe it's a pirate land, I don't know. But Druath Ayar. We can thus, if we wish, elaborate that the ancient legend of the coming of the Edain in the Silmarillion by the addition of the Druedain descending out of Ered Linden into Assyrian with the Haladin. Another note says that historians in Gondor believe the first men to cross the Anduin were the Druedain. They came from lands south of Mordor, but before they reached the coast of Haradwaith, they turned north into Ithilien, and eventually, finding a way across the Anduin, probably near Caer Andros, settled in the vales of the White Mountains and the wooded lands at their northern feet. They were a secretive people, suspicious of other kinds of men, by whom they had been harried and persecuted, as long as they could remember, and they could be hidden and have peace. But nothing more is said here or elsewhere concerning the history of their association with the folk of Haleth. In an essay cited previously on the names of rivers in Middle-earth, there's a glimpse of the Druedain in the Second Age. It is said here that the native people of Enedwaith, fleeing the devastations of the Númenóreans along the course of the Gwathlo, did not cross the Isen, nor take refuge in the great promontory between Isen and Lefnwy that form the north arm of the Bay of Belfalas, because of the Púcal men, who were a secret and fell people, tireless and silent hunters, using poisoned darts. They said they had always been there, and had formerly lived also in the White Mountains. In ages past they had paid no heed to the great Dark One, Morgoth, nor did they later ally themselves with Sauron, for they hated all invaders from the east. From the east, they said, had come the tall men who drove them from the White Mountains, and they were wicked at heart. Maybe even in the days of the War of the Ring, some of the Drew folk lingered in the mountains of Andrast, the western outlier of the White Mountains, but only the remnant in the woods of Anorion were known to the people of Gondor. We might have roses somewhere else. This region between Isen and Lefnwy was the Druedain Ire. Let's just see, has anyone... no one has helped me out with pronunciation, so I'll have to continue. The region between Isen and Lefnwy was the Druedain Ire, and in yet another scrap of writing on this subject, it is stated that the word Ayar, old, in this name does not mean original but former. The Púcal men occupied the White Mountains on both sides in the First Age. When the occupation of the coastlands by the Númenóreans began in the Second Age, they survived in the mountains in the promontory of Andrast, which was never occupied by the Númenóreans. Another remnant survived at the eastern end of the range in Anorion. At the end of the Third Age, the latter, much reduced in numbers, were believed to be the only survivors. Hence the original region, this is the Druedain Ire, was called the Old Púcal Wilderness. It remained a wilderness and was not inhabited by men of Gondor or of Rohan, and was seldom entered by any of them, but men of the Anfalas believed that some of the old wild men still lived there secretly. But in Rohan, the identity of the statues of Dunharrow, called Púcal men, with the wild men of the Druedain forest, was not recognised, neither was their humanity. Hence the reference by Garnbury Garn to persecution of the wild men by the Rohirrim in the past. Leave wild men alone in the woods, do not hunt them like beasts anymore. Since Garnbury Garn was attempting to use the common speech, he called his people wild men, not without irony, but this was of course not their name for themselves. And is my last note here. So I might have to switch over to phone cam for our kind of I think exciting. Oh, Joe Holzman has gone with Druith Yor. That makes sense to me. The I-A-U-R Yor. So Druith Yor, I think. I'll go with that. And let me see if we can pull this up. I've got a good regional map. It's there. Right. So have a look at this. So here is, you get where we are. We've got Rohan, we've got Gondor. Yep. And so a few little we've got the Fords of Isen here, Isengard, Helm's Deep. Yeah, get where we are. So Minas Tirith is over here somewhere, and this is the Druith Yor here. Okay, this area here, and they note in some other stuff where they say between Rohan and Gondor. So this here is an unsettled wilderness that is referred to as the Old Pukal Waste. So this area is another area where Woes is, where the wild men of Druedain, the Druedain were settled, and some of them were thought to still linger here in the Third Age. And Druedain Forest is about here, by the way, so it's a completely different place. And our last note is that a marginal jotting states that after the battles of the Fords of Eisen, it was found that many Druedain did indeed survive in the Druith Yore, for they came forth from the caves where they dwelt to attack remnants of Saruman's forces that had been driven away southwards. So, James, if you're collecting a Fords of Eisen force, you can get some Woses in there, because after the battle here, as the orcs are fleeing, Woses emerge from out here and they slaughter them, which I think is pretty damn cool. And I didn't know that.
Neither did I.
Oh, there you go. That's fun. And I said I deliberately saved the last fairy story to be the last thing I read, because I just think this is wonderful. So what I've now got for you as our last bit of the deep dive for tonight is a fairy story about the Woses, a fairy tale about the Woses. So I hope you enjoy it. This is called The Faithful Stone. On a time, there was a Droog named Argan, well known as a leech. He had a great friendship with Barak, a forester of the folk, who lived in a house in the woods, 2 miles or more from the nearest village. The dwellings of Argan's family were nearer, and he spent most of his time with Barak and his wife, and was much loved by their children. There came a time of trouble, for a number of daring orcs had secretly entered the woods nearby, and were scattered in 2s and 3s, waylaying any that went abroad alone, and at night attacking houses far from neighbours. The household of Barak were not much afraid, for Argan stayed with them at night, and kept watch outside. But one morning he came to Barak and said, "Friend, I have ill news from my kin, and I fear I must leave you for a while. My brother has been wounded, and he lies now in pain, and calls for me, since I have skill in treating orc wounds. I will return as soon as I may." Barak was greatly troubled, and his wife and children wept. But Argan said, "I will do what I can. I have had a watchstone brought here and set near your house." Barak went out with Argan and looked at the watchstone. It was large and heavy, and sat under some bushes not far from his doors. Argan laid his hand upon it, and after a silence said, "See, I have left it with some of my powers. May it keep you from harm." Nothing untoward happened for 2 nights, but on the 3rd night Barak heard the shrill warning call of the Drugs, or dreamed that he heard it, for it raised no one else. Leaving his bed, he took his bow from the wall and went to a narrow window, and he saw 2 orcs setting fuel against his house and preparing to kindle it. Then Barak was shaken with fear, for marauding orcs carried with them brimstone or some other devilish stuff that was quickly inflamed and not quenched with water. Recovering himself, he bent his bow, but at that moment, just as the flames leapt up, he saw a Drug come running up behind the orcs. One he felled with a blow of his fist, and the other fled. Then he plunged barefoot into the fire, scattering the burning fuel and stamping on the orc flames that ran along the ground. Barak made for the doors, but when he had unbarred them and sprang out, the Drug had disappeared. There was no sign of the smitten orc, the fire was dead, and there remained only a smoke and a stench. Barak went back indoors to comfort his family, who had been roused by the noises and the burning reek. But when it was daylight, he went out again and looked about. He found that the watchstone had gone. But he kept that to himself. "Tonight I must be the watchman," he thought. But later in the day, Argan came back and was welcomed with joy. He was wearing high buskins, such as the Drugs sometimes wore in hard country, among thorns or rocks, and he was weary, but he was smiling and seemed pleased. And he said, "I bring good news. My brother is no longer in pain, and will not die, for I came in time to withstand the venom, and now I learn the marauders have been slain, or else fled. How have you fared?" "We are still alive," said Barak, "but come with me, and I will show you and tell you more." Then he led Argan to the place of the fire, and told him of the attack in the night. The watchstone has gone. Orc work, I guess. What have you to say to that? I will speak when I have looked and thought longer, said Argon. And then he went hither and thither, scanning the ground, and Barak followed him. At length, Argon led him to a thicket at the edge of the clearing in which the house stood. There the watchstone was, sitting on a dead orc, but its legs were all blackened and cracked, and one of its feet had split off and lay loose at its side. Argon looked grieved and said, "Ah, well, he did what he could, and better that his legs should trample orc fire than mine." Then he sat down and unlaced his buskins, and Barak saw that under them there were bandages on his legs. Argon undid them. "They are healing already," he said. "I had kept vigil by my brother for 2 nights, and last night I slept. I woke before morning came, and I was in pain, and I found my legs blistered. Then I guessed what had happened. Alas, if some power passes from you to a thing that you have made, then you must take a share in its hurts."
That's cool.
How cool is that? It's like an X-File. So you get, you know, by all means, what do you think happened? Tell me your interpretation of the story, and I'll see if it's what I think.
I think he has a fever dream and goes out and slaughters some orcs.
You think
Forgets
there's no woes involved at all?
No. It's very Helm Hammerhand.
Absolutely, maybe.
Yeah. We'll never know.
Oh yeah, maybe. But it's clearly meant to be that he, like, the statue is him, or it has his essence in it.
Yeah.
And so that when the statue kind of comes to life without is it Argon or is it Barak? I can't remember. Argon's the woes, that while he's away, his spirit makes the watchstone come to life and chase the orc off his house, which is why the watchstone moves, and then it sits on him, and the watchstone gets its legs burnt, and he gets his legs burnt by some sort of transference of his own spirit, sort of thing. I just think that's awesome, and there's no context about that whatsoever. That's again, it's just Tolkien writing this essay and then writing a story. Go, oh, and by the way, also here's a story about the Woses that was told, but it wasn't, was it, John? Because it's all nonsense. It's all you've made it all up, and none of it was ever published, man. Like when he was alive, and I just think it's wonderful it's out there now, but it's just sad that you've got this like absolute genius just tapping away or scribbling away and latterly tapping away on his typewriter, creating the most wonderful world building, with not the slightest assumption any of it would ever be seen by anyone. I think it's cool. So there we go. That's the Woses. That's what I got for you. How is your hobbying getting on?
I've posted my progress on the whip thread, but can
Very nice.
Pretty much done.
Mm-hmm.
I've made a spike trap as well.
Oh, double entry.
With base material, because otherwise you're
Well, absolutely.
just glued some random bits to a cavalry base.
Do you want to you fancy catch up in the chat? I'll try and assemble some rangers.
Yep.
And then we'll have a look through your magazine.
That sounds like a plan.
We are quite a lot. People like the Woses. So I think it's Chris Cooper saying, "I haven't got the time to describe this battle, not whilst there's a beautiful forest for those chaps to wander through looking at trees." Joe thinks there's no trotter equivalent. Oh, there's only one trotter. You heard it here first, the Woses are the Switzerland and Miller. More football spoilers. This time the lack of space was intentional. I believe Sam Huddy is quoting me when he says, "Oh no, I cheese strawed myself." Are you with me?
Yep. Got ya.
Boom.
Joe Holtzman, I do like Unfinished Tales,
I
and
do
particularly
like
the
Unfinished
Ford device and stuff.
Yep.
Joe Holtzman, Mr. Hankey is the Arkenstone.
Howdy-ho!
Gan Gan could be about to jump up my list of favourite Scots.
That's all I can do, mate. If that's what we can do tonight, then my work here is done.
Andy Clark, Unfinished Tales was my holiday book in 1984.
Whoa!
My dad bought me and my sister a book to take on holiday each summer, normally a wet week in North Wales.
That's amazing.
So a book with random places that you can't pronounce in a country of places that you can't pronounce.
But that's
quite a cool book, yeah.
That's amazing, because I mean that that is far beyond my time. I read it. I don't know when I read Unfinished Tales, to be honest, but I read it after I had the History of Middle Earth, at least. So other stuff had been published. So I didn't have it on its own. But I don't know, Andy, if you got any experience of like how old were you then? You must have been a fan of Lord of the Rings, I guess. And what was that like getting that book? Because there's very few people here who have the slightest clue about getting it as a new thing. That'd be fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, great. How amazing to have him in tonight.
Maybe that's why he came on. He was like, I remember them from that book. Sam Huddy, don't forget to paint Ganskin blue, then dry brush heavily to hide the blue.
Classic Emery Hill painting guy.
Andy Clark, I thought it was incredible to get all this new stuff about Middle Earth.
Oh, cool.
Joe Holzman, I advise you not to tell Emma that she has heavy buttocks.
15 years married this summer, mate. You don't get there by telling them they've got heavy buttocks.
Joe again, if it's anything like Aboriginal language, the G would pronounce a K sound. I may have discovered this during year 3/4 English lessons on Australian rainforests recently.
Very cool.
The duck pie, there isn't any chance you guys could keep the stream going until Monday and save the mag review and dice draw until then.
I wouldn't say no chance. Let's not rule it out, right?
What time on Monday? Just see. Joe Holzman, chuck some skewer tips on a calf base, lads, and you'll get an entry. Joe, is Sador the one who chopped off his right foot?
Yeah.
There's the trotter equivalent.
Clubfoot. Oh, I see. Trotter equivalent. That's good. Clubfoot he's called, isn't he? Clubfoot's his nickname.
They've got such lovely nicknames for people. Sam, how do you discern those which were poisonous? Someone ate one and died. The rest said, geez, don't have that again. To which Joe Holzman replies, to which Larry replied, hold my milk on the side. Jack Brown, random letters here. Justin, is there a bonus entry? Joe Holzman's replied to him later on. Yep.
Oh my, yes.
Make one of the traps from magazine, plus some basing materials on it. We wanted to look half decent. The Dr. Pepper machine, the name just translates to wild men, Druedain being west men.
Yeah, but there's a little more. That's the note I read earlier. There's a little more to it about why they got that. Obviously, why they got that is nonsense.
There's the bit on duck pie and Joe sending the guides on traps. Ryan Pickering, a lot of this reminds me of the Roman accounts of the Celtic Druids during Caesar's expedition to Britain.
That's interesting.
Which makes sense given that it's probably where Tolkien got his inspiration from. Dr. Pepper Machine, wasn't it in the first SBG magazine that the Wozies were the most underpointed models in the range?
You know what? I might be able to tell you that because my father, God rest his soul, above his desk has the collection and includes the very first issue.
As they had elven cloaks, which were 5 points for warriors, a blowpipe and a spear, and cost 7 points.
And in Tom's top 10 undercosted warriors, he says the Woes' warrior is indeed the top because he makes them 9 points too cheap. And what he says about
Is that
them?
including the racks?
What?
Is that including the racks?
This is pre-Axe, right?
That was pre-Axe, yeah.
No, because
No.
Axes were Hobbit. Yeah, this is post-Axe. Let's.
No, that was when Axes were free.
Yeah, that's when Jamie used them.
Yeah.
The champions of the underpointed models are Woes' warriors. They have an elven cloak and the woodland creature special rule. In addition to this, they all have spears, poison blowpipes, which hit on a 3+, and add +1 to their dice when rolling to wound against orcs, uruk-hai, and goblins in close combat. At least they can only move 5 inches. ... No, wait. The Free People's FAQ comes to their rescue and helps them to make them even better. As if they needed it.
I forgot they were movement 5 for a
Couple
short
of months.
while.
But yeah, so they were Tom's most undercosted warrior in the Hobbit edition, which is great. That's a great link. Great link for tonight. Cheers, Dad.
Dr. Pepper Machine, but never won a tournament. They were hard to use in my experience.
Jamie won a tournament with him.
Yeah.
He used them with his elves. Jamie Giblin was written. That's what we're talking about, the axes. Do you want to do that? You remember that?
Yeah. Back in the day, when you could give any model a hand weapon of your choice, axes were incredibly popular because it was D3 strength. Yeah, it was D3 strength. So you had to have it modelled on for rules purposes. So Jamie Giblin, rest in peace.
Not there.
The founder of the GBHL podcast
Right, yeah.
took an incredible number of Wosies with axes backed by elves with spears because you want the fight value, and did quite well with them.
Yeah, my memory is he did really well at low points, like 500 point tournaments, because he got him loads of numbers, added to the shooting, and had spears for support as well, right?
It's because at that point there wasn't as many fell beasts to hurl through them.
Yeah, it wasn't also didn't they? And it would. I mean, that was in all honesty, that wasn't. You could say it was kind of power gamery, I guess, but it was competitive play. But it was Jamie. It was Jamie's. That was Jamie found that. Jamie was like, these are really good, and then I can put axes on them, and he modelled axes on them, and then they'll be even because the defense didn't matter because they were super low defense anyway. And they were great. They were a great utility. I remember him having like a warband of them. I don't think he had like 20 or 30. I still think he had like Garn.
I think you could only lead them.
Was it only Garn who could lead them? Maybe
Gan. You could have a full army of them, I think, with unled warbands. But yeah, you couldn't ally in.
And yeah, it was great. It was great, and it worked very well for him. And Woes elves was what he used. I was like Farurkas, Ed was Fell Beasts. You know. I think James Long was very much known for the Reeves at the time, and Jamie was Woes Elves, wasn't it? That was the name for it. And
I did Hob Elves for a long time.
And yeah, they were very, very effective. So they definitely never an army of them, but they have certainly in that era they won tournaments. They won top end competitive tournaments for sure.
Chris Cooper goes, it's pronounced Druedain. How it's actually written out. So he's just helping out in non-helpful
He's being helpful,
way.
Is he?
Yes. Dr. Pepper Machine, the one mistake I've ever had in a GW product was in a box of Wosies, they added an extra one.
That's a good mistake.
Joe Holzman goes, Drew with your.
Yeah, that was useful. Thanks, Joe.
Drew rhymes with crow. No, it's Drew rhymes with crew, with rhymes with scythe. So that'll be Wythe with scythe, and your rhymes with sour.
What?
It'll be your rhymes. Is it
Just
sewer?
trying to find that.
Your with sour. Joe Holzman, read the second comment, Damien. That's a long way to go. All
Right,
the way
Drew
back
rhymes
up
with
to read
crew.
the very...
So, and what, I was saying Drew, wasn't I? I was saying Drew. Druith. Yeah. With rhymes with Drew Wythe. Drew Wythe. Okay, so the Drew Wythe Yower. Sour. Yower. The Drew Wythe Yower. Drew Wythe Yower. That's not easy to say. Drew Wythe Yower. Fair enough. Cheers, Joe.
Duck pie, I would have said it. Drew Wythe Flower, thank you. So it rhymes with Brew Wythe Flower. And be right back, going to grab some cocktail sticks and an empty cereal box.
You think he's making a trap mark, or is that just his dinner?
Possibly. Where are we? It's just jumped. Sam Huddy, I dread to think. We've noticed you'd like to avoid dreading for a long time. James Wilson, very interesting lore, the only thing holding me back.
Very what?
Very interesting lore, the only thing holding me back. Is from including them is that they're not in the army list, ... Chris Cooper's managed to comment in between.
Bring it to
I see
7
it's snack time
stones.
for
Do it at
Larry.
7 stones, mate. Ford's Visor with roses.
If you ask Tom Macklin nicely, he's got a costume for you already.
Absolutely. I was fascinated by that. That even that very last bit where he just went, oh, and do you know what? They're at the Ford's Visor as well.
I thought you were talking about Tom Smith's costume.
That was interesting.
James Wilson, don't know why my comment was split in two. Sam Huddy, dramatic effect. Filled him with his fists. No, that's Druedain.
What?
Oh, that's no Druedain. That's no Druedain.
What?
Yeah. Dr. Pepper Machine, very cool. Where is that story from?
That was from Unfinished Tales.
At the Duck Pie, what's the exact rules for the bonus straw?
Over to you, man.
It is a trap based on one of the traps from the magazine, but it has to have some basing materials around. It doesn't need to be fully painted, but it can't be just 4 cocktail sticks stuck to a cavalry base. There needs to be something a bit extra.
Extra. Hope that makes that clear, Larry.
Joe Holzman, what about the story of Rohan Princes entering Dunharrow? Always felt the strange man who spoke to him was a Puckle man.
Oh. Yeah. I know what you mean. The one who tells him that the way is shut. It's that one, isn't it? That's interesting. I think that's in the
You look that up, well.
Yeah, I think that's in the tail. I don't think that's in the main body. I think that's in the House of Ale bit. Let's see if I can find it.
Sam Huddy, there was mention of flying to South Korea and buying the new riders, or the command set, or the Hillman command set, but you have to buy kimchi as well from Korea. Chris Cooper, I missed when Joe said it earlier, but if you like Unfinished Tales, you're going to love such hits as the Fantasy Fellowship and the Palantir podcast.
Again, it seems like needless sass from Cooper tonight.
Dr. Pepper Machine, if Gan Buried Gan can get a point out of Brazil, he'd be one of my favourite Scots as well. He would be his mind as well, yeah. I'd paint him on the side of a Glasgow tenement. Skipped again. Wasn't Chris Cooper wasn't Heavy Buttocks Wildman the working title of a popular Queen song?
That's good.
Chris Cooper, Dale isn't co-hosting the stream, Larry, no chance of a Monday finish. James Wilson, Heavy Buttock Wildman, you make the rockin' world go round. Andy Clark, I was 15 at the time, big into D&D, but always with a Middle-earth spin on it. Unfinished Tales felt like a history book for Lord of the Rings. I probably bored the rest of the family a lot that summer.
Oh,
or they had the greatest summer ever.
Wow, that's great. I remember I read the Silmarillion in Australia. I remember that so clear because it just felt there was some element of the tour. Like it was in 2001. It's the first time I'd read it, and I had the physical book, and we were on these huge long greyhound journeys up and down the country. As in the greyhound buses. I wasn't riding.
I guess
I wasn't riding a dog. And that book, you know, I'd read Lord of the Rings that time, but I'd never read the Silmarillion. And having that, just sitting for hours and hours and hours on a bus reading that, like, and getting it as genuinely new, going, what on earth is this? What on earth is this? Like, unpacking this world was just, oh, I loved it. I loved it.
Larry, Bilbo could lead them to and Treebeard, I think. Sure, they were wanderers. All the weirdos were wanderers back then.
I think he's right, you know.
Quite possibly. The weirdos are still wanderers.
Wanderers in the Free People's list. I
Yeah.
feel like Gwaihir might have been able to as well. Wasn't that a really odd time?
Dr. Pepper Machine, Bombadil leading a warband of naked hobbits.
It's Baldur. No, but it doesn't seem to be.
James Wilson, unfortunately, I've already planned next year's Seven Stones Army, but I could do it for 2028. ... Only planning. You need to have already started, mate. Did I tell you I'd purchased next year's Seven Stones and collected it on the way back home to Scotland.
Going on the way back, right?
Larry, I've cut card circles as the guy says. I trust that is fine. As long as there's actually 40mm. James Wilson gives me plenty of time to lose enough weight to fit into the Speedos. ... You don't need to lose weight, James. You look perfectly fine. And the last comment, Dr. Pepper Machine, Ozzy's section, the clean-up battles on the way to Blackgate after Pelennor and Grey Company would be my most wanted things that are missing from the films.
Oh, sorry.
And Chris Cooper went, I'm sorry for the extra sass tonight, but I'm well hyped up on sugar and pizza and I've been excited for tonight all week.
I'm glad we can help. What do you say? The woes is a
section
battles and Grey Company. Yeah. I would love the kind of older and slightly more grumpy I get. I would really love to see the Grey Company arriving at the Pelennor instead of the Invincible Ghost Army. I think that would be cool. All the fiefdoms coming in and fighting as opposed to just wiping everything out. But I get cinematically the Ghost Army's cool. I found it. It's in the Muster of Rohan, page 780. We have this. When they're talking about the Paths of the Dead. And Aragorn. He is a kingly man of high destiny. Take comfort in this daughter, since comfort you need in your grief for this guest. It is said that when the Eorlingers came out of the north and passed at length up the Snowbourn, seeking strong places of refuge in time of need, Brago and his son Baldur climbed the stair of the hold, and so came before the door. On the threshold sat an old man, aged beyond guess of years. Tall and kingly he had been, but now he was withered as an old stone. Indeed, for stone they took him, for he moved not, and he said no word until they sought to pass him by and enter. And then a voice came out of him, as if it were out of the ground, and to their amaze it spoke in the western tongue, "The way is shut." Then they halted and looked at him, and saw that he lived still, but he did not look at them. "The way is shut," his voice said again. "It was made by those who are dead, and the dead keep it until the time comes. The way is shut." "And when will that time be?" said Baldur. But no answer did he ever get, for the old man died in that hour and fell upon his face, and no other tidings of the ancient dwellers in the mountains have our folk ever learned. Yet maybe at last the time foretold has come, and Aragorn may pass. I don't think that's a woes, personally.
It's described as being tall, I suppose.
Yeah, he says tall and kingly he had been, but now he's with... Now, there's definite... The fact he was withered as an old stone, for stone they took him, for he moved not. And this is very close to where the Pookalman statues are. I get the link, but I don't... It could be. I can see the angle, but I don't think that's meant to be a woes, personally. It's cool, though. It's a nice bit of history.
Chris Cooper says, "This ass is just because I love you guys." Aww. We love you too.
You always,
duck pie. I cut around.
you always tease the girls you fancy, right?
Duck pie. I cut around the 40mm base.
I think that's actually what it encourages you to do. You know, it says use a cav base as a template. I think you might be well on theme with that, Chris. Not that you would know, of course.
No, because we haven't got to that far yet. Chris Cooper, the unfurling of the banner of the Even Star at the Battle of Pelennor would be just incredibly cinematic.
Yeah, I agree. And the ships,
nice
the ships
tune.
coming out. Yeah, the ships coming out would be awesome. If you could make like more of the ships, of the threat of the ships, and how the Gondors are scared of the Corsairs coming up, and because it's the whole point, isn't it? That when the ships come, they think that's it. They think they're doomed, and then the banner comes out. It's a really cool moment.
And Joe, I just remembered the bit about them thinking he was stoned. That's where that thought came from.
Yeah, it's a good shout.
And that's caught up.
It's top work, and in the time that you have taken to catch up on that bit of chat, I have nearly assembled Anborn or Mablung. So I'm just going to do this little arm and glue him on. It's the blondie one who looks like he's firing his bow. Is he the one who sees
Anborn.
birds, or is he the one who sees people?
Might be Mablung, yeah.
One of them sees birds and one of them sees people, isn't it? Isn't that something like that, isn't it?
You can't assume what they prefer about one of them seeing birds. And
I don't mean date. Oh, it's got one of those slightly icky Forge World arms where it could go on in any number of fractionally different ways.
Yes, it could go in that way, but only one way is slightly more correct than the others.
And I would go to the website, but these poor guys have been legacied. No help will come from that way. I'm going to go for that.
Probably still Google it and there'll be old pictures in.
You can't like spin them though, can you? You don't get the 360. Do you?
Maybe if you tilt your head though.
So I do with the ballista. Just tilt the picture. Come on, what are we saying? Definitely don't glue the arm onto the cape. That can't be
right. James Wilson, Unborn. I see dead people mumbling. You've got to stay off the mushrooms, man.
You're definitely not allowed to see dead people. That one's worse than birds.
And Dr. Pepper Machine's asking, will there be a Hunt for Gollum stream before it comes out? There might be a stream dissecting the trailer, then a stream of that after it comes out, and then go, where were the twirly whirlies? We talked it for ages.
Why were none of the things in the trailer in the film? I would say I can't imagine there'll be a Hunt for Gollum stream before the film comes out. I wouldn't have thought. There might be. I mean, let's assume GW do nothing with it. We'll probably have a stream celebrating it when the film comes out, I would think. You know, in which case we'll just do like any named character who's in it. Of course,
rhymes with Gollum.
Yeah, when we've got another bit of news we got this time was we've got Anna Taylor-Joy as an elf called Seren. Got a news on that, which I think is cool because she looks like an elf. I think that's pretty damn good casting. And if they do something with it, because it is a Warner Brothers license, it's not like Rings of Power. This is like War of the Rohirrim. They could very much get this. Assuming that means there's, I don't know, a new edition or a supplement or something like that, then we'll definitely be doing it for that. Sure, and we'll probably do a few. You know, think about what we did with the War of Rohirrim. We'll probably do I don't know, like a box set stream and then like a supplement stream. God knows if there is a new edition. I hope there is. What do you reckon on that? Do you reckon we'll get one?
I would like to hope so. Because they seem to have done a lot of different things with licensing and things like that to get more in line with Warner Brothers, the way they've produced things. So it was been the same since the Hobbit films came out. I was partly more excited about what models we're going to get than what the actual films were.
Well, I've got a, not to, John, but I want to write an article at some point that I am quite sure you could prove that people who play this game like the Hobbit films more than people who don't play this game. And that doesn't mean
that is probably very true.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that no one who plays this. It doesn't mean that everyone that plays this game likes the Hobbit. But I reckon if you ask people in the GHL, rate the Hobbit films out of 10, and the average number will be higher than if you went onto the Tolkien Society and said rate the Hobbit films out of 10, or if you went onto Lord of the Rings Collectors and said rate the Hobbit films out of 10. And I think that people will like the films more because they collect the models and paint the models and have their own adventures. I think there's something fun in that.
More interested in Toriel as a character because what she does in the tabletop than
absolutely. Chris says, will Larry hunting for Glorfindel's arm count as on theme for the hunt for Gollum? James Wilson says Anna Taylor-Joy was born to play an elf. Sarah Michelle Gellar, Evangeline Lilly, Anna Taylor-Joy. Damon's going to run out of room in the cellar. It's a shed.
You forgot about Mark Stone.
It's a shed, and Mark is getting happier by the film, if I'm honest. Dot's Pepper Machine, there must be one. It's the perfect opportunity for a new box of orcs. Larry says, do you reckon her character is a replacement for Tariel after Evangeline's injury? Yeah, probably. I think so. I think maybe I know she went to New Zealand. I know she said something like she wasn't asked to, which seems strange, but I can't imagine, particularly if they're getting Lee Pace back, how they didn't ask her to be there as a captain of the guard. I suspect they kind of talked to her. It wasn't going to happen, maybe because of her injury, and then they were like, well, let's put another female elf in there, so we've got some feminine energy in the film, and yeah, I think that's cool. Ryan says, I don't think we'll get a new edition for Hunt of Gollum, just a scenario book for new profiles. Yeah, we could do. The only thing I would say on that is I reckon, bear in mind it comes out next Christmas, that'll be 3 years after War of the Rohirrim, which is a pretty good time for like a 1.5 edition, right? Kind of Battle for Gilead.
Yeah, like add the updates into because there's been a few.
Yeah. And I think it's less about the hunt for Gollum will be amazing, let's make a box set, and more about not covering up, but saying the War of the Rohirrim has had its time. Let's make the starter set for this game not the War of the Rohirrim anymore. At which point, like, what do we make it? Well, we'll make it of the new thing. And what have you got in it? You got Gandalf, you got Aragorn, Gollum, orcs. It's pretty iconic. So yeah, I think I hope, because I think that'll be amazing. I think it'll be great. Very, very SBG. New sculpts of things we like. Keeps the game going. It's pretty cool, I think. Chris says the girls are in the shed. Michael and Mark are in the cellar. And Dr. Femshine says sad. Caroline Dave says new editions every 3 years. Sounds like 40k mischief to me. Shall we have a look at Battle Games Middle Earth issue 89?
Oh, why not?
Yeah, Chris, you got your copy there?
Yeah, somewhere.
Good stuff.
I'll let you read it to me though, because
that's right. Very good of you. So, Garnbury Garn leads the Rohirrim to battle. There he is.
Is it though? Is it hair that's black going to grey at the tips?
I think it's meant to be him. Do you have a vision of Garn? We've obviously read deeply about him, but like, is it the model? Is your defining vision of Garn what he should look like?
I think it's been replaced by the model. Because yeah, the model's been around for so long now that it's probably overtook any sort of image I probably had in my head from when I was young.
Can you remember what he was beforehand?
Probably like a pygmy. Like a Yeah, a pygmy tribesman, the way his shroud is being short and wearing a grass skirt, and
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't. I read it. I read the book 15 years before I ever saw that model,
yeah,
and then read it and listened to it a bunch of times in between. I can't. I don't have any picture of what he was. I don't know why that is. It's weird. But,
yeah. Same. It was when I first read it. It was like 10 or 11, which is a good few years ago now.
It's also a very small period. It's a very tiny part that you kind of skip over in a way. I think, which is again why I like to focus on them in these streams. It's nice to do, to go in and have a look. We then get, I think it's the same dude. You get this. I'm pretty sure it's still him.
I think it is, because they've posed them as actually like the model down in the bottom right.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great shout, mate. That is an absolutely brilliant shout. Between Rohan and the city of Minas Tirith lies the Druedain forest, a forbidding wood inhabited by the mysterious Woses. During the War of the Ring, the leader of the people came to the aid of the Rohirrim, and the quote is, "We fight not, hunt only, kill Gorgon in wood, hate Orcfolk." Chris, big news.
Damien.
Would you like to tell me something huge, ironically huge, about Garnbury Garn and Battle Games of Middle-earth?
Was he out in that first before he was out from GW?
Can you hear me clapping?
No.
No. I think they will. They will hear the clapping, but I'm clapping you. That's you, Chris Murphy. You are bang on, my friend. Garnbury Garn was a Battle Games of Middle-earth exclusive. There was a few of these, and he was first available in this magazine. How cool is that? Right at the death of Battle Games of Middle-earth, he comes out, and this came out in June 2006. Okay, so we're 5 years into the game's development, and we get Garnbury Garn in here, which also deals with the fact. The reason that I made me go and research this is I was like, where are the Woses? Because we get Garn's profile in here, spoilers, but we don't get any Woses. And it's because they didn't exist. There weren't any models for them, so there weren't any cards to make out of them. And they came out. Can you see if you can 200% it? What supplement did the Woses and Garn get released by Games Workshop for?
Ooh.
I think kind of tough. But I think you can do it by exclusion.
Was it a Return of the King? Like, I can't remember the technical term. It was like the Journey Book one.
Chris Murphy, take a bow. It's only the Return of the King Journey Book. That is, mate. Oh, that is.
Because I was thinking, it was like there wasn't in the Minas Tirith one. I remember, yeah. I remember having it because it was like annoying because you needed that book just for the Moses profile, and then.
Oh, I am very impressed. Because I was going, wait, I kind of did the exclusion thing. I was like, it can't be. It's not the Scarinus Shire. It's not. It's not Full of Necromancer. It's not a Shadow in the East. I was like, what the hell was it? It must have been a Journey Book. And I went and did some digging, and they were released in August 2007 in White Dwarf 332, which was an amazing White Dwarf for Middle-earth. And bizarrely, the reason I had that one up, like it kind of in, I don't know what the word would be, in my, I don't know, mind or whatever, is because White Dwarf 332 was the issue where the new Suladan was released, which obviously I did a lot of deep diving into Suladan's release schedule a couple back with Harry. So the new design of Suladan came out in White Dwarf 332. And he came out because in the same month, exactly the same month, same White Dwarf, we got Gondor in Flames and this. You think that's weird?
Oh, so Gondor in Flames was released the same month as...
It was exactly the same month. And so that White Dwarf, which is the one that's got Imrahil on the front. I wasn't in the game.
Was the Imrahil one?
I drifted out. But we get Gondor in Flames. We get the Return of the King Journey Book. We get plastic Knights of Minas Tirith. We get, and some of these will be repackages. We get Boromir, Captain of the White Tower. We get Men at Arms of Dol Amroth, Forlong the Fat, Angbor, Axemen of Lossarnoch, Clansmen of Lamdom, Dol Amroth Standard Bearer, Riders of the Dead, a Dol Amroth Captain, the Wildmen of Druedain, a Minas Tirith Battle Host, Suladan, the Serpent Guard, some Serpent Riders, Plastic Moran and Orcs,
and
the Mines of Moria starter set. That's in a month. It's a good white dwarf. And there's a kick-ass Return of the King battle in it. But yeah, so the Woses then came out in here, and inside here they come out because we get the profiles are all at the end. You get a profile for Garnbury Garn. You get a profile, he says, you get a profile for a Woes Warrior, and you get a painting guide for the Woses, and you also get the Ride of the Rohirrim scenario, which I have played actually. I also note I was really hoping this would be the case. As far as I can see, all the other Woses don't have the chin tuft. You know that they made a point of saying some particularly distinguished Woses had hair elsewhere, and Garn's got it. All the other Woses don't.
Does the one not with these holding the spear pointing upwards have a chin tuft? Or has he just got a really pointy chin?
It looks like a necklace.
Because I was cleaning them up this morning, and I'm sure the one that's just like face on, not like side.
Oh, you might be right actually. It might be hair.
Because there was an annoying little bit of flash.
Oh no,
stuck to all their chins.
Yeah, they do. Sorry, in the other pictures make it look like they're all necklaces, but actually, I think I'm going to go the other way. I think they may all have chin tufts. But they're painted in this batch at least. They're painted the same colour as their necklaces. That would have been a really nice touch if they'd done that. But yeah, so there we go.
Sorry.
So that's all right. Blame GW. So we had Garnbury Garn as an exclusive for Battle Games of Middle Earth for a year, which is kind of cool, right? So what do we get? So in the wildlands of the South Rohan lies the Druedain Forest, home to the mysterious Woses and their headman Garnbury Garn. Here we present Garnbury Garn's profile as well as rules for using in your battle games. And then we get one of these classic things. I think we saw this with the Elf Twins. During the War of the Ring, Garnbury Garn did not stray far from his home, so his inclusion is most appropriate for scenarios set within Druedain Forest. However, we love however in Battle Games of Middle Earth. If you wish to, you could think of a reason for him to travel farther afield. Perhaps to fight alongside the Rohirrim. In points match games, a good player may include Garnbury Garn in his force for the points cost. It's like Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil never leaves the Elf Forest, but maybe he would. Why not have him in Rivendell? Why not have Garnbury Garn in Isengard? Isengard. And this original version of his profile, he's 60 points, he's fight 4, strength 4, defense 4, 2 attacks, 2 wings, courage 4, so courage 6 plus 2 might, 3
Just
will.
to interrupt you slightly,
Right.
Thomas Macklin just popped in to say hello, but going to bed is working tomorrow.
Oh, you love to see
Hi
it.
Tom,
Hi,
bye
Marcus.
Tom.
He's got a blowpipe, superior poison, woodland creature, and tribal, long ears and long eyes. Let's see what that does. So tribal, even though he's a great leader among the Woses, his ways seem primitive and strange to the people that live beyond the borders of his land. To represent this, other models may never benefit from his standfast. That's kind of cool. Long ears and long eyes. He's a master of stealth and woodcraft, moving through the forest with a skill few men could hope to match. He may use his long ears and long eyes ability to slip away into the forest and reappear nearby. In any of his turns, rather than moving as normal, remove him from the board and place him down anywhere within 12 inches. Oh, hang on, we're alright. This special move may not be used to move the headman across impassable objects, though it can be used to take him out of combat. It can only be used once per game. That's a very important final sentence. I thought we had
Still quite a useful ability.
There's an incredible ability.
Run up, grab the objective.
12 inches away.
Disappear 12 inches
Bye.
into a woods where everybody else is half speed.
He doesn't. I mean, he doesn't have that anymore. When he definitely doesn't have that now.
No,
right?
I don't think so.
Did it survive to the book? No. It was, well, some drunk wrote the magazine, and by the time it got to a Games Workshop, I was like, "Nah, mate, you're not having that."
I don't think the one where it's only Moses get his stand fast.
Well, let's find out what his other rules do, and then we'll have a look at his first GW profile. Oh, that's it. So what does Woodland Creature? We know what does that's Tribal is the standfast one. Oh, Superior Poison says CPAC 86. So maybe is that reroll all wounds instead of reroll ones, maybe?
Probably.
So then when it comes to his first proper supplement, he is the same. Oh no, they swap his heroics around a bit. He gets 3 might and 1 will instead of 2 might and 3 will. His poison blow pipe has a range of 12 inches, strength of 2. Every time a 1 is rolled, he can re-roll it. So that sounds like normal poison rather than superior poison. He's still got Woodland Creature. He gets Hate Orc Float for the first time, so +1 to the dice when rolling to wound. Orc Goblins are high. Wild Men only can use his stand fast, and he gets an Elf Cloak. So he's kind of the same, but he swaps that teleporting ability for an Elf Cloak. And he gets +1 to wound against Orcs. And he's much cheaper though, actually. He's 45 instead of 60 points. Big drop. And the Woses have Stalk Unseen, Hate Orc Folk, and the Poison Blowpipes. So the Woses have all his special rules, except for the Standfast one, obviously, because they're warriors. They're almost identical. Okay. And then the main part of the special rules is about traps, and this is completely different and really, really interesting. So traps can be interesting, exciting additions to your battle games and representative in games by using trap markers. You can allow one side to take traps up to a certain points limit in the place of more warriors and heroes. Alternatively, if you want to use traps in a points match, you can use the following guidelines. Both players must agree on the use of traps before the game. The player that is using traps must spend at least a quarter, but no more than a third, of their points on traps. And then when you place them, you can't put them in your opponent's deployment zone, and they can't be closer than 6 inches to each other. And then whenever a model moves within 2 inches of them, I think, aren't the Hobbit ones 1 inch now? Or are they still 2 inches? I can't remember. And then you sort of turn them over and apply the effects. So these are for match play, and they're for anyone, which is kind of cool.
I like how they say up to a third of your points. That's a lot of models to be down for.
And also,
you can't set them up within 6 inches of each other.
I'm going to say that whilst they're called traps, a lot of their effects rhyme with trap. But also, get this right, each trap has a triggering store, and a model that moves within 2 inches can avoid triggering it. They have to roll under the value on a dice. So, for example, the man trap has a score of 5+. So if you go within 2 inches of it and you roll a 1 to 4, nothing happens. And hobbits, bloody hobbits, they're quite adept at setting and avoiding traps. Being a diminutive and mostly peaceful people, they often use traps to catch game. And when their lands are threatened, protect themselves. To reflect this aptitude of traps, as well as being generally light-footed, hobbits always increase their roll required to trigger a trap by 1. So the man trap, for example, a hobbit walking within 2 inches of it would have to roll a 6 for it to have any impact. That was 15 of your points. And also, what I truly adore is, of all the traps to prove that hobbits are adept, do you know which one they use to illustrate it? A bomb. Hobbits are, remember the example, right? They use traps to catch game. So what they're saying is hobbits are putting landmines near rabbit warrens and blowing the crap out of them, and they're particularly good at it. They use it all the time.
Hobbits are very American.
Yeah, for sure.
Hobbit traps are within 3 inches of another trap marker, and they activate if you're within an inch.
An inch, yeah, there we go. So we have a spiked pit. So this is a 4+, so it's a 50-50 chance of it going off. The model takes a strength 3 hit. and then they have to pass a climb test, which obviously they do on a 2+. So you can spend 10 points in your army for a 50-50 chance of doing a strength 3 hit on a model that knows that might be able to avoid it. Tripwire, only 5 points, triggers on 2+, so much more likely to come off. Takes a strength 1 hit and is knocked to the ground. I guess.
The tripwire trap now is activated on 2+, suffers a strength 2 hit and is placed prone.
Yeah, but I mean, let's bear in mind these ones we have to pay for.
Yeah.
I think 5 points for that is pretty good.
Yeah.
Because it's going to come
one's
off.
Probably worth paying for because it's more likely to happen. A strength 1 hit.
Although a
Just need to
cynic
roll
would
a 6, I
argue,
suppose.
a cynic would argue that your 5 points are probably going to, on some of your troops, are probably going to affect more than a strength 1 hit at some point in the game.
Yeah.
Snare triggers on a 5+. That's a 6+ for hobbits. The model can't move and counts as being trapped. That's absolutely not worth it. Man trap. Strength. This is 15 points and goes off on a 5+, 6+ for hobbits. A strength 4 hit. Oh, and then there's no avoiding this. It's a strength 4 hit, and then he takes another hit at strength 2. So I think as the poisons affect him. Spikes, 2+. Just becomes difficult terrain.
How many points is that?
5. You spend 5 points to have a two up chance of a small area of difficult terrain. Not convinced that's worth it. There we go. Bomb, explosive. It is a 20. Oh, it's Forces of Isengard only. So if you this is instead of 2 Uruk High Warriors, right? Goes off on a 4+. Any warrior who triggers an explosive trap. And bear in mind that you only trigger it on a 4+. You'll receive a strength 4 hit. And if it kills them, which it probably will, I suppose, any model within 6 inches has to take a courage test.
Yeah. It would be really good to spend a third of your points on those, and then the other 2/3 points take Variags of Canned, the mercenaries where they don't turn up.
You could just have an army that is just traps. All your mercenaries are pissed off. You just got trapped. I think they're cool. I think they're great as it's a set of rules, and you could use them now. You could use them in your games now. They're completely. Yeah. It would be really good fun. I think. If someone said to me, "Do you want to play a game of traps?" I'll be, "Yeah, you have the traps." I think. What do you reckon?
Yeah, if the terrain is right, then yes, they could be useful. But
they're obviously useful. Like even the difficult ground one, putting difficult ground on is useful. Whether it's more useful to pay for that, in the knowledge that it might not come off, instead of having models in your army, I don't know.
Yeah, but it would. And the fact that you can't place them within 6 inches of each other.
It would be great fun, and you have to spend 25%, right? So we're playing a 500-point game. You have to spend 125 points on these. Let's assume you're not Isengard. The most expensive is 15. So you've got like 11 of these things. They
can't be within 6 inches.
No,
of
bare
each
minimum.
other.
Bare minimum.
Yeah.
At a 500-point game, you've got 11. Man trap, man trap, man trap, man trap, man trap. I suppose you've got a lot of chance of them coming off if you flood the board with them. I think it would be fun to play, but I suspect the player without the traps would win. But I think it's cool. And then we get the Dangerous Journey, and I really like how they've done their best to make this look like a kind of canyon or a valley. Can you see the cliffs in the background?
Yes.
They've got big mountains and they've got the forest. So this is the scenario for the Woses leading the Rohirrim through. To reach the Pelennor Fields in time to aid the Gondorian allies, the Rohirrim must travel down the secret road. Yeah, they don't. I think they've read the book. I don't think they've read David Day. Led by mysterious Garnbury Garn. In this battle game, we present 2 linked scenarios that follow their journey to Minas Tirith. Really, really cool. Linking the scenarios. I mean, the success of the first mission impacts the number of enemies they play in the second mission. They're also doing the death of a hero, so the combatants are... Does it make it clear who it is? Theoden, Aomer and Harmer are the named heroes, and if they die in the first scenario, you roll dice. On a 1 they're dead, on 2 to 5 they've got no fight, on 6 it's full recovery. And then we have the Eye of Sauron. While the Rohirrim are trying to reach Minas Tirith as swiftly as possible, they're also trying to avoid the attention of the Dark Lord. See how successful Theoden and his warriors are. Keep track of the number of turns the scenario takes to play. Consult the chart below to see what forces the evil player will have in the following game. Oh, that's shoddy. Look at this. Consult the chart below. That chart is not below. That chart is to the side. And basically 10 or less turns, 11 to 15, 16 to 20, 21 plus, and it's 18 orcs and a captain, 24 orcs and a captain, 30 orcs and a captain, or 36 orcs and a captain. So depending on your success, in the first scenario you play between 18 and 36 orcs in the second scenario, which I think is really cool.
How many orcs would you have collected to that point through battle games in Middle-earth?
36. The evil player will need 36 orc figures.
Yeah, but would you have had that many in the magazine at that point?
Yeah, that's what I mean. 36 orc figures from packs 24, 41 and 72.
Okay, so
there's no card standees here, my friend. And then we get the secret road. And they've gone and screwed it. The Roses have chosen to guide the Rohirrim to the secret road over the mountains. No, it's not over the mountains, it's a valley. It's a valley. This is a 4x4 board. The Rohirrim, it's basically like Recon. The Rohirrim are all touching one board edge, and the scouts, of which there are, is it 36? I think it's 36 in the first one. Yeah, it is. Every turn you roll a dice. That's the number of orcs you can move onto the board from any board edge. The evil player may continue to bring on orcs every turn, but there can be no more than 36 at the same time. So you've got limitless orcs in this. And this is how they kind of brought the Woses in, which I think is quite cute. During the Rohirrim's journey, the Woses lurk nearby, ready to offer their headman any help he might need. If Garn calls a heroic shoot at any point during the game, the Woses will spring forth and pepper the headman's enemies with darts. To represent this, before Garn fires his weapon, roll 2 dice. This is the number of shots he'll have this turn, using his own shoot value.
Watch
as well.
this, Legolas.
As well as his special rules for poison darts. They can target separate enemies as long as Garn would normally be able to. Now he's got 2 might, so you can only do this twice a game. But that's a cool ability. Twice
Until you
again.
Roll like 2.
That's what?
Until you roll a double 1 on the.
I'm gonna take you back. You've been so good at getting the answers right. This stirred something from my memory in Warhammer. If you get this right, this really reminded me of a Warhammer rule from my childhood. Would you like to?
The Hail of Doom Arrow.
Oh,
that was 3d6.
He's already gone and done it. That's exactly it. Oh, Chris, you're on fire tonight, man.
3d6 and guaranteed about a 4 high.
Yeah, 3d6. So it was 25 points, which was dead cheap. The Hail of Doom arrow always gave it to my Wood Elf champion, and you fired once per game, 3d6 arrows at strength 4. It was incredible. And you would always roll 5. I was like, this could be 18 arrows. 5, 6.
In a game of Warhammer, it was just was it 10,000 points aside Skaven versus Dwarfs. It was just after Age of Sigmar came out and we'd done a farewell game. Me and David Reed were using the Dwarfs against Skaven. We put a Slayer Lord, gave him 3 runes of fire on an axe, which gave him 2d6 flaming attacks that do d3 wounds each, and a unit of rat ogres that regenerate, and we're like, this is perfect, this is what this is made for. Dave rolls the 2d6. 2. He could have wiped out the entire unit in one go and didn't kill a rat ogre.
Beautiful, beautiful. But it's weird. I just reading this rule gave me some sort of like post-traumatic, PTSD type thing. Thinking about the Hail of Doom arrow. Winning the game. Good player wins if Garnbury Garn reaches the table opposite his starting position. Evil player wins if the start of any turn there are no good models left on the board. They're basically a Garn caddy. It's weird. It's almost backwards. It's like the Rohirrim are trying to protect Garn as opposed to Garn trying to protect the Rohirrim. But they've got to get Garn across 48 inches of board with orcs running on from every side. I think this could be really good fun. I really like this. I really like the idea of this. I think it sounds cool, and there's some nice special rules in it. Then Woodland Ambush, 4x4 board. All good models are placed within the confines of a clearing no more than 12 inches from the centre of the board. So good deploys within a 12 inches, a 12-inch circle in the middle. And Evil deploys all his models, which, as we said at the start, depend on how many they've got left within 18 inches. And we have some traps. In this scenario, the good player may select 100 points of traps from this pack's play in the game. It can be placed anywhere on the board, so that's pretty cool. It's obviously a narrative scenario, so you don't have to make the choice between traps or warriors. And both Theoden and Garnbury Garn are aware of the vital importance of getting the Rohirrim to Minister to fight against the Force of Mordor. All good models will automatically pass any courage test they're required to take. And they have to kind of punch through, so bear in mind they start within 12 inches of the centre of a 4x4 board. The good player wins if he moves at least half of his models off any table edge. And the evil player wins if he prevents that, basically. I think they sound really cool. I presume you could do quite clever things with the trap placement. You could make like a funnel, right? When do you place them? I mean, maybe placed anywhere on the board at the start of the game. Would you say that's after deployment?
I would say before deployment.
Well, this has got starting positions. The good player then places his... Oh, no, it's there. Yeah, no, sorry. To be fair to Battle Games of Middle-earth, it actually specifies it. The good player places his traps. The evil player then places his models. So what I was thinking is you could make a beautiful road of traps with which might signal to the evil player which way you are planning on trying to run out. I think this could be really good fun. I'd really like to try those both out, and I never will. What can you do? Let me get a painting guide for Garnbury Garn, which I am following Chris Murphy.
Is that why you painted them blue?
A picture of mine that is in the whip thread has been following this guide. The big difference is the skin. It's trying to do a weathered skin. It's really interesting. It's not just going for a darker skin, but it's going for then a sun-cracked skin. I'm sure I thought they mentioned this. It says here. That's interesting. I thought they mentioned it maybe on the sun-cracked thing. Oh, weathered look. This time the colours are used in a different order to create a weathered look. That's it. And so you go bestial brown, so that's Mornfang brown. Then bestial brown and bronzed flesh. And I think bronzed flesh is now like Cadian flesh tone, from memory serves. Bestial brown
flesh was quite a yellowy.
It was like the bronze flesh was the normal human flesh for a while, wasn't it?
No, that was like dwarf flesh.
Dwarf
flesh is Cadian flesh tone.
I thought there was dwarf flesh was like a pinky one, elf flesh which was the light one, and bronzed flesh which was like the human one in the middle. Was my memory, but
dwarf flesh is Cadian flesh tone because that's what I still use and I've always used.
Has bronzed flesh got a modern equivalent?
I don't think so. It was like a yellowy.
I'm pretty sure it was the one that used to come
never liked
in
it as a colour.
I think it came in like the basic paint sets.
Yeah.
So I think it was meant to be like their default flesh colour almost. Anyway, it's that one mixed with bestial brown, then just bronze flesh, then bronze flesh mixed with skull white, and then just skull white. It says highlight the flesh with just skull white. Try not to make these highlights too pronounced, as you still want to maintain the tanned appearance. It's really weird. I did give it a go. I don't think I did the top white highlight, but it's like you're trying to make your skin look dark and weathered and tanned, and you end up highlighting it with white.
Which is quite a harsh highlight.
But I will say, as I said, I can't quite remember because I was actually painting I was painting him when we were watching Rings of Power. That's when I was doing it. But I was quite pleased with it. But you'll see a picture of him when we go through the Facebook thread because it's the flesh is done. And then his greying hair, which I've already described to you. Hopefully you implemented that. Decorations. So there's some things about painting his grass skirt. Also some really nice stuff about painting. It suggests the bands can be painted in different shades. The trinkets can be painted to look like rock or other stones such as amber, onyx or obsidian, and they've got suggestions that blazing orange mixed with scorched brown makes a suitable colour for amber. There's then a stone spear. The stone spear is chaos black, dry brush codex grey and fortress grey. And there's a blowpipe which it says paint in the same method as the Sharin, but then thankfully does tell you the colours. We get another great picture of Garn and this beautiful artwork. Now bear in mind, we've talked about the artwork before. This one must be done for this. We talked about how before some of the artwork hasn't, but this is clearly drawn for this because it's before. You know, and that is, I mean, look at the detail on that. That's not like an easy or a quick portrait. All these ones from this final binder, the artwork on them is like incredible. And you think that's where the painting guide would end, but there's actually a bonus page, which is tribal markings. And this has a feel of that, the same kind of what if. When Theoden meets with the headman of the Wozers, Garnbury Garn is not wearing any tribal markers. However, it's entirely possible that he could display tribal markers at important ceremonies. It's like,
did he wear some for the crowning ceremony?
Maybe that's why he got kicked out, because he didn't wear them. But I like the fact that they've kind of gone, now if you read the book, you'll know that he doesn't have these. But he might have done. And then, it says do a bit of research, look for the examples here, or search the library or the internet, Chris. You can go on the internet.
Ooh.
And then they also suggest practicing it on paper, which is quite cool. And then they do have a mega close-up of it. It's got this. And that's obviously the zoomed out version. And then I think there's, I'm covering them up.
I'm now looking at the face of my Ganburigan and how you get that amount of dots and lines on that space is.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think I'm going to have a go at it because again, I'm just painting Garn on his own. You know, it's not like I've got 20 of these dudes to do. I quite like the white and the green and the red, and I'm going to have a pop at it. But I'm also very much aware that I'm actually quite happy with his flesh and his face. I'm not sure I'm going to smear red and green over his face is a good idea. And then in Damien's least favourite section of every pack, we get next pack in the painting guide. Disgusting stuff. In pack 90's painting workshop, we return to the Shire, showing you how to paint the stalwart farmer maggot and all his faithful hounds. And a picture of the Shire, and it literally has a caption going, "Farmer Maggot lives here."
Which one's the kennel?
I think it's this, isn't it? That's the kennel.
Is that the biggest building?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just disgusted by the coming next issue. Give me some more pictures of Garn. But I mean, it's great. It's great. It's a wonderful little painting it. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, very interesting. So, front page. Yeah, look at this. Cover model, right? No tribal markings. You're kind of welcome to the issue. No tribal markings. So they paint them on.
They must have bought 2 boxes of Wozies to get up to 18. And add the spare Gan.
I think it's the same model. Oh, I'd love to. Anyone with a magazine, let me know what you think. Looking at the tufts look the same. It is the same. There's a tiny bit of grass. There's a single bit of static grass coming down the front of the base. Look. I don't know if this will read on there. Can you see that? A tiny thread of static grass?
Yes.
That is also on this one. So they've painted him, photographed him for the magazine, and then put the tribal markings on.
Do you think they got to the point like, we need a little bit extra in the painting guide?
They might. Or have they done it in Photoshop?
Seeing how small his face is, I would go down the Photoshop route because that would be so much easier.
Well, the reason I was thinking it is that if you look at that, all the tribal marking stuff is like really almost soft and blurred, which is what you would get.
It looks weird over his nose.
Yeah, particularly that red bar, and that's what you'd get with like a soft brush in Photoshop.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, but maybe that is just the photo, and they've added those bits on. I don't know. It's exciting.
The one on the website does have the tribal markings on,
It does.
but I think it might be a repaint because it doesn't. The base looks different.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's got different tribe. Is it different tribal markings?
And then, perhaps inevitably, our modelling workshop is for modelling traps. When war sweeps through their woodland homes, the Wozers resort to using traps to keep evil creatures at bay. Here we show how to make scenic trap markers for use with the rules presented in playing the game. So yeah, a card disc, just so you know what you're reviewing a bit later, okay? We're beginning with a card disc with a diameter of approximately 4 centimeters. The large round bases used for cavalry models make ideal templates for this. Making them too large may affect how practical they are to use in a game.
I think the points did that.
So the spikes are made from cutting the tips from barbecue skewers or sheet of balsa wood. Then we have a spiked pit where we put another foam disc on top with a hole in and kind of cover the sides and then put spikes in it. That's kind of cool. The tripwire had some fun stuff in it because it includes delicate work. So there's 2 spikes coming out. You'll find it's much easier to handle the whole skewer. You can use a little PVA to help hold the string in place. This sort of nonsense that pisses me off. That's someone who's never ever touched PVA. A little PVA will not do anything whatsoever to hold the string in place while you work. So it will just make it wet and goopy. The only thing, super glue is the only thing that will hold it in place while you work. Next, snip the ends of the skewers off with the string still attached and glue them down. So it's basically saying that you get 2 full skewers, you tie the string to them, then cut the ends off and glue the whole thing down. Good advice. The man trap is making a tree out of wire, as we've done in the past. I quite like this. Since the tree is only a young, smooth sapling, there's no need to add plaster filler over the layer of masking tape. That can't be asked. Why not? It's young, isn't it? Young tree. Wouldn't have plaster. And then you tie a small. So then, bend one of the tree's branches down, and attach a balsa wood spike to it. Attach a small. Next, tie a small length of string to the bent branch. Wrap it around the back of the tree trunk, and stretch it across the base before gluing it down. Attach a small peg of balsa wood to the point where the string is glued down before texturing the base.
I think it's easier making an actual trap in real life than doing the instructions.
I've never set traps like this for people. I'm just trying to work out what the physics of this one are. I might go into the mag for you here for our last 2 pages. So what's going on here, right? So this is the wireframe, which is quite nice. And what you have is a bent branch with a piece of string around it, right? And then the string comes around here, and then is pegged into the ground. And this is called a man trap. And what would happen? You would trip over it, pull the peg out the ground, I presume, and then the branch flies up. But don't you just watch it? I'm not sure what happens to you. Like, I don't really know what.
Is there not? Is that different from the? What's the one with the Urukai hanging from it?
That's this
the other
one.
one.
That's a snare trap, I believe. So this one makes some sort of more sense. This one we're doing the loop. But even, I mean, let's be honest, we're probably overthinking this. Because right now, if I put my foot in that, what makes that drop? What's there? Tie a loop at the end of the piece of string, secure it to the disc, drape the string over one of the tree branches, and then wrap a suitably sized stone with string and fix it to the end of the branch. Yep. So again, looks cool, and I'm sure real traps like this could be made, but I don't understand how that works. Explosive trap, bury a bomb in the ground. Yeah, that's that.
And how does it go off?
It's a landmine. You step on it, I think. And then look, alternative approaches. Whoop woo! So we have a sprung snare. So that's this one. After it's been sprung, it's already caught an unsuspecting victim. The captured Urukai has been made using the legs from a spare Urukai berserker from the siege troop. That's interesting. While the torso and arms are from an Urukai warrior. I gotta be honest, I can't make out what that is. I can see the shield.
You can see the sword, is it? Hanging down.
Oh, so that must be a hand, so his legs must be up. I think that's a leg there. That's the brown skin of a leg, I think.
Yeah.
That's his waist. Yeah. He's just hanging upside down. It's pretty cool. The Urukai will be easier to paint if you don't glue it into paste. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. And then this steel man trap. This is pretty cool. It'd be ideal for orcs. It's made from strips of plastic card. It's pretty cool. Don't stick your foot in that. A poison water hole. This little thing with water effects in it, which is quite nice. And then a covered spike pit. Based on the spiked pit, this covered hole uses a piece of thick tissue to represent a pit that has been camouflaged for use in a game. Before painting the pit's covering, apply a coat of sand to help it blend in. I don't... it might just be the angle. I don't really see what's happening.
I think it's the angle. I think you can sort of see there's sand on the top of
it.
the...
I think there's like a disc on top of that.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. But yeah, so it's just really cool stuff. It's very, very creative. We haven't had, to the best of my knowledge, we haven't had like Hobbit traps in here before. So this is new traps. I think we have had Hobbit traps. I think the Scarron of the Shire supplement is out by this point. So they exist in Games Workshop traps, but I don't believe they've been in Battle Games of Middle Earth. Is my memory.
Yeah.
But there we go. That is issue 89 of Battle Games of Middle Earth. What do you think?
Decent.
I think it's pretty good.
It's got some nice artwork in it.
It's got a nice theme. It's all themed together.
Yeah.
Profile for a new hero. Rules for traps. 2 really cool scenarios. Decent painting guide and some nice modelling stuff. I think it's a good one. I think it's another great one from this binder. Is it?
It's like they almost know what they're doing by now.
Why are you cancelling this now? We just figured it out. And of course, mate, can we allow bonus points for having a unique figure, exclusive figure?
I suppose so. Yeah. Because what was it? A year? That's quite a long time for.
Just over. I think about 13 months. Yeah. I think this should get a nomination. You know. I kind of don't want to because of how many we've nominated, but that's not fair. That's not fair on this. Where are you? Do you think this is a contender?
The fact that it has a unique model, some new artwork, yeah.
I really enjoyed it as well. I really enjoyed reading it, and it's like useful now, which I think is becoming potentially my criteria for this. Like, if you know, it's almost like at the end of the series, we're like, if you had to get one now, what's the best issue now? I think is that good or is that an awful criteria? That's either the best way to decide this thing or the worst. Should it be the best one at the time, or should it be the best one now? Maybe some of our regular subscribers could let us know what they think about that in the chat.
Both are reasonable ways of deciding.
What do you think? The point being that for the last 6 years we've been nominating some of these to be the best issue with no end game, and now we're going to have to come up with an end game pretty soon. So it's like, what?
Do you just start again?
back to one. Couldn't decide. But what do you think? Like, I mean, this doesn't have to be a final answer. But what? How do we decide?
I think it probably needs to be the most useful now.
Okay.
Because if you're going to go, what's the best issue? You're going to go. It was really good if you were brand new into the hobby, and the Lord of the Rings films had just came out. Actually, Return of the King and Two Towers hadn't even came out yet. You should really get that as compared to this is the lay of the land now.
Yeah, I think so.
Because otherwise, it's issue one because you got a whole pile of goblins for dirt cheap and
some money
for this new game rather than spending.
You need issue one, right? Because otherwise nothing makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you for your input on that. Would you care to jump in the chat and see what people are saying, and then we'll go and have a look at some Facebook stuff?
Oh, why not?
That way I'm not abandoning you with nothing to do as well. We are looking for... Oh, we've got quite a lot. It was actually before Macklin. Bloody hell. Oh, well. It's like Ryan Pickering, another 1.5 edition Shaw. I'd like to go back to the smaller starter sets of Mines of Moria and Escape from Goblin Town.
Escape from Goblin Town wasn't that?
It wasn't small.
No, because the amount of goblins you got in it.
A hell of a lot of models in it, and a massive army in Doris Company.
Yeah.
It's John McGinn now. I think that's is that top
that
score?
Must be.
It's the depiction of a woes. It's the what's your typical woes. Dr. Pepper Machine. If they went for a 15 rating instead of a 12, I think it'd be better. There's got to be a lot to be Gollum. Yeah, I kind of agree, but it won't be. I'm sure it won't be a 15, just to get people into the cinema. What I'm ... hearing is Chris read short and grass skirt and made a stereotypical assumption, and he calls Harrison a bigot. Mark Stone, hello. And birthday curry drunk.
Oh dear.
That's a lovely bit of input from Mark. Lovely to have you back, my friend. Where was the curry, and more importantly, where was my invite?
I think you were invited.
Oh, he said, yeah, you're right. You know, I think you are right. He said
it was in France somewhere.
It's not today, though, is it?
His birthday's not today.
It was like a week ago, wasn't
it? Yes.
I think.
Yeah, I remember wishing him happy birthday, so I hope it was
Maybe he's celebrating today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be somebody else's birthday.
Could be somebody else's birthday. Yeah. All right. Well done, Mark. He's probably asleep by now.
Right.
You found it?
I found that.
Where are
Yep.
you? You're going to get a drink.
Dr. Pepper Machine, bravo. Thank you. Teen Spirit, Big Blue Book. I think this must be guesses for where
Yeah, you're right.
Gan first appeared. James Wilson, my first thought was Gondor in Flames, but possibly because that came out at a similar time to Return of the King. Ryan Pickering, oh yeah, remember that was the second White Dwarf I ever bought. That's quite a good one to buy. Joe Holzman, people say they drop everything at once these days. Try to remember what we dropped. Oh, releases, got you. Sam Huddy, so you like the releases, hey? Then smoke a whole year's worth of releases. Used to be like that. Used to be lots of things. James Wilson, pretty sure the Minds of Moria starter set was already out by the time of Return of the King, Gondor in Flames. I think that set came out when the Fellowship of the Ring sourcebook came out. Thomas Macklin, hi and bye. Joe Holzman, Wozengard. Gans Deep from Dr. Pepper Machine, I like it. Good nights to Tom. Good night, Mr. Haskell. Always a pleasure. Larry, you surely must be blowpiping out. Aye. Joe Holzman, there are no wild men and it's no models can usually stand fast. Same thing. At the time, Mag anyway. Gan chilling in the trap for the pipe, I like it. Joe Holzman, I don't get why you have to reveal what they are by looking at the underside, but you model them all based on what they are anyway. That's to confuse people. Smoke and mirrors. D3 flaps. From Dr. Pepper Machine. D3 flap, no idea. Sam Huddy, if you must know that if Teenage Sam had gone to a tourney in the 2000s, I would use something from a mag and had to look around 10 mags, which I have to go from one to another with. You probably would. Following the trail of rules, this character has a horse for Gavril C magazine number 5, Falantius C magazine number 18, etc. Are you sure that's the rule? Yeah, no. Let me check. Like Gandalf and the Vaults of Minas Tirith try to find the right piece of paper. Dr. Pepper Machine, the old bomb sneaky. Joe Holzman, you catch a lot of parts of game with a bomb. It'll probably cook it for you too, then Larry wouldn't eat it. Or it might do if it was actually blown up. Dr. Pepper Machine, Admiral Akbar is sweating. That's true, nobody did do a Admiral Akbar impression. Teen Spirit, Frodo and Sam quietly walking the way to more toward Frodo, quite getting every time Sam sets off a bomb to catch a rabbit. Yeah. Maybe that's how Gollum found him. Just followed the sounds of explosions and landmines. Joe Holzman, that's incredibly good if you get in a bottleneck. The traps, yeah. Especially if you're playing against Cav. Chris Cooper, traps you say, 7 stones idea incoming. I look forward to not playing that at 7 stones.
Would allow
it. Joe Holzman, can we play with traps? Sure, you're bringing the traps, that's fine. I'm also setting up the terrain. Sam Huddy, I played against a Shire army a few years ago, just left a Wildman in the pitfall to keep it filled and walked over his back. I played the Shire with traps at an event and had a guy fall down a pitfall trap in a river. So I had to keep on taking swim tests because he was prone in the river.
You put a pitfall trap in a river?
The guy put a pitfall trap in a river. Because it was randomly.
That's unacceptable.
So I fell down it. Then eventually got free of the trap, but I was still prone and then drowned. Was
that a competitive tournament?
Yeah.
Were you all right with that? Would you think that was all right?
In a competitive tournament, yeah, that's how you would use it.
That seems so jerky to me. How can you dig a pit in a river?
Well, you can, I suppose. That's a good place to put it.
Oh, I've built a pit. Oh, it's full of water. Right, take it out. I can't. It's in a river. There's actually no way to drain the river. Okay, drain the river.
Just fill it back up with rocks.
The problem is it's not a river anymore.
Joe Holzman, have you noticed that they never tell you how the good participants? And Ryan Pickering, I'm not sure what he means by that. Okay, why is Hammer here? You would have had gambling by this point, and Hammer isn't representing a captain. Hammer's actually dead by that point as well.
I did think that was weird, actually. He's in both.
Oh, Joe Holzman, they show you their profiles, but they don't specify how many warriors you bring.
Isn't it in the... It's in the combatants. You need 12 warriors of Rohan.
And isn't it how many survived from the previous game for the second one?
No, it's the impact is on how many orcs you take.
All right, okay.
It's not particularly intuitive, but it's in the combatants, Joe. So it says you'll need, as well as Garn, you need Theoden, Aemma, Harma, and 12 warriors of Rohan. So I think you just then have to assume that those are the good models that you deploy. But yeah, because you got gambling. You got gambling, haven't you? Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, Point and Hammer would be dead by now. Sam had 8, he got better. Joe Holzman, you rolled a 6 on the death of a hero table.
Full recovery.
Hey, Dr. Pepper Machine, he's the Grima to Damien Saruman.
Who's that?
Talking about Hammer, I suppose? Maybe? Dr. Pepper Machine, I put a lot of tattoos and tribal war paint on my wosies. I thought dwarf flesh was closer to Bugman's glows, as he's a dwarf.
Oh, that's clever.
Is Bugman glow not closer to what tan flesh used to be?
Bugman's glow is very, very pink.
Yeah. Joe Holzman, dwarf flesh is ratskin flesh, elf flesh is Kislev flesh, and talon flesh is Cadian.
What blonde flesh?
According to the GW's official conversion chart, anyway.
Where are my bronze flesh people at?
They're newer paint colours anyway than what I think in my head. Can't find bronze flesh on it. Dr. Pepper Machine, the conversion chart of lies. Yeah. The only other face painted characters are Lurtz and Gorbag, I think.
Hey, what?
The only other face painted characters are Lurtz and Gorbag.
Gorbag? Because he got face paint. Who was the first one?
Lurtz.
Yeah, Lurtz, I think.
Can't think of Gorbag having. Joe Holzman, the one that looks like a mansion. That must be to which one's the kennel. Ryan Pickering, the closest I can find to bronze flesh is Castellax bronze.
I don't think that's it.
Dr. Pepper Machine, maybe some Corsairs.
Maybe some Corsairs.
Chris Cooper's got a very... Yeah, I'm not sure. Chris Cooper...
Chris, maybe some Corsairs? Go on, what do you reckon? I reckon yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to raise a glass to you. I decided to finish the night with a fairly large glass of white wine.
Chris Cooper, bronze flesh was that sickly yellow colour of a baby's nappy that put you off eating cormorants for life.
No, it wasn't. I mean, that's not...
It was.
I'm going to search for Citadel starter paint set.
I never liked bronze flesh. There was always a dwarf flesh. Maybe with a bit of elf flesh highlights.
Oh, of course, there's been a billion starter paint sets. This is... No, I want the one that's
I think
in my
it did
head.
use the starter paint sets did used to have bronze flesh in it. Joe Holzman, do they paint them on or have they photoshopped it? I think.
I grant you that has not helped my argument one little bit. I mean, that looks quite orange.
That is the sort of colour it was, yeah. Maybe a bit more yellowy.
I remember it being a bit pink. It was definitely... Oh, that's the picture I wanted. Whoa, look at that. Oh, look at that. That's my childhood right there. That was my paint set. Chaos Warrior and a Space Marine. Mithril Silver, Flesh Wash, Chaos Black, Enchanted Blue, Bronze Flesh, Sunburst Yellow, Skull White, Blood Red, Goblin Green, and Bestial Brown, I think. Again, that completely unhelpful, very, very orange-looking flesh at the back. I remember it being like that, but you do, and the pictures seem to show it like that, so I think I'm wrong.
Yeah, I just remember never used it. And it didn't have, like, you could go from, like, dark flesh to, and then they brought out the tan flesh, and then highlight it with dwarf flesh was quite a good progression of the paint colours to, like, highlighting the skin, maybe going as light as elf flesh, but bronze flesh had no, like, mixes that went with it.
There we go, that's a little mixed up. That's more how I remember it.
Yeah.
Actually, on the screen, that looks even darker than it is to me, but it's more like that colour down there. Like, at least that looks more flesh colour now than pink, than orange. That was my childhood, man.
Dr. Pepper Machine, no tribal markings on the retail box either. James Wilson, right folks, calling it a night there. We'll catch up during the week. Night all. Good night. Joe Holzman, they realised they were a page short.
Is that for the
Must be
tribal
for
markings?
Yeah. Dr. Pepper Machine at Chris, I think that's Chris Cooper. Like Vomit Brown. Chris Cooper, I think Vomit Brown was a little darker. It was. Chris Cooper, tribal markings are clearly AI.
Maybe that's where the tech came from.
Dr. Pepper Machine Gan with tribal bicep hat and a vape on spring break. Damien's never-ending battle with big PVA.
With big what?
Big PVA. You're up against it.
You gotta bring him down, man.
It's just jumped. Larry, I just tied the thread to some cocktail sticks. Did Wile E. Coyote make this trap guide? Talking about Wile E. Coyote, I don't know if you've seen anything, if it made it down there. But the Clyde Tunnel in Glasgow, somebody drew like a Wile E. Coyote style tunnel entrance on the run up, and somebody crashed into it.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
No, God, that's terrible. I hadn't seen that at all.
Somebody drove in it, you're like, it doesn't even look like the tunnel entrance. There's not anywhere even like with the road connected to it. Somebody like drove into a wall with it.
And they all said no one would fall for it.
Yeah.
I had the Roadrunner game on the SNES, and I remember really, really liking it. And it was probably awful, you know? If you ever went back to it, it would probably be dreadful. But I remember really, it was really, really tough. But really, really fun. Roadrunner was always my favourite of the Looney Tunes characters.
You have to just like dodge things constantly.
Did you play it?
I'm having sort of flashbacks to...
I remember like a girder level, like loads and loads of girders, and you had to jump up onto girders, and yeah, like you said, things were falling on you, and
yeah,
and you could peck to eat bird seed and stuff, and obviously Wile E. Coyote was chasing after you, and you
sort of have big recollections of that, but yeah, that was quite a while ago. I didn't have a SNES, I had a Mega Drive, but me and Derek had the SNES.
It was indeed quite a while ago, man. It was about 30 years ago. I don't think I've done this on here, but I don't know how you're dealing with the inexorable passage of time at the moment, but like I've been all right for a good few years, even with birthdays and even passing 40. But honestly, one of the things that really hit me was when the World Cup started, and you start hearing versions of Three Lions where they changed it to 60 years of hurt, and it's like it's been 30 years since Three Lions came out, And it's like, I remember Three Lions coming out. And it was, when Three Lions came out, it was 30 years from 1966.
Yep.
Which means it's the same amount of time since Three Lions came out as when it came out was from the frickin' 60s. And it's like I'm genuinely struggling with that. It's like,
I'd seen something about the new Grand Theft Auto coming out, and it's going to be based in their version of Florida where Vice City came out. And then there was the fact of when Vice City came out to the 80s is the same as now to 2010.
right, yeah.
You're just like, no.
It's just weird. That's utterly mad. Like,
yeah.
But I remember it being in.
Also, when Scotland was last in the World Cup, I was in high school. I remember watching it, the first game in French, because the teacher was like, "It's in France, that counts."
Right.
And rolled out the telly on the trolley to watch the game.
But it's like I remember in '96. I remember Three Lions coming out, and I wasn't, I wasn't adult. I would have been about 15. But I remember then the '60s was like, that was a different era. That was like, that wasn't the previous decade. The '60s were.
That's when your parents were young.
Yeah, it was forever ago, and the very idea that in the last 10 minutes, which it's been since Three Lions came out, that same amount of time could have passed is insane to me. Absolutely insane. But,
yeah, I'm thinking to the 90s when I thought, my dad still listened to all that old music from the 60s. As I'm still listening to like 90s grunge.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we completed
early 2000s new metal.
We completed music around 2005. We don't need any more.
Yeah. I bet there's a lot of young people like what those old codgers talking about.
Yeah, well, that's it. If you're watching this and you're young, don't grow up. It's a trap.
Yeah.
That would be the best advice I could give anyone. There's nothing good about getting older.
Yeah. To have more disposable income at Baghouse soldiers.
Don't.
Yeah.
The most disposable income I ever had was in my gap year when I was 18. I was living at home and working full time. I've never had. I'm worth more now because I own property, but in terms of disposable income, the first year I was working full time was the most disposable income I've ever had. Used to go down to HMV and buy VHS and DVD box sets. What a time to be alive.
Yeah. I'm thinking there's like, I certainly bought a lot more CDs and albums and DVDs and.
Do you know what, mate? As much
toys.
as we have an Amazon Prime subscription, we've got a Netflix subscription, we've got a Disney Plus subscription. On Friday night, I couldn't watch Back to the Future, and I had to go and get my Blu-ray because it wasn't free on any of the services I pay for every month. But because I had my box set and I've hung on to my Back to the Future Blu-rays, we were able to watch it. We need to go back.
The future.
Yeah, quite.
Right, where were we? Sam Huddy, I was thinking about making a fish on the floor with a large mallet over it to fit the upcoming hunt for Gollum, but don't have any of the stuff I need on me. What, you don't have a fish or a large mallet to hand? Like, what you doing with your life?
Well, they'll bring the fish.
Dr. Pepper Machine, I'm sure a fake One Ring would lure him in better. Larry, why not both? Some lovely rabbits, some conies would also lure him in.
Keep them raw.
Not cooked though.
No, definitely not cooked.
Or Damien dressed up as a waterfall. Joe Holzman, 2 issues to go, and Damien has finally figured out how to decide which issues get nominated for best issue.
Oh, he hasn't. Let's be clear, he hasn't.
Dr. Pepper Machine, to everything there is a season. Ricky Drinks Paint, I think the best of the time of release, and it's still good to today. That's an extra bonus.
Oh, so that's not what we were saying.
Joe Holzman and some paint, and I think a brush. Oh, that must be the very beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that. I said we got some paint.
Yeah. Joe Holzman, damn it, Damien, you know that's my favourite section. Is that what's happening in next issue?
I don't know.
Is that his favourite section?
Not sure.
Joe Holzman, the curry was today. That's because that's why he said he couldn't host the stream.
Yeah.
Dr. Pepper Machine, I mean, Obsession is an 18, and that's the most profitable movie in its second and third week since E.T. It's pretty good. Joel Holzman agrees that it's good. Dr. Pepper Machine and Kane Pixels movie backrooms done well. YouTubers take over. Hollywood love to see it. Joe Holzman, I don't think you went back far enough in the comments.
Hmm?
Ah, well.
I agree with
that. Chris Cooper, how many mags have been nominated? Could we have a knockout bracket?
it's just over 20. And there will have to be something where we
20 out of 89.
we didn't know. But
Issue 1, great. 2, great. 3, great. 4.
No,
actually, do you think we should maybe not?
No, it's not that actually. It's that joke's on you, Murphy. It's that they get better.
Right, okay.
Because I reckon the first one's going to be about 19. I think The Watcher in the Water is the first one. It is. Where's issue? Issue 19. Yeah, stream 20, which is The Watcher in the Water, is the first one. Then like 29, and then the later. Oh God Almighty! So like issue 54, 57, 58, 60, 63, 65, 66 all got nominated. Maybe we were drunk then. That's seven nominations within 12 issues. That was a strong period for the Mac. But like, that's our next 20 streams.
Be interested to see who the editors were in those mags compared to.
Go back to each of them once. That's another 20 streams. We're golden. I have to think about it.
And then never finally decide which is the best one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Just hope everyone goes away.
Joe Holzman, I definitely had a comment about the scenario you've missed, unless it was when I wasn't listening. You weren't listening, Joe. Or maybe I'm lying to you. You'll just have to look back and see. Andy Clark, night all, early start, so we'll have to catch you tomorrow. Good night. Dr. Pepper Machine could be on top comments instead of all. I'm on all comments, Dr. Pepper Machine. I'm an expert at this. Joe Holzman, I think it's easily funny enough that I'd allow it. Duck Pie, maybe they dammed the river, dug the trap, then broke the dam. You don't need it to be big to just trip somebody up in a river.
The enemy just watch them doing that and then go around it. What a large amount of effort.
That's just skipped again. Joe Holzman, ignore not going back far enough, but it's because you showed the traps early. So there was lots of traps chats before the scenario. Joe doubting us.
Unbelievable.
Be ashamed. Sam Huddy, Ringwraith flies over dead marshes. Sam's landmine goes off. Gollum, stupid fat hobbit. Chris Cooper, of course, Gorbag had face paint. Shagra threw him a surprise birthday party on their farm. They started together and he got a butterfly painted on it.
I remember now.
I might have to, when I repaint a Gorbag, do that. Dr. Peppermachine, Gorbag has blue in his face, but it's quite hard to see in the movie. So that's because they painted over it.
Cool.
And Shagrat got to tend the rabbits on the farm. Joe Holzman, Google AI, says there's no modern equivalent to bronze flesh, but Cadian or Bestigor are the closest.
Do we think Googly Eye is a typo?
Google AI, that's just
Google
my
AI.
accent. I'm now going to refer to it as Googly Eye. Larry, bonus entry if you Photoshop some tribal markings on your GAN? Question mark.
I think that's too easy these days.
AI just ruined it for you. Or Googly Eye. Dr. Peppermachine says I'll allow it. I'm not. Larry saw that about the tunnel. Dr. Peppermachine, the Mega Drive was awesome.
Yeah, it wasn't as good as the SNES, mate.
No, but I won it for free, so
Really?
yeah. Me and my sister went through every competition in the local newspaper and divvied them up, and we won one of them, and that was the Mega Drive, and it was my name, so it was my Mega Drive.
I won a Master System.
Nice.
It's really funny that the way the world's changed. That I know it sounds like a weird thing. I used to win a lot of stuff. I think less people saw competitions then. I think it was mainly my mum, but it's when you used to send a postcard. I remember I won a mountain bike. I won a ton of book vouchers. I won a Monster in My Pocket competition where you won like every piece of Monster in My Pocket merchandise.
That I'm jealous of.
It was amazing. And Charlotte's literally just nicked the bum bag recently. I got the huge board game with the mountain on it. I got that. I got tons and tons of Monster in My Pockets for it. Like, it was like 400 quid's worth of Monster in My Pocket stuff.
The young people Monster in Pocket is not a euphemism.
I won a BMX as well. I won 2 bikes. I won like tons of stuff just from those like kids competitions.
Yeah. Other thing I found out that Sega Mega Drive joypad worked on the Commodore 64. It was the same port.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely. I did that. We did that with the old. I would have said it was an Atari, but I'm probably misremembering it. But a really old console with like proper Space Invaders and Pac-Man and stuff. That was at my old childminder's house from her kids, and the controllers didn't work, but my mate's Mega Drive controllers worked on it.
Yeah.
It's weird. I had a mate who had a Mega Drive. You had a mate who had a SNES.
Yeah.
I wonder. Was it us?
I think I might have remembered. Although he was also the same mate who I started getting into wargaming with, because we saw an advert in his Beano for Hero Quest and Space Crusade.
I used to read the Beano.
And he got Hero Quest and I got Space Crusade that Christmas.
There you go.
And then, I got Warhammer.
What a twist that'd be in like season 14 of our friendship, if it turns out we were childhood friends.
Joe Holzman, I said that this week. Not sure what you said this week. Heard it on the radio at Breakfast Club and was like, I remember that coming out 30 years ago.
About
the lines on the shirt.
ago.
Dr. Peppermachine, that's a horrific fact about the Vice City timescale. Yep. Chris Cooper, Euro 96 was my first real memory of football. I was completely swept up at the time. Joe Holzman, same here.
I remember Mexico in 90, but at 96...
It was Italia 90.
Was Mexico 86?
Yeah.
So I had the sticker album for 86, which is crazy because I would have been like 4. So I remember getting the Mexico stickers and having that one for years, but maybe you could still collect that in like kind of 87, 88 or something. But then, so that was my first football memory, but Euro 96 is the first time I remember like watching football with friends. Do you know what I mean? Like, actually, we watched a game at school, for example. I remember, you know, where you're old enough to actually have some sense of the importance of it or whatever.
Yeah. Till your 90 was probably mine. And I remember everybody in school having West Germany tops because they beat England. They were like, it was like every kid had like a West Germany top. It's a classic top, to be fair, but yeah. And Chris Cooper, and now my daughter is older than I was then. Yeah. He goes, excuse me while I go to book a Saga holiday.
This is it.
I don't know, I used to work as a travel agent. I was like, I fancied the Saga holiday for quite a while. Quite good benefits. Like a Saga wargaming holiday, I'll be all over
that. Creeps up on you, doesn't it?
Sam Huddy, the time passage that hits me was that we passed 80 years since World War II's end, and it occurred to me that when I was born was 45. That when I was born was 45 years, so that anniversary is quickly closing in on doubling. I thought he was born. It was 45. He was 45 years ago. And I was like, Sam looks good for his age.
He does look
good. Joe Holzman, I remember my teacher being ill and we were all sent to different classes for the day. I was sent to year 5 and the teacher let us watch a bit of the opening game. Turned on Justice Shearer, put us in front and everybody started chanting his name. Ryan Pickering, the one that gets me is that next year will be the 30th anniversary of the first Harry Potter book, which I started reading in 2000 when I was 4.
Yeah, was that 96? Wait, I guess it's next year, it must be 97.
Chris Cooper, I skipped school that day, the one day I did. You only skipped school on one day? Such a good boy. Larry, is it not on Netflix anymore?
Is that Back to the Future?
Yeah.
I guess not.
Dr. Pepper Machine, I mean, who really wants to go back to 2006? There's still a lot of going back to 80s and 90s for nostalgia. It's weird now that, like, baggy jeans and shell suits have come back in fashion. You're just like, I remember seeing a lassie walking along with baggy jeans and having the issue that everybody had with baggy jeans when it was wet, that they just dragged along the floor and sucked up water like a vacuum cleaner.
I'd say in 2006 we had all the good bits of the internet and none of the bad bits. As I think.
There were still some bad bits, but yeah, not as bad as it is now.
Yeah, because you just about got social media around 2006, but you had to be on a computer to use it. It wasn't on your phones, and I think that's good. But you couldn't access it easily and all the time, and it couldn't take you. You had to. It was just when you're at home and you.
You had to have some money to get a computer, kept the riffraff out.
Yeah, and you had to do it at home. You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it wherever you were. So phones hadn't destroyed. There's so much great concert footage. If you just go and watch concert footage from like any point up to, but you start getting decent video concert footage in like the 90s and like the 2000s, and there's just no phones and everyone's just there and everyone's dancing. And now everyone's just standing around filming it, and it's just a different world. Anyway.
Better versions of Warhammer as well. Larry, there is still that time I really wanted to watch Rat Race, but I had to order a DVD of it as it wasn't on any streaming sites. Rat Race, was that the one with the term prairie dogging in it? I'm sure. Yeah. I still like to use the term prairie dogging after Rat Race.
Rowan Atkinson going, is that right?
Yeah. Do I want to watch Rat Race? I'd probably live without seeing Rat Race, but yeah. Joe Holzman, Back to the Future is available for free with a Prime sub.
Is it? It didn't look like it when I... That's weird. I'll take your word for it, but I clicked on it and went to charge me. Bloody time travellers.
Chris Cooper, still remember everyone trying to emulate Gaz's half volley in the playground the following day, and my dad not being able to watch the Holland game, so videoing it. I found that VHS tape a while ago.
What a goal that was. Who was that against? I can't remember. You know, where he dinks it. He dinks it straight over the defender. I can't remember his name. And the defender's just like, he looks like an amateur. He looks like he can't play football. And then after it goes over him, he just dinks it past the goalkeeper who looks like an amateur. Who was that? Who are they playing?
A very amateurish team.
Yeah, it must have been. I can't remember.
Yeah, terrible team.
Can't remember what nation.
Nah, neither can I. It's not like England to go on about things that happened like 30 years ago. I'm still not over it.
60 years ago. That was a great goal, though. Brilliant goal.
It was. Right, we're Chris Cooper. Watched it with Ruth. Still as good today as it was then.
Must be Back to the Future, I reckon.
I think he's talking about the Holland game on VHS. Larry, I think do 2 best issues, a best at time of publishing and a best issue for now.
That's a rare, sensible comment from Larry. Maybe.
Chris Cooper, remember crying after Southgate's penalty miss?
Oh, God, yeah.
I remember laughing after Southgate's penalty miss. Skipped again. Joe Holzman, it's when Damien catches up on the chat before disappearing and leaves the guest host with nothing to do.
Oh, his favourite section. He said that's my favourite section.
Okay, can you ask Damien to say welcome to the Plantier and do the orb thing for old time's sake?
I don't remember what he used to say. Was it just? I know the orb thing was. That was the Palant. Was there an introduction? It was something like welcome to the GBHL podcast YouTube channel. I'm GBHL Damien, and I'm GBHL Tom, and this is the Palantir. Oh yes, best I got.
To this day, when somebody says I'm going to use the Palantir, I still go.
It's because we were making the shape of the thing as we were saying the name of the thing. It was a think piece.
It was.
Even back then, I was intellectually trendset.
Sam Huddy, YouTubers take over Hollywood. BSIME the movie when? It's got everything. It's got a death in it. It's got a carry on story.
Who died? Oh, Steve.
Joe Holzman, so roughly 1 in 4 are possibly the best one. Yeah. Dr. Pepper Machine, Children of Huron would only be good as an 18 because it's really dark.
Yeah, I don't see Hollywood making a incest movie.
Don't know. Game of Thrones has made it sexy.
Sexy incest.
Joe Holzman to Sam, if we're talking feature length, it's any Dale stream. The Chris Cooper Dale streams are the editor's supercut. Joe Holzman, Trapping a River is funny enough to allow. Definitely skipped Chris's comments there.
Okay.
Chris Cooper can imagine Shagrat heading in the rabbits while trying to keep the pesky hobbits away from the landmines. Dr. Pepper Machine, I was alluding to the end of Mice and Men, then realised Shagrat actually runs off with the mithril shirt and Gorbag that snuffs it. Larry, Damien won all this stuff and I can't even win a third dice. You need to get your mum to enter and then you can get...
No, I don't think I had much to do with many of those wins, to be honest.
Dr. Pepper Machine, what was the last console you had, Damien?
Oh, the last console I had, I think, was a Wii. I was a Nintendo kid. I got all of them from the SNES. I got a SNES GameCube. No, it says N64, GameCube, Wii, and then I didn't get a Wii 2. I didn't get a Switch. Well.
Mine was a PS4, and I bought it solely to play Red Dead Redemption 2 because I wasn't sure if it was coming out in the PC. I got games with it. They're still in their cellophane because all I did was play.
Oh no!
I use it now.
What?
I use it now to play Blu-rays.
I got a SNES, the mini SNES. Whenever that came out, I want to say a couple of years ago. It's probably like 15 years, about 5 years ago.
It was 30 years ago.
Yeah, but that when they make the little box,
yeah,
it looks like it, and it's got 30 games on. So I've got one of them, and I love it. I don't get to play it nearly as much as I want, but that had so many great games like Castlevania, Mario World, Street Fighter 2 Turbo, F-Zero, the Zeldas on there. That's amazing. So yeah, SNES Mini. Whenever that came out, I got that. So that's the last console I got, which is of course a replication of a console of the first console.
My last console before the PlayStation I got was an Xbox, and I got that solely to play Red Dead Redemption 1.
I'm getting the impression you like Red Dead Redemption.
Yes. I bought it second hand, played the game, and then sold it. And then it had like the red light of death to the person a couple of months later. And I was like, oh well, got rid of it at the right time then. Joe Holzman, Mexico was 86.
Yeah, I think you got that, didn't you?
Dr. Pepper Machine, 86. Mexico was the first Panini sticker book.
I'm pretty sure that's in the attic here, complete. I'm pretty sure we completed it. I've got such formative memories of finding. My dad used to hide packs of stickers.
That might be worth something.
It's in a really bad state because it was like a kid collecting it. It's in an awful state. I'm doing it for my kids now when they get a sticker album. I like hiding stickers around the place. It's fun.
Larry, the one that gets me is there are people I work with now who were 8 when I started working there.
Well, I'm now teaching students who weren't born when I started working at the university. That's kind of depressing.
I played somebody the other day at a tournament, and my tape measure was older than they were.
That's a big respect for your tape measure, I think.
It's 25 years old. Yeah. If that's me, you've been playing long? I was like, yeah,
quite a while. Yeah.
Chris Cooper, in 10-20 years, the Saga War Games holiday will almost certainly be a thing. Hopefully it's not 40k though.
Yeah, I suppose.
Larry, they took it off Netflix. This is heavy.
Wait, it has nothing to do with
it. Chris Cooper, I was definitely a model student. Apart from that one day, I think that's why my mum believed my fake cough. What, like, you only faked sickness once? Wow, you are a good boy.
Yeah, but he's not Scottish, mate. Everything's a little more honest, Dan.
Ryan Pickering, going to have to call it a night. I'll catch the rest in the morning. Good night. Sleep tight. Dr. Pepper Machine, I've not seen the shell suits, but a lot of baggy jeans everywhere recently. Joe Holzman, to Larry, I realised the other day that I'm very close to have been working at my current school longer than all the children there have been alive. You work with primary school children, so that's like...
Yeah, that's one's alright. Now imagine they're adults. Want me to jump in?
Yeah, if you wish.
I sort of finished my hobby, and so if you've got something you can be doing. Try and smash through these. We can see some Facebook. Larry says there was no battle streams then too. Truly a golden age of the internet because he's an awful human being. Dr. Pepper Machine definitely better than the skinny jeans trend. Larry says, is that all of them added together, Joe? That's the kids. He says it is. Dr. Pepper Machine says Rat Race is a great movie. Larry's got fond memories of skinny jeans in his youth. Joe Holzman, that was to prairie dogging. Not all the children's ages being added together. Oh, so when you were saying it is, you were saying that's the film with prairie dogging it. I clicked on it and it says play now. I just checked on Just Watch 2. They concur. Who knows? Joe Holzman says they were playing Northern England. Larry, maybe you're just not thinking fourth dimensionally, and they put it back on since when Damien tried to watch it. All of my comments are sensible. Chris Cooper, reminiscing about events from 30 years ago is what we do best as England fans. We even write songs about them. Dr. Pepper Machine says, awkward stranded guest host section. I don't think so. He had loads of comments to get through this time. Larry, another one for us. The Plantier has now not been running for longer than it was running. That's a good one. I hadn't realised that. And she will probably have gone to bed by now. Who knows who she is. Dr. Pepper Machine, best game for Wii I found is House of the Dead 2 and 3. So good, not empty in my pockets at an arcade. We get an awful lot of mileage out of the first Super Monkey Ball. Oh no, that was GameCube. That was GameCube on Super Monkey Ball on the GameCube at uni. That was a great hit. I really like Twilight Princess. I've had it hard to beat that. Twilight Princess I thought was the best Zelda since Ocarina of Time. Larry, the first console I had that was mine was a PS3. My first console I played was a PS1. Sam says Scotland must know all about Mexico 86. I suspect labelled as the World Cup with one of the funniest moments ever by them. One of my trainees was younger than YouTube a couple of years back. Yeah, well, YouTube's 2006, right, I think. Now wondering how old my trusty Poundland tape measure is. That's Larry. Dr. Pepper Machine says, would you say the students have changed as time goes on, Damien, or is it all generally the same? That's a colossal question, but they've changed absolutely massively. They've changed unrecognisably, and I say this with the greatest love in the world, but for the worse. I don't mean it's their fault, but they're far quieter. They don't ask questions. They don't row with each other. I think some of this is phones and not being used to talking to people. I definitely think some of it's COVID, where there was a couple of years where they weren't used to speaking to people, and they weren't used to speaking up for their opinions. They also go out to less places. They go out less than they used to. They stay in more and sort of have drinks at home. I think the cost of living has an impact on that. But they are. I wish you could somehow, when you do the boxing matches, if with this person in their prime meet this person in the prime, I would love to show my current students what a university lecture hall looked like 15 years ago. It was a completely different thing. No one had a phone on, so everyone was paying attention. Everyone would put their hand up and everyone would ask questions and everyone would be engaged, and it was vibrant. And now an awful lot of people kind of sit on their phones or get annoyed that they can't sit on their phones, and if you ask them a question they don't answer. It's weird. It's completely different. Sorry, it's not good news. Chris Cooper says, when I was younger I broke my arm while wearing a shell suit. You break your arm a lot. Joe says, Dr. Pepper Machine, they've definitely changed. He gets new ones every year. Whee! Larry says there's no date or anything on it. I can't believe your Poundland tape measure hasn't got a date on it. That's so weird. Dr. Pepper Machine, I meant a noticeable difference from the phone to the internet. Yes. Larry says 2014 to 19, 5 years, 7 years ago. I think that's his tape measure. Joe says Twilight Princess is his favourite Zell. Oh, I see.
He is a fan of Twilight.
2014 to 2019 is not where Larry's tape measure might be from. It's when the Plantier ran. He opened up episode 99 to see what it was. Dr. Pepper Machine, are you hiding individual stickers or seal packs? Seal packs. I bought. I found that if you want to financially survive a sticker album, you need to buy a box off the internet. You don't buy packs of stickers. You buy the pack of 36 packs of stickers, so you get lots of stickers. And then we hide packs.
I suppose that way they don't also associate going to the news agents or whatever to get in sticker packs.
Yeah. Although actually, when they were doing that, I think because it was Jurassic World, we've done all the things my kids are into, right? We've done. They're still filling in the Dominion.
Kids are into it.
Yeah, you can trick them. But we've me and Emma completed the Jurassic World one. I say we did. I was like, no, that was before we had children. And then with Charlotte, we did Fallen Kingdom, and now with both of them, we're doing Dominion. And actually, it wasn't bad because we used to go to Sainsbury's and chuck a couple of packers in when we did the weekly shop. So however much they were, it was like, well, that weekly shop cost £100 instead of £99 or whatever. So you could hide it in there. But yeah, buy them in bulk. It's the only way forward. And apparently, Larry says in that episode, we say the first episode of 2019, and hilariously the last. Joe says, I know everyone says Ocarina of Time. I never had an N64, so never played it until 3DS and found the camera controls unbearable. Yeah, well, it's probably... It's all those things, isn't it? Once you've played a newer version, you're going to struggle to go back and understand. It's like CGI in films, I think. Like it's like the Battle Games of Middle Earth series, I suppose. You know, are we going on best game now, best game ever, or are we going best game when it came out? Dr. Beverman says, shit, that's a bit depressing. Yes, it is depressing. Sam says, you kids should be out binge drinking. There is a bit of that. There is genuinely a bit of that where they don't dance. They tell me, I was like, well, why don't you go clubbing? They go, well, what's the point? Everyone just stands around in a circle watching each other. And I was like, why don't you dance? And they went, no one dances because if you dance, someone films you and puts it on the internet. This is what 18-year-olds are told me. And I was like, so what? No, when you go clubbing, no one dances. I go, no one dances. So then no one goes clubbing. So then no one meets anyone. So then no one knows how to talk to anyone. You gotta go out drinking, man. It's good for you. So, Joe says, very much looking forward to the upcoming remake so I can play it with... was that Ocarina of Time? They're doing a remake, aren't they? Just don't follow that world anymore. Sam says, shell suits increase risk of broken bones. Chris Cooper said, I broke my arm once, that was the joke. I was wearing a shell suit. Yeah, Larry says, it's the Planty, you buffoon, and I spotted that. Dr. Pemberton says, it's £1.25 a pack for the World Cup one. See, that's insane. M&S has an album as well, you get free pack. Yeah, they're getting the free ones from M&S via my mum, actually. That £1.25 a pack is crazy. I think we were on about 60p with Jurassic World, I think. And Sam confirms it never happened until he wore a shell suit. Chris Cooper says, very true, I've broken my arm at 100% of the events I've worn a shell suit to. Duckface says, the only Zelda game I played was Breath of the Wild and I never finished the tutorial. I think I got Breath of the Wild. That came out on the Wii, right? I got it right at the end and I never played it. So I got the Wii, played Twilight Princess, and then got Breath of the Wild at the end and never played it. And that was the end of my console gaming career. And Chris Cube says, and 100% of people wearing shell suits at 7 Stones this year got injured, thus proving the link between shell suit wearing and arm breaking. We need to go to Facebook because, quite frankly, Chris Murphy, it's 1:25 in the morning.
Oof.
Who knows where the time has gone? So if you could all now kindly stop talking about stickers and everything else and try and give us a chance of getting through this. I am going to go to Facebook and I'm going to pop that on there, and then I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to refresh this page. Boom. And then I'm going to go and find a thread. There we go. Yeah, I meant to say this right at the top of the stream, but I actually thought tonight was going to be a very good chance of winning a dice, because there's not. I don't think Woses and Garn are the sort of thing that a lot of people have. Like I didn't have them, you know. I think a lot of people haven't got them because they're hard to use, and anyone who's bought it for a competitive advantage at some point would have painted Garn. So I think relatively we're going to have a small number of entries for this one. So we shall see. Roses. There we go. Alright. You all good?
Yep, I've got the...
So first up, I believe, we have Chris Cooper, who has got Garn. That's me by myself tonight. Well, and this chap. Very cool. Classic Garn. Wonder how many normal Woses do you think we'll get as opposed to Garns? Have a guess. Let's play that, Chris. How many Woes Warriors? I don't mean total. Like how many entries, which will be Woes Warriors, do you think you get over Garn?
3.
I think that's a very sensible guess.
That's why I made it.
I'm gonna go. I can't go 4. I'm gonna have to go 2. I think 4's wacky. I'm going to. Let's see. And also, Chris Cooper finished him and knocked up a trap as well for some reason.
Oh, it's even got some tufts on it.
Yeah, it's got basic materials and it's got a tripped over orc. That's a bit of you in it. There's a lovely trap marker. I said in the stream chat I wasn't going to ever use Garn, so I've combined him and the trap into fun diorama. Might give it to my dad for Father's Day. Backlog clear by 1. Amazing scene. And potentially a hobby bingo scare, Chris? Isn't there a make a diorama for 2 models? That's wonderful.
Yes.
How very BSIME. That... You know what just happened? That time I was talking to the other Chris. That's the first time tonight I was talking to him and you answered. It's spun. And he's added some... Look at that! How cool is
I've
that?
used to answer to the name Chris.
Yeah.
I actually worked alongside the guy in the same team for, was it 14 years when I worked at Thomas Cook, whose name was Chris. And we both just always answered Chris.
I mean, look...
It was just easier that way.
It's a good name. How cool is that? We have that would not exist without this wonderful community and these wonderful streams. He's found Garn, he's bought a Garn he doesn't want, and he's made a lovely little diorama. I think that's awesome. James Griffin has entered with a bit of sass. My absence will give you a chance at a black dice. And he says, I know I've redoubled my efforts to get back ahead of you and get my 3rd. Ricky Colebrook is in. Garnbury Garn for Stream Snack. Local bakery Viennese finger.
Although, I'm just thinking, Chris Cooper's it's one model on a base now. It's not like it's a separate trap.
Oh, but it was. He entered it as
I just wanted to panic him there.
He entered it as 2 separate things and then he combined them. I'd like to give massive props for Ricky Colbert for the composition here. The way he's lined up the model with the picture of the model on the screen is really quite effective. Big fan of that, Ricky. 2 replies. We've got based and washed and... Oh, it's a bonus. So based and washed. There he is, looking good. Lovely stuff. And look what we got. He's got a bonus entry spike trap.
A bit of basic material on there.
Yeah.
Lovely.
That is so far a 100% double entry record we've got here. People are enjoying the traps. Joe Holzman, a Garn and some pink digestives for me tonight. I'm not a fan of those pink digestives. Have you had those?
No.
Kids brought them in. I think they're raspberry flavour as memory serves. They're a bit sickly sweet. Very nice, Joe. No comment yet. So knowing Joe, he's quite good at this game. If he's done a trap marker, I reckon he might have put it further down to spread his entries around. Mark Greentree,
Yes.
too hot to paint anything intricate today. My paint keeps drying on the palette. I've been working on some sheep for a little terrain piece though. Very cool. Alas, unless that's a woes in disguise. Michael Dublé, I'm lost in the woods and hoping this...
That's a very nice sheep model, actually.
That's a what?
It's a very nice sheep
It
model.
is a sheep model, yeah, it's lovely.
I wonder where he got that from.
Michael Dublé says, I'm lost in the woods and hoping this fella will help me and Sven out. Of course, Dublé there, referencing the wonderful song Lost in the Woods from Frozen 2. Potentially my favourite song. Is it? No. There's a lot of good songs in that album. I'm lost in the woods. Weezer do a great cover of it in the credits. And here's some progress. Oh, it's looking good. I like the kind of jade look you've gone for the bits. As the guide said, paint them how you want, mate. And who's this handsome guy? So this is my Garn who's not
That's
here.
Druedain.
He's not with us tonight. He's still in Twickenham, but that's the skin finished. So I think he does look...
He's eating a salted pretzel Yorkie at this moment.
I think I'm quite happy with the skin. I was quite happy with the flesh, and I'm happy with the eyes. I think he looks good. And I'm not convinced I want to...
But you're not convinced they're glowing red eyes when he gets angry?
Yeah. And do I want to blob loads of green and red over him? I don't know. I kind of like him as he is.
The answer is no, because that means go back to tidy up skin.
Yeah, well, quite, yeah. I think I'm going to leave him. And then I also put this in, because this is what I managed to achieve tonight. I have assembled Mablung and Amborn. I've assembled a Gondor Avenger Bolt Thrower, and I've assembled their 3 crew. And my 4 Metal Command models didn't make it out. I'm pretty pleased with that. Thank you for helping, Chris. Julian Hammond, he says, not joined live for quite some time, but I'm on theme tonight with Gan Burigan. Julian Hammond.
He's got some progress pics as well.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, 2 replies. So made progress, completed the skin and started the hair. That's enough for tonight. Well, it's the front and back, so we can have a look at both. Just checking this is looking
You
right.
can't really see his heavy buttocks in the back shot.
That's looking great on the stream, actually. I'm just checking in on that. Yeah, it's good size. Lovely work. Yours looks more hench than mine. I think you faded in more definition in his abs, maybe.
Yeah.
Looking very good. Lovely stuff. Ryan Pickering, Garn Buri Garn, and a plate of treats. Look at that. We've got some angel slices, some cookies. And I see your mug
That cup of tea is a bit too milky.
Your mug of milk has been near some tea, it looks like, which is nice.
I don't think it has been near some tea.
Maybe one of that mug of milk's parents was a cup of tea or something. It's the same colour as the mug. Wonderful stuff. Oh, it's not letting me close the picture. I think Big Pickering has spiked my computer we
shouldn't have made the foolies
too sassy about his. Oh no. Oh, whenever I refresh this, it takes me right back, doesn't it? Oh, it's going to be the GBHL. Boo! So we have Ryan Pickering, who is in. And done. Got 12 Woses left to do, but I'll start them next week. Looking very cool, man. I noticed that we've had no Woes Warriors yet.
Did you say sorry?
Sorry? You what?
I think your orders went different from mine now.
Oh, we had this last week. Let's just, we can check that there's no one missing later if you want.
Yeah.
Michael Haskell is in with another guard.
I'll see what happens next.
Looking very, very cool. And here we have a reply. Managed to finish him too, except for the basing. Contrasted the hair of the flesh and hair, and then normal paint and dry brushing after. Amazing stuff, man.
Good.
Yeah, great work. Good to get him done. Oh, we have Dave Shearer. Fresh off my wooden spoon performance at the Road Goes Ever Ardacon last week. I'm upgrading my Army of Dale for Ardacon proper. I like this. So he's taken the Army of Dale, lost with it, and decided needs more Wind Lancers. Wind Lancers is the way forward. Oh, hello. Check this out. Because apparently we're making some traps now. And flocked and a cheeky dash of blood for the blood god on the spikes. Why have I done this? Well, Dave, you've done this because you might
want a black
dice.
dice.
I think he's the first person to not have a Garn, but to do traps.
Yeah.
They're good, right?
They look really good, actually.
Lovely tripwires, little pit, some spikes.
Got some lovely scatter terrain there.
I do like the fact that people watch this stream and end it going, I'm not sure why I've done that. I think that's wonderful. Andy Clark is in. And he says, never thought I'd find myself painting Garn. Me neither, man. But here goes. Found some 20p mince pies in the freezer too. Christmas. What a result.
20p, he went a bit too early for going for the mince pies after Christmas.
Absolutely. And what have we got? Finished. 3 red splodges were the best I could manage for tribal markings. Oh, that's good, man. I love that. Like, this, I mean, I say it every time, but the idea that someone's like, I never would have painted this model. I was like, no, me neither. And now we've painted it, and it's cool. It's wicked. I love it, I love it, I love it. Ah, yes, you see, and look, as suspected, Joe Holzman is in, down the list, spreading his vote. giving yourself 2 chances of getting to the final, which I don't think has ever happened before. I don't think one person has got to the final twice. I see. Chris Murphy, would you like to? Would you like to
just
talk
saying
on?
that it's some basing materials on there.
Right, and he. This is tricky. He says I've done more work to it, but I'm not picturing it out of principle. What's your stance on this? Is he?
I'm tempted to be dickish and say, well, it doesn't count then, and then that robs him of his second entry. But you could just add it to the first entry, and then it gets the best of both worlds. Screws his chance for 2 entries into the final.
I think I'm going to have to allow it.
You're too nice.
I am too nice, but I'd rather be too nice than someone win a dice than be horrible and face.
I'd rather listen to him whinge at me when somebody else wins the dice. It would have been his entry all the way through doubles at Ardico.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you have to remember that you do one of these once every 8, whereas I have to do all of them. So you don't have to listen to him whinge about it very often, but I'd have to listen to him whinge every week. It's just not worth the risk, mate.
Yeah.
Ashley Fisher is in. Look at that brand new gun. Working on a batch of more heroics, so I can take a break to clean up and assemble a gun. Yes, you can, Ashley Fisher. Yes, you can.
His progress pick is interesting.
Still no Woes' Warriors, my friend. And I suppose I can make some traps too. Are we happy with those?
Yes.
So we've got a spiked pit, we've got a tripwire, and we've got some spikes. Lovely stuff.
He's actually built up this spiked pit.
Oh, come out of it. Well, that's exactly what the guide tells you to do. There's no way he could have done that without the guide. Dave Allen made a start. I'll get him finished in the week. That's the spirit. Crosby's in. He's been quiet. Sam Earnshaw resisted the urge to buy a box of Woses to enter the competition, so settled for building Theodred. That's a huge disappointment. Fair enough though, Sam. Well done. Lovely model. And here is Crosby. Just in from a school trip. Gonna have to be a hand-primed job. Lovely stuff.
School trip on a Saturday.
Could be Duke of Edinburgh. Oh, he finished the sheeps from Mark. There's another sheep there. I know you liked the last one.
I do love Mark Greentree's terrain work.
Yeah.
Look at that stone wall. That's
There's a stone wall, penetrate.
Yeah, let's carry on. Sam Huddy.
I thought that was pretty good, wasn't it?
It's not Gan and Moses.
It's no Guns and Roses, but with World Cup season, Stonewall Penetree is. I think that's better than you're allowing. Bully.
I'm a harsh critic.
And a harsh trap marker. Sam Huddy, leftover chalk from work earlier and painting up my armoured Woses to kick off my Numenor project. There's some great armoured Woses he's got going there.
He's even got a picture of them painted up on his screen as well.
And we know they went to Numenor, you know.
That's true.
Jack Brown's. Oh, it's happened! It's happened!
Oh, he's ruined it. He's ruined it all for us. Oh, it's number of entries rather than number of Woses, I suppose.
Yeah. So that is 1. So we have 1 person working on some Woes Warriors. Got any progress getting there with first coat of skin? Also, spike trap. Oh, bonus.
See, if we
spike
get
trap.
up to 2, you're going to have to recount as I run out to the garage to get a Woes Warrior to.
Lovely spike trap from spike traps, right? It's almost like everyone's going for the lazy option. If it was to be. Who's this Christopher Murphy guy? Can anyone talk us through this?
Somebody who really needs to clean his keyboard by the look of it.
It does look disgusting.
Yeah.
That's paint though, isn't it? That looks like you've been dry brushing in front of it. That's what that looks like.
Oh, yeah. There's paint, there's dust. Looks like there's a hair as well. The spike trap is made out of a fine cast sprue that was kicking about.
And have you carved the tops of that?
I've carved the tops off, yes.
Looking very good.
A
So
bit
you've gone with
of
amber for the necklace, as recommended.
my new
by the guide.
favourite basing Vallejo diorama paste.
Mm-hmm.
Used quite well. And then I've went for an amber using some orange.
Just as the guide suggests. That's a double entry for Chris Murphy. Not for the first time, as I hear. Larry Miller is in. This is where I would put my Garnbury card if I had one. That's pretty impressive from Larry there.
That is. But I would allow that as an entry, but he's got ice cubes sticking out his Middle Earth mug.
Yeah, I mean, it's very good. It's as close to getting in without getting in as you can get, I think. Does this count as following a scenery guide for bingo? What on earth? Oh, I see. Oh my god. No. No. Making a crap trap marker tonight doesn't count as completing a scenery guide. I would suggest to complete the scenery guide, you have to make one of each. I'll allow that, because then you've completed the scenery guide. I also get the impression that roll of thread with Larry, that could be human hair, right? Like possibly his own, harvested from himself over the years. From who knows?
This is one chin here.
Yeah. Let's see what he gets up to, shall we? Joe says, no, Murphy's being a tyrant, insisting it has basic materials on it. After initially saying building things was enough to get you into the draw. See, I told you there'd be fallout from this. And here, Larry has knocked over his pot of sticks.
But he does have technical paint still in mud there.
Is that Japanese toothpicks? Did you just get everything? It's like shopping for Picari Sweat. I might as well pick up some toothpicks. Is Larry getting in?
He's went to the effort of cutting circles.
Yeah, he's making progress.
I think Joe would be upset if he got in, so I think he should get in.
I think Joe would be upset.
He drew a nice picture before as well.
Joe would be upset if he got in and Joe didn't get in. And I think rightly so.
Yeah.
But I think Larry's getting on board. Yeah. He's trying to make a trap marker. James
and he drew a nice little picture of this would have been his gan.
Yeah. James Wilson says, and my riders are done. Quite possibly the day before the new Riders of Rohan are announced. Which I think maximum points for effort. Remember the Fords of Vyzen had some Moses.
He's got his Rohan command on foot set there as well, looking to the left.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Classic helming as command. That'll be redundant tomorrow evening. Stephen Ryan says, not able to join the stream tonight, but I've put my magazine model together, ready for when I catch up later this week. Lovely stuff.
It's like he's done a bad job of putting it together, but he's got a update pic with the arm actually attached.
Yeah. And I thought he was balancing a pot of super glue on his head for a minute. Classic Garn, always mucking about, isn't he? There you go, here's progress from Larry. Look at that, beautiful. Incredible work. And look how close that is to the basing material. Oh, it's happening, look. Some texture paint on, but really need to give the PVA time to dry. He's doing it. He's got basic material. We got another one. Look at that. Incredible work. Obviously, Crosby swings in.
Have you missed Chris Webster?
Oh, I did. Crosby swings in just having knocked up an entire set of fantastic traps.
I think he made them before he went on the school trip, just in case.
Oh,
he looks ahead. He was like, "What could possibly be a bonus entry?"
Yeah,
and then
it's bound to be a trap. Bound to be a trap. Incredible work, Josh. I don't know if you can see the caption, but he said added some tribal markings.
Yes. On MS Paint by the look of it.
That is beautiful. So that is me at the end. So you're saying I've missed Chris Webster?
Yeah, it was just before Larry's...
Oh, I did miss him. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think I've also missed Joe. We haven't had Joe's finished Garn pop up, I don't think. Apologies for that, Joe.
Yeah, we've had...
So we've got finished Garn from Joe. And then, yeah, Chris Webster. It's been a while, but I'm glad I could make the Tom Smith special. Garnbury Garn. Oh my God, look. He's got Tom's glasses. Garnbury Garn dressed as Tom Smith, dressed as Garnbury Garn. Started and finished during the stream. Never thought I'd be able to paint a mini during a stream at the pace man. And is that his tattoo?
Yeah,
I think he's painted the Palantir
tattoo
on the back. Oh, that is incredible. Oh, Chris, get that on the. Make sure you get that on the GBHL and tag Tom. That's incredible stuff. Oh, wonderful. Oh, but I've probably put him in the wrong place. Where should he be?
Before Josh Crosby's traps.
Yeah, because. And are we saying that we gave in to? Well, it depends. When are we accepting Larry's paint traps? Are we only accepting them when there's basic material on them?
Well, he's put basic material on it, so...
Yeah, but
when it first appeared, though...
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, because if you're accepting them from when the basic material's on it, then Chris Webster goes before Larry. If you're accepting them from when Larry started making his trap, Chris Webster goes after Larry.
Chris Webster after Larry.
Chris Webster after Larry. And I've got Stephen Miller after... Sorry, Stephen Ryan after Larry as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, because there were lots of Larry pictures. So Larry, then Stephen Ryan. No. So Larry, Stephen Ryan, then Chris Webster.
And then Josh Crosby.
Yeah. And I believe that's it.
Any emails?
That was 56 comments. I'm going to refresh. There are still 56 comments. So assuming nothing's, I'm just going to jump to the bottom. And you don't see anyone else that I've missed?
No.
Wonderful. Yeah, that is still the end. I can pop over here. Do you want to jump in the chat and see what people have been saying?
Right, Shellsuit's cursed. Violet Princess is better in my own opinion.
We have no emails.
BOTW, as that Breath of the Wild was a launch title for the Switch. I believe it also had the Wii 2 version. Dr. Pepper Machine, but the traps are in. Joe Holzman, would that count as a diorama for the Hobby Bingo?
Yes.
Dr. Pepper Machine, definitely. Joe Holzman, also, if it's a diorama, does it still count as a trap for the bonus entry? Sam Huddy, it looks like Chrissy's Gan is laughing at the fallen Uruk Kai like Nelson. I did think that when I seen it. He's like pointing at him, going, Dr. Pepper Machine, let's not go mental, Joe. Joe Holzman, I'd allow it, but Murphy is being a tyrant with his rules changes. Get over it, Joe. Joe Holzman agrees. It says they're great. Joe Holzman, I do prefer the gold ones, though. I presume he's talking about his digestives, not about my rules changes. Dr. Pepper Machine, Joe's never-ending battle against Big Murphy. That's a bit fast. Dr. Pepper Machine, I've done the lower accurate red eyes on some. Lol, it looks dumb as fuck. Joe Holzman, it annoys me an inordinate amount that you haven't lined the models up with the correct blisters.
Is that me?
I'd probably. Dr. Pepper Machine, the milk mug knows a cup in the cupboard that once held a tea bag, but she goes to a different school.
Who said that?
Dr. Pepper Machine. Don't think even that related. Joe Holzman, I wonder why I watch the streams all the time, Damien. Dr. Pepper Machine, there's nothing else like them in the range. Probably a Berserker would be the closest for the amount of bear flesh, but they're all much smaller and more detailed. Joe Holzman, was it Wozies or Wozies instead of Gan because there was a Gan with them? Joe Holzman, that's what I've put on my trap too, Chris. I presume that's still in mud. Or is that the Vallejo? Who knows? Dr. Pepper Machine, 10 out of 10, Larry. Chris Cooper, I'm not sure if Larry's making traps or showing stream snacks. There was no broken glass, there were traps. Dr. Pepper Machine should definitely be in. Joe Holzman, I have no issue with it. If Joe has no issue with it, we should change our mind. Larry, they are Japanese toothpicks. I must have got them when I was in Japan. One of my wisdom teeth sometimes gets food caught in it, so I must have needed to get some. Larry,
is that
Dr.
not
Pepper
again,
Machine.
is that not one of the most insane sentences you've ever heard? Like, sometimes one of my teeth gets food stuck in it, like every human on Earth. So it must have happened while I was in Japan, and I must have bought a giant tub of toothpicks, and I must have brought them home. But let's say I must have, as if you wouldn't remember that turn of events, you know? I thought, I've got no idea how these got here, but the only thing I can think about is that maybe whilst I was in Japan, I got food stuck in my teeth and bought a giant tub of toothpicks.
It's Larry. He's got too much mischievous, impish events happening in his life that he can't remember these things. Dr. Pepper Machine, I thought Damien suddenly decided to be a bigot against your choice of picks until I saw the box. Oh, skipped. Sam Huddy, with this hobby, it's possible that super glue is inadvertently stuck to Gan's head instead of balanced. Is that Crosby's traps photograph from his plane seat on the route to South Korea? As long as he remembers to buy kimchi. Larry, they were clearly painted following the guide, Chris. Dr. Pepper Machine double costume, brilliant. Larry, Sam Huddy, Tom's Speedos weren't that modest. That is true. Dr. Pepper Machine was considering making a Ganbury Gan dressed as Heath Ledger, dressed as a Joker, dressed as a nurse, but decided against it in the end. Chris Cooper, does Gan count as a man for a bingo square? Yeah, he has the man keyword.
Does he have the man keyword?
Yes.
Then yes.
Larry, pretty sure he has the keyword. They do. Joe Holzman, Vallejo, good choice. Dr. Pepper Machine, are you suggesting Larry is eating paper, Chris? I would never suggest such a thing. That's too nutritious for him. Larry, interestingly, Gan does have tribal markings in Armies of Middle Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the new box on the website has the tribal markings on. It was probably the only set I could find, and why would I just throw away unused toothpicks? You don't have to throw them away, you could leave them for someone else. Joe Holzman to Dr. Pepper Machine, paper's too soft for Larry, prefers wood, so there's a risk of splinters. And Jack Brown Landom, letters here, sometimes Larry explaining things, e.g. toothpicks is like Tolkien discovering things in his own writing, as if it isn't his life he is living, but observing from outside. Don't think I've ever heard Larry being described as like Tolkien.
It's a very good analogy, because what was it he said? He never considered himself making up the story. He was discovering what had happened, and he said sometimes he had to sit around and wait until he figured out what had really happened. It does, in that respect, it is like Larry, not having any control over his life, but actually. And then
a few more comments came in. Dr. Pepper Machine, Larry has this dice in his future, and then Joe, in fairness, he's right. I don't say that a lot about Larry. Dr. Pepper Machine Cheese, leave Brittany alone.
What have we done to Brittany?
And Larry, it was about 7 years ago. And that's caught up on the chat.
Good work. Well, so potentially as predicted, very few Roses Warriors. One entry of Roses Warriors. Only one person. So even my low balling of 2 was overshooting the Woes Warriors. Garn clearly ruling the roost, which kind of backs up what we said.
And Garn was in that group of Woes Warriors as well.
Which very much kind of backs up what we said about this being a good chance to win a dice, because I think it's a very, very niche way to get in that not a lot of people would have. So the total is there are 24 entries for I think we've triggered Larry. Sorry if I don't
Larry, we accept
specifically
your apology.
remember buying toothpicks almost a decade. The very fact, this makes it even madder, mate. The very fact that you would still have them shows that you didn't need them. Like, it was 10 years ago. I was like, well, why aren't you using them? Why aren't you using them? But it was more the fact that you don't remember it happening, but you've figured it out. You know, I don't know where these came from, but it must have been. It must have been when I was in Japan. And
what you don't know is Larry's got like a set of Belgian toothpicks with a set of, like every country he's been to, he's got a different set of
from every
toothpicks.
country he goes to.
Some people buy fridge magnets, he buys toothpicks.
He's got a terrible problem where he has to buy them wherever he goes, but he can't bring himself to throw away unused toothpicks.
And he can't get a singular one. He has to buy like 100 at a time.
He comes back and his family are like, no, Lawrence, no, not more toothpicks. We told you. You've got enough and you never use them. You never use them. Stop it, Lawrence. You must stop. Just get a pack of cocktail sticks from Sainsbury's. You'll be fine. Stop buying international toothpicks. We have 24 entries, but 17 people, because 7 people doubled up. It's quite impressive. So 7. So that's a good ratio of doubling up on trap markers. So congrats on your bonus entry. But only 17 people in. 1 in 17 chance of winning a dice, unless you enter twice when you've got a significantly greater chance than that. A 2 in 24 chance. Incredible scenes. So we have bang on 24. Thank you all for that. Extremely helpful. It means we need a D8. And I'm going to use our fabulous train technology. Let's come down here. So Chris, can you see that? Is that all right?
Yes.
Will you be able to check the dice and confirm the dice scores? So our first group, we've got some good doubles in here. Chris Cooper, Ricky Colbrook, Joe Holzman, Michael Dublé, Julian Hammond, and Ryan Pickering. Over to you, Chris.
Ooh. Oh.
It's 6. It's Michael Dublé. You have stormed Dublé into the final. Our second group is Michael Haskell, Dave Shearer. I have a feeling Dave Shearer, am I going mad? I think he's going to be the People's Champion for some reason. I feel like Dave Shearer had some weird magic, kind of shouldn't be in, but is in because he got into the spirit of it. I can't remember what it was. Who knows? Michael Haskell, Dave Shearer, Andy Clark, Joe Holzman, Ashley Fisher.
Yeah, Dave just made the traps.
Oh, was that what we said? That was the fun one, wasn't it? Because he's not got Garn. He's only in on the bonus entry. That was it. Like Larry in that regard, actually. So Michael Haskell, Dave Shearer on a 2, Andy Clark, Joe Holzman, Ashley Fisher, David Allen, and Josh Crosby. Over to you. For the sake of a lot of people out there, you want to avoid an 8.
Go.
Oh, it's 1. It's Michael Haskell.
Oh, it's a double Michael fighting.
Yes. And our final group, Jack Brown, Chris Murphy, Larry Miller, Stephen Ryan, Chris Webster, Josh Crosby. Obviously, you've won yourself a dice before, right?
Yes.
So you're after a 3 or a 4. Larry Miller, People's Champion, only entering traps, is on a 5. Josh Crosby, number
Do
to
we all
avoid
want
for
to
most
see
people.
one?
He's on an 8. I'm going to have to call this one because obviously you're involved. It's a 2. It's Jack Brown. Jack Brown has got in with his double entry, thus denying you entry. Incredible scenes from Brown. Brown, the only person to be painting Moses Warriors. So, well done. Sorry, Chris, missed out by 1 number there.
I'll live.
Ah, we've got some dice. So, we have Druedain, Haskell, and Jack Brown. What is on the line for these guys?
Everything.
I think everyone's got dice. Michael Haskell's got the 1 dice. Michael Druedain's got 3 dice, if you can imagine. And Jack Brown's got 1 dice. So everyone does indeed have a dice. Druedain is looking... He's the potential to really mix things up a bit here. Because if he wins, he gets onto 4 dice. And joins only Sam Earnshaw on 4 dice. And one of only 6 people in the world to have 4 or more dice. So that's the big one. That's the history making you're looking for, or a nice bonus extra dice for the wonderful Michael Haskell or the wonderful Jack Brown. Who's your money on?
Ooh, Haskell.
Okay, so we've got Druedain on a 1, we've got Haskell on a 2, and we've got Jack Brown on a 3. First to 3 as ever. Over to you, Chris.
Go.
That is Druedain. He wants that 4th dice. He wants it, precious. He wants it.
He wants it like it's Christmas.
Absolutely.
Go.
But Jack Brown, king of the dice spreadsheet, also very keen to get his hand on a 2nd dice.
Go.
Oh, Druedain has moved to match point. Where's Haskell in all this?
He's waiting. He's waiting to pounce.
So Druedain on a 1 will win it. Haskell yet to score, and Jack Brown is on 1.
Go.
Oh, he's done
Oh.
it. He has done it. Michael Druedain, as I live and believe, it is beginning to look a lot like 4 dice. Incredible scenes. Michael Druedain, 4, 1, 3, 8 for Druedain there. That is going to feel pretty good for Druedain. Only him and Sam Earnshaw now on 4 dice, leaving those 3 dice people in their wake, George Galloway and Scott Newman. And very, very close behind Ashley Fisher, Joe Holzman and Rory Campbell on 5 dice. Really quite incredible. Congrats to Michael Druedain. Over we go here. Winner, Michael Druedain.
Have a look at the comments.
Absolutely. Hopefully we've got Sam Huddy commentating, I imagine.
So Larry apologising for not remembering.
Yeah.
Quite right. Dr. Pepper Machine, the North remembers like once a decade, ? Joe Holzman, I use them for gluing models together.
That's a great use of a toothpick, Joe. It's very sensible. I use them for a great number of things.
Making spike traps.
I mean,
Sam Huddy,
I'm never
go to
eligible.
sort out a drink for a half asleep child, and when I come back 10 minutes or so late, still chat about Larry's toothpicks. Larry, I don't use toothpicks that often.
Yeah, I know, mate. We can see.
Dr. Pepper Machine, that's what big PVA does to people. Joe Holzman, this is the content I watch the streams for. I thought it was to whinge about the entry conditions. Sam Huddy, I'm annoyed I missed 10 minutes of it. Larry, I made a small dent in the box.
Do you think he means that he's used a toothpick, or do you mean?
Nah, I think he just means he's
do you think
used a tooth.
He's stuck a toothpick into the box?
Yep.
He's just proud of himself.
Oh, here's Sam Huddy's starts his commentary.
Yeah.
Mr. Michael Druedain has stepped up to the pitch. Then Larry interrupts by saying that he doesn't use them that often. I tend to reuse them, so I'm not being wasteful.
Reused toothpicks.
Hopefully they're not other people's toothpicks.
Unacceptable.
Yeah. They're designed to be disposable.
Also,
you can recycle
look
them.
how many toothpicks you have. You can be a little wasteful. I think you can be a little more wasteful with your toothpick usage.
Dr. Pepper Machine, how did you get double entries again and traps? Yes.
You've been here all night.
Yeah, nobody flew to Korea to buy
I love how you
kimchi
said
and some unreleased sets.
Like it's like Florida tips for Brits or something. How did you get free entry to the park? What have you done? Like, how have you done this?
Larry, fun was story that should have gone earlier, but I wasn't here. I look forward to finding out his fun story later.
It's going to be an interrupted woes story from Larry in amongst everything else, isn't it?
Sam Huddy, Michael Haskell is in,
Yes.
and Jack Brown filling the final space and being the brave non-Michael to join. Joe Holzman, Chris trying not to smirk at double entry.
All night
How
long.
dare you? I tend to grimace at a double entry rather than smirk. And it's skipped. Larry at Scouring, the one that Sterling copied, incorrect. I think Cheshire, I think he's talking about. I was doing really poorly with Vanquishers and was in the battle for the spoon last game. Look forward to finding out the rest at some point. Chris Cooper cheering for Haskell. It'll save Damien postage money. He only needs to throw it down to the basement. I bet he opens the door, just flings it in. Larry, I drew pure Wozies. Then Jack Brown, I have found some form recently. 3 finals in the last 4.
3 finals in the last 4 is good, but that also means
you've lost.
Did he win one? He did win one of those. So he's won one out of 3 finals. That's not bad. I mean, actually, do you know what? There's 3 people in the finals. So that is perfectly average.
Larry said, so he drew pure Wozies and Lords of Battle. It did not go well for me, losing to win the spoon. That was a great story.
So he won. Oh, he's doing football in honour of the World Cup. I love
it. So Sam Dubley has snatched the ball, but Brown slides in and tackles, and now the players will come off for a hydration break, which gives them some words from our sponsors at 7th City Collectibles. Affiliate links are available in the writing below. Chris Cooper, Haskell, far too much of a gent so far.
Always away. He hasn't got the killer instinct.
And then must be over. Ricky Drinks Paints, congratulations. Jack Brown, congratulations and commiserations, Michael.
I think when his playing career is over, Michael will be remembered as someone who could have won a lot more black dice, maybe should have won a lot more black dice if he'd had more of a killer instinct in the finals. But his politeness prevented him from being willing to.
I think so. It's like when he plays Mizbiga. He's like that. It's too nice. Yes. Sam, but Dubley carries on playing, puts it away as Jack takes a drink and Haskell comes out the changing rooms ready to play. Joe Holzman, GZ, Dubley. Dr. Peppershield, did Larry not get added?
Larry did get added. He was in the last group. He was number 5.
Then Grats Mr. Christmas from Sam Huddy. Chris Cooper, double it, ironically, just a single entry. Doubly, ironically, just a single entry. Larry, I have saved the beheaded ones for some future project.
Is that toothpicks or children?
I'm just wondering if that means he's used ones that he's picked his teeth, he's decapitated and using the, who knows.
Also,
it means I've emptied a dozen or so picks out of it.
Isn't that also, that's the dent, doesn't that also mean the beheaded ones, like, they don't snap, right, unless you're using a toothpick wrong. You don't.
I presume he's talking about he's going to use the bits of the toothpicks that he's cut off.
Yeah, so he's cut
the
them
last
off.
bit.
So he's picked his teeth with them.
I think this might be for his traps rather than that's what he's done for cleaning his teeth.
Oh, right, yeah, I see.
But
so
it is Larry, so you never know.
You think tonight he saved his bed? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was genuinely thinking he's looking at his pot of 5,000 toothpicks, and he's got this one. He goes, I think we're running low here. I'm going to have to cut the top off this and save it.
You start rationing it.
I've emptied a
I
dozen.
believe he's
also
emptied a dozen or so picks out of it.
That's one a year, mate. You don't need that many toothpicks.
But he does, because he didn't take them with him to Belgium or to Botswana or other places Larry likes to go to. Dr. Pepper Machine, like Sid from Toy Story. Or beheading the picks, I presume. I joined during the deep dive wall. Alright, so he missed the... Larry, I have so many because I'm not frivolous with them. I use them until they start going blunt.
There it is. There's the insanity.
Chris Cooper, I definitely smarted double entry. I was not getting not to. Skipped again. It's very skippy this
Joe
evening.
saying, Larry, some would argue that the reason you have so many is because you bought far more than was necessary. He says, I don't think I had an option for a smaller amount. You don't normally get a lot of choice of options. You imagine him being in Japan 10 years ago and having no clue how well this tub was going to do him. I'm just in desperate need of toothpicks. I'm going to get this one. I imagine they'll be gone soon. 10 years later, nah, mate. Still dining out on that tub. I am toothpick rich, and look at all you suckers buying more toothpicks.
He's hoping that, like in the world apocalypse, like toothpicks become the new currency.
Particularly foreign import ones.
Yeah. Chris Cooper, thing is, people will remember him fondly.
That's Haskell, not Larry.
All right, I was thinking that. I was thinking Sid from Toy Story before Larry. To be fair, Larry. Fun fact: brace yourself. I have often not regretted not getting a pack of plastic toothpicks I saw in Flying Tiger once, as it would have been even more reusable.
Absolutely, and you need them. That tub's running low with that small dent that you made in it. The rate you're going,
Chris,
by the time you're 601, you might need some toothpicks.
Chris Cooper, there are very few people who say that Michael Haskell, what an absolute a-hole.
It's true. It's just unlikely to happen.
Dr. Pepper, wait, why is Haskell in changing rooms instead of the bench?
Probably someone else in the change room having a bad day and he was trying to help him out.
Was it you trying to get into your costume? you still try to build your costume and you had to go in and sort you out. Larry, they're fresh ones I used tonight. That's something, I suppose.
That's about the beheading, isn't it?
Dr. Pepper, sure, buddy. I do throw them away when one wears out. That's as soon as you use them. He says, I'm not insane. That's what insane people say.
It's like the Joker. I'm not crazy. I'm not. They don't wear. Who's ever worn out a toothpick? They don't wear out. You use them and then you throw them away. You save them. He saves them, Chris. He saves them till they wear out.
Like, you can see him like sharpening again just to get a few extra uses out. He's got a pencil sharpening and he's got one just for sharpening toothpicks. Sam Huddy, Larry may well use them, behead the toothpick and then whittle them into a new toothpick to recycle them and make them last decades until his next Japanese trip.
He says that I knew I would eventually use them, but you haven't. If it's been 10 years, you're going to be dead after a long life before you've used that tub. You're not using them quick enough, mate. You need to wear them down less and be more aggressive with your usage. And if you get through them, dude, I'll buy you a pack of toothpicks.
Chris Cooper thinks same as me. Larry gets a pencil sharpener out for his toothpicks when they get blunt. Larry, or they might end up being useful for trade or something. What, use toothpicks? No, just bin them. Which they did. Dr. Pepper, that's what they all say, book 'em Lou. Joe Holzman, who whittles them. Dr. Pepper, he used to be a model citizen, and BSIME drove him to the edge. Is that Larry or Michael Haskell? Sam Huddy, that was my 2015 Japanese trip, the highlight of which was getting my Uber tub of toothpicks that's still going strong to this day. Joe Holzman, you've used perhaps a dozen in 7 years. I don't think you needed more reusable toothpicks. Larry, they're quite nice toothpicks. They had little carved bits at the non-pointed end. Dr. Pepper Machine, the old Fodden wearing a Haskell costume trap.
Is that Foden? Is that as in Phil Foden?
Possibly.
Is that meant to be about the commentary about the football? Not sure.
Possibly, yeah. And then lastly, Larry, we're not all that wasteful, Damien.
Larry, I'm relatively confident that everyone else here is about a similar level of wasteful with toothpicks, and you're the odd one. And that's with no...
To be fair, in most rooms, Larry's the odd one.
And that's with absolutely zero knowledge of what my own wastage of toothpicks is. I reckon. And there we go.
That is it at the end.
Incredible scenes. It's been a monster. It's been... I don't think we're not approaching a record, because I think me and Dale sailed past 7 hours once. But it's 6:15. I think it's the longest in a while, my friend. It's been an epic, and I wasn't really expecting that. I'm not sure quite where the time went. Lots of woes content, I think, perhaps. But yeah.
Toothpick content.
Yeah, it's been fun. Have you had a lovely evening?
I have.
Glad to hear it, my friend. Always a pleasure to have you with us. We need to look ahead to the next stream. In the next pack, the penultimate pack. The Serenity of the Shire is threatened by Saruman. Learn how the lands of Shire fared during the War of the Ring. Read the first part of the Scouring of the Shire battle report. Paint Farmer Maggot and his dogs. Build a series of models depicting the ruination of the Shire. It seems like we're going to end on a bit of a downer. And you get a metal Farmer Maggot and his dogs. Now, I was having to think for this. I don't think we can do a Farmer Maggot stream. And I looked through. We've never done a Hobbit stream. We've never had hobbits as a theme, so I think given that we're going into 2 issues of the Scouring of the Shire, I think hobbits would be a good... Are
you going to do it on mushrooms?
Well,
just get some magic mushrooms.
Am I going to do the next stream on mushrooms?
Yes.
Maybe. I've only got 2 left. So yeah, I think. Would you agree?
Yes.
I think Maggot's just too specific. I might do a bit of a Maggot deep dive. Farmer Maggot, not the small creatures. But I think it'd be good to be allowed. I'd love to see, Gaffer Gamgee and Rosie and Sam. So I would any Hobbit, any model with a Hobbit keyword. But I'd say try and avoid like the Fellowship ones. Try and make it like a Shire Hobbit as opposed to like a Frodo, Sam, Merry, Pippin on their adventures, I guess. But,
Bilbo, yeah.
Yeah, but try and make it a slightly different Hobbit. But any Hobbit will be eligible, I think. Does that seem fair?
I would say anyone that's not had a special already.
Oh, that's far too complicated. That'll rule out. There'll be people going, but Hornblowers have had a special, so I can't use my Hobbit Hornblower. I can't be bothered. Hobbit. But this is where I threatened my life is about to get very, very complicated. And I think, let me get my dates right on this. Basically, to do a stream, I need to have a Friday or a Saturday night at home with Emma, because that means that she puts the kids to bed, basically, and if the kids wake up, whatever, she looks after the kids. And the next, as I understand it, I'm just counting through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's going to be 2027.
7, 8. The next 8 weekends, we don't have that for an exciting selection of reasons, except one date, which is Saturday, the 18th of July. Now, a little caveat on that. That's 2 days before I go on holiday, and I haven't floated this with Emma. So I'm going to try for Saturday the 18th of July, because I really, really want to get one in. I think it's 4 weeks today. I can't do it before then without any risk of kind of starting the stream late because the kids haven't gone down or yada yada yada. But the reason, you might remember that in Steve's kind of second wave of streams, we were doing like Tuesdays because he couldn't do weekends anymore, and they were fine and we kept it going, but less people come and less people stay up late, and we've got 2 of these left, 2 of these magazines left, and I just don't want to compromise on it. So I don't want to put it on a midweek one. I want it to make sure it's at a weekend. So I'm torn basically between I'm going to try everything to make sure it's on Saturday the 18th, and if it's not on Saturday the 18th, then I'll have to try and sort something with the kids somehow or other. I don't really know. But yeah, that's the plan. I'm going to try and float that and say, yeah, you know how we're going on holiday on the Monday morning? Well, I'm going to do a stream on Saturday night. But it'll probably be fine. I think that'll be all right.
That's plenty of time.
There's plenty of time. We'll be packed. We'll be absolutely packed. We've got a Sunday to pack. It'll be fine. So that's what we'll be aiming for, and it will be issue 90, and it will be Hobbits as the theme. All sound good? Probably in between then, we will have another one of our wonderful other streams that we've been doing. The live, the monthly but hobby bingo stream. That will probably come, I'd say, in the week of the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, something like that. It's normally the first week of the month. So you can catch up on those two. They're a bit shorter and we go through what everyone's doing. So if you are playing along with BSIME Hobby Bingo, make sure you get over to the Facebook page and put your pictures on it. Let's see what anyone's saying. Several bingo squares ticked off. Thanks for us on stream. Cheers, Chris. It's only 450 toothpicks. It's not that big a container. Yeah, 450 toothpicks, 10 a year. Quite a lot of years. Sorry. It's a dozen in 10 years. 1 a year. 450 years. Maggot is too specific, but Druedain aren't. Come on. Well, we allowed Garn and any of his warriors. That's 2 things. Maggot is 1 thing. He's only got 1 skull, I think. Joe Holzman, I assume dogs are also eligible. Yes, that's a great point. Maggot's dogs will definitely be eligible. I have maggot anecdote, but I'll save that for next stream. It's probably going to be real maggots, though, isn't it? That's the problem.
You hate them.
Yeah. In a rat. Jack Brown, I think non-fellowship hobbit named hero. Non-fellowship. No, I think we could allow warriors in. I think. What about the Scouring Shire versions of the Fellowship? Well, yeah, they'll all be allowed. They'll all be allowed. I just think thematically it'd be nice if people avoid Fellowship of the Ring models. Right. Dr. Pepper Machine, add dogs, farm animals, veggies, and farm terrain. Maybe that could be a double entry.
That would have been Mark Greentree in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wrong.
Farm animals is a good idea. And Sam thinks, so we're going to have to cancel the holiday. I think it's... Larry thinks it should be any Hobbit hero accompanied by dogs and armed with a scythe. That's a good one. Jack Brown could always add a couple of weeknight specials to tide over without compromising. Yeah, well, maybe if the supplement comes out, that's a good point. If like the supplement gets announced tomorrow, it comes out in 2 weeks, maybe we'll do a stream in the middle as a weeknight one. That'd be good. Dr. Pepper Machine, Disneyland has cancelled kids. Dr. Grant has torn on the BSIME stream. It's Disney World. Most of that dozen did come from making traps tonight. You're not helping yourself. And he says it may be actual hobbits. And Dr. Pepper Machine says, yeah, don't do any hobbit. Chris and Jack's ideas are good. It's too late for that. I'm a tyrannical dictator, I'm afraid. And Joe Arlesman has a wonderful closing comment because he says, is it just a repeat of your rat intestine story? And with that, I believe, Mr. Murphy, we are done. Thank you all for joining us. It's been a delight. I've had a lovely time. Chris, have you had a lovely time?
I have.
And we will see you in a few short weeks for issue 90. Issue 90. The penultimate issue of Battle Games of Middle-earth. Until then, love you all. Stay safe. And we will see you very soon.